So there's a button that says go live. And I was talking to you all, including the difficult bit that we had, in which I really, Janneke, you did say about executive functioning. I lost it. I was just unable to get back on course, and I tried so hard, and it's quite embarrassing for me in that I'm trying to follow. I was also talking to the person I had to time out. And I was reading the book, guys. I've been reading the book for 3/4 of an hour. I've been reading this to you guys, and I've been responding to every single comment. Every time you said something, I replied to you. Thank you all for being here for 45 minutes, hanging in the chat, because I even said I might even ask you all to press F so that I can see that you can hear me, but I didn't say it. I just said I'd probably ask you to, and if I actually said could you please press F, I probably would have gone, oh my God. And TJ, I said you should go get a cup of tea. And Ezekiel, I did react to the one asking me questions. I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry, everybody. Oh my God. I'm on my second cup of tea. Oh no. Why do I have technical difficulties when ostensibly this isn't my profession. I mean, but I'm not exactly not technical. I'm reading the comments. I even said to you, oh no, book club, we can start it now. We can do it fresh. Look, I've got a jug of hot tea. I've got a cup of tea. I brought everything except the tails. Sad trombone, exactly. It's all good. It's a learning curve. I even said, well, we can do this without trolls, now, can't we? I was explaining my credentials, and that I'm not a psychologist. I said I'm not a clinical psychologist. But I said, please email me. I said email me, and we can take it offline, and I'll answer your concerns. And was there something wrong with what I was saying? None of the people rewatching this will understand anything I'm saying. Maybe you'll get it from the chat, but I'm like, oh my God. And then I was like, and then I was really struggling to talk and present because of everything that was going on earlier in the chat before I went live. And I was trying to because obviously I was reading your comments. I made Janneke a mod. And it's like, I was like, and I'm just like, I've been talking for 45 minutes. I was monologuing with about a 25-minute gap where I was just like this. You can't see me now, but I was like this. And then Janneke even said in the chat, oh, Mike's executive functioning has failed. And I thought that you could see me. And then I was like, just going, in experimental studies, over 80% of non-autistic people got this question wrong. And then I said, look at the book thing. Look, I said, look. And then I showed you all of this. And I was like, look. And then I'm reading the stuff. And I'm like, oh, I can't really do the thing. I mean, I can't. And I'm trying to, because. And then I talked about monotropism for 10 minutes because, I got a monotropic interruption. Because, and then I said, and then I'm laying out like the channel kind of rules and culture and going, look, we're kind here, and it's good to debate, but pick your time. And is there anything specific you're upset about? I was like, do you want to ask me a specific question or just cast shade on me and my book and my cat and stuff? I was crying. I was so upset. And then you couldn't see it. And then I realized 6 minutes ago that I was talking to myself. And I could see the chat. I've got the chat. I was responding to most of the chat messages. And I ran a poll, and that stopped me from seeing half the chat messages. And I'm talking to you, and I'm like, I said hello to every single one of you, and I wondered why none of you wanted to talk to me. I was like, hey, Jason, how are you doing? Nice to see you here. And then I was talking about the competition because 40 people are in to win this very book, which I will I will ask maybe Hydra to sign for you. And then none of you responded to me, but you were all talking, and then we had, quite a lot of chat messages, and I'm trying to deal with it all. And I really struggled there. I was on time, guys. I was sitting here at 7:00 this is my second cup of tea. It's going to take me a few minutes to get over this, I'm afraid. Because I'm just like, I thought we were talking to each other. I could see the messages. And I'm like, hey, hi, Snooker, how are you doing? You see your name's in the list, for the book, and everything that just happened is magnificently on brand. Do you know what? There's a bit of a silver lining there. I also think it's quite nice that you all joined the stream and you were all great, and and you didn't leave, which was great. That's very kind of you. And it was only when I saw messages saying, "When's this thing going to start?" that I'm like, oh. Because normally when I go live, I just press a button and go live, okay? That's why the cat can start a live stream without me being here, an unattended cat live stream. But you see, I'm just reading your chats now. We're patient people. I need a cup of coffee. Yeah, get yourself some drinks. Hydrate yourself. I can't believe we even talked about that. I've gone through all these points. I read this one, and then I'm look, I'm reading all of these things. I'm reading it all, and we're talking about it. I thought we were all chatting about it. Because we were chatting about the book, you see, in the chat. TJ, you were explaining to someone, this is although I'm very, very late, Helen, you've missed nothing except it's cute to make it. Yes, I've got a pot of tea here, and I've got some milk and a jug to make a cup of tea. I've got these. I showed you these. I wondered why nobody wanted to comment on the marshmallows. Look at my tiny marshmallows. I'm sorry for those joining, expecting a book stream. Quick little reprise here. The chat has been extremely active, and I haven't. Or take your time to recover such perspective. I kind of have, okay, because it took me 20 minutes. And I'm kind of pleased, actually, because I think I can launch into this book now and actually do it. Because there was 20 minutes, 25 minutes where I was like, for obvious reasons, those who have been in the chat from the start will understand what I'm saying. And I was like, and then I sort of feel like I'm being attacked. It's like, but, so it's like, for the avoidance of doubt, if anybody has any concerns about me or the channel, the way that, free speech is, I can say absolutely not. Just take your concerns and skip away with them. But actually, no, that's not who I am. I'm happy to give you some oversharing and some stuff. I'm happy to explain my credentials. I am not a psychologist, my God. I never said that I was. I am as I introduce most of my videos, I am just a late diagnosed autistic adult. I have a lot of experience of being an unmasked autistic person and very recently, a disclosed public autistic person. And we're going through it. And I was using this and wow, okay. Whew. Right, let me get a drink. I've got my drink here. We've got book cam. Ready for book cam? Here it is. Boom, book cam. The keyboard's here so that I can line up the book with the keyboard so that you can see it. I can do this, see? Because I know that never mind. Right. Let me top up my tea because, oh boy. Heath Ledger, yes. That's why you pre-record. Oh man, I mean, I have been talking to myself. I did a book club on my own, and those of you that said, "Where's Mike? Why is it taking so long? What's going on?" Thank you so much for that, because that was enabled me to go, oh. And there's a big red button on my screen on YouTube. I don't normally do it. Yeah, okay, that's what trolls do. Take some words myself, start complaining. Yeah. Like I'll tell you now what the difference between a troll and somebody genuinely asking questions is, and I am able to cope with it. Let me tell you, right? You guys know this, okay? I'm psychologically scarred, and my psychological scars are pretty strong. I mean, it's not possible to be abusive to me in a way that I haven't heard 1,000 times worse in the past. It's just like, and I've been on the internet since the internet was an internet. I look younger than I am. Autism, yay! I'm not saying it's the worst thing. My goodness, I can't disclaim everything. But Amelia, you're on time. You're fashionably late. But It's like, I always get sucked into arguments with trolls. Yes, me too. It's a proper problem I've got. I've got a sign upstairs which actually says not to argue with idiots. It does. I'm just saying, it's just like, I am happy. If anyone's got a problem, TJ, yes. It's a trigger for me as well. You guys couldn't see it, but I was like desperately trying to explain and getting into a mess. And I'm going to get into a mess. I need time. I can't deal with lots of comments towards me. By the way, I'm sorry we're an hour late. I'm gonna hit this thing. I've had practice. I've just done a 45-minute practice live stream to myself because I was streaming, but you have to press a second button. If you schedule a stream on YouTube, it's not just like one button to go live. It's 2 buttons. You do it all, but then you have to press another button to go live. Gosh. Hey, Mike. Pardlo, nice to see you here. Give us a deep breath. Thank you. I wish you saw what happened. And it's okay. It's okay to disagree. And if anyone wants to raise a concern or a point, I'm happy to try to accommodate as best I can. I'm an autistic person. I know what it's like to be misunderstood, etc., etc. I mean, we all do, right? But I can't do, like, when someone's just throwing like one argument at another, like a sniper using bollocks for ammunition, as Tim Minchin once said. It's just like so many, like, all right, slow down. If you've got a point, give it to me. I also said, and I want to say it again, just in case anyone's watching a repeat, all of my videos, except for my last one, which I haven't uploaded yet, I've got the video clip. I don't want to upload it while I'm live streaming in case it buggers the stream. But I try and reference what I'm doing. And I love that about this book. This book, Unmasking Autism, fantastic. It's got all the references at the back, tons and tons of references. I don't have Bookcam on at the minute, but here we go. La 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 la. It's got loads of references, all broken down. You can see where Devon's made an argument, and where you disagree, you can kind of see where they've formed their opinions about the argument. We had a troll, Amelia. But I don't want to jump. I don't want to jump to calling people trolls just because they've got a atypical communication style. I think, if there's a time for like harsh debate or something, I'll trigger warning a live stream. We'll schedule it in. We'll argue it. I'm sorry, Zach CJ, and I saw your defenses, of the arguments. But I think some people just seek argument. I wanted to say that the channel has it has spurts of like very strange growth on YouTube where lots of people are subbing and things. And that does mean that new people come in that perhaps have got slightly different ideas, because that's what YouTube does. It pushes out to a wider circle of an onion, right? And I'm happy to argue my case. But if I've said something that's not right, just let me know. But be aware that you might also be wrong. But then again, it's also like misunderstandings happen, and it's not like malice, except I do think that person earlier, that got a bit malicious. Nancy, exactly. I'm happy to give everyone just, oh my God, if you saw me when I'm having like meltdowns are less rare for me now, right? But if you saw me at my most difficult moments, you might think that I was pretty bad. Tracy, we had some problems earlier, and I have been talking to myself for 45 minutes. I didn't realise I was talking to someone, trying to answer. I was talking to... Welcome everybody to Tea and Tales. We are an hour in, and this is Unmasking Autism. You've missed nothing because we haven't started yet. The back of the book. I did a timeout. Jason, just to let you know that the person that was doing a super stir, like this image and saying, using bollocks for ammunition, just firing like a machine gun, was had previously put stuff to me in my YouTube comments, and I'm happy. I don't need people to fan. I'm not a celebrity. I'm a dude. I'm an autistic man who's taking a risk and willing to be vulnerable and show you stuff and explain stuff, and not like to you guys, right? But like to the wider audience, and then hopefully it will help people. And I'm doing it because it was me. I feel like I'm talking to myself from like a year or two ago. That's all. But yeah, you know, maybe if we have like, Yannicke, you get my point about like making it like a Discord or something, right? It's like, just careful. I didn't want to say who it was, but yeah. Okay, right. Sometimes, and look, from my perspective, I want to be more open, and I have less boundaries talking to a neurodiverse audience. I've had people say to me like, I'm not, you know, I'm discounting experiences of like other autistics and stuff. And I'm like, I don't feel like I am. You know, do you want to like give me a timestamp of a video? I have literally done like, I don't know, 50 hours of content now or something. Like I've done like so much. You could watch me and nothing but me for an entire working week. You know, like get up in the morning, have breakfast, and just watch me for 8 hours. Go to bed, and then wake up again, and then just watch me again. And like, I'm definitely going to say something at some point, but you know, I try my best to be as accurate as I can. And I'm determined to be, you know, if I'm a lightning rod for that, then okay, that's just the good or the bad in it. Right. So for every visibly, I need to make a button. I have to click up here on my screen. For every visibly autistic person you meet, I've read this 3 times now. Tracy K, no, you can't do that. Yes, the pay to argue, Harriet. Oh my goodness me, that's a wonderful, wonderful sketch. That, somewhat ironically, if somebody does want to troll and they're willing to watch my videos, I'm basically the channel is now a YouTube partner, so I'm kind of like farming haters sometimes. like for every view, it's probably worth like 1 cat biscuit. I'll take those odds. If Depop pops on, we're going to do Catmageddon. I'll explain that another time. Let's hop right in. For every visibly autistic person you meet, and by the way, you guys are happy, just have at it in the comments. It's fine. There's no restriction on like how many comments you can send, as you may have noticed. Anyway, right, let's go. For every visibly autistic person you meet, there are countless masked people who pass as neurotypical. Sorry, I'm not going to keep interrupting. Pull me in if I get off topic. I don't think this is right, because passing as neurotypical. Devon even says in here that autistic people don't actually really pass as neurotypical, but we'll get to that. They don't fit the stereotypical mold of autism and often spend their entire lives trying to hide their autistic traits. In particular, there's evidence that autism remains significantly undiagnosed in women, people of colour, trans and gender non-conforming people. Blending cutting-edge research, personal insights, and practical exercises, Dr. Devon Price examines the phenomenon of masking and makes a passionate argument for authenticity and non-conformity. A powerful call for change, Unmasking Autism gifts its readers with the tools to uncover their true selves and build a new society where everyone can thrive on their own terms. Unmasking Autism, the power of embracing our hidden neurodiversity. Jumping straight in here. Autistic women aren't overlooked because their symptoms are milder. Even women with a really classically autistic behaviours may elude diagnoses for years simply because they are women and their experiences are taken less seriously by professionals than a man's would be. Source. The source checks out. Good source. It's true. Women are currently being identified by professional psychologists, clinicians, diagnosticians at a rate of 4 men to 1 woman, including AFABs and gender non-conforming. It's really quite stark. Now, a lot of this comes down to this, extreme male brain. We talked about Simon Baron-Cohen before. He's a proponent of autism as being like a extreme version of, extreme masculinity. I don't understand that, but it's weird. And to say that there's like a female autism and a male autism is bizarre. Additionally, not everyone who has their autism ignored and downplayed is a female. Many men and non-binary people have our autism erased too. To call the stealthy, more socially camouflaged form of autism a female version of the disorder is to indicate that masking is a phenomenon of gender, or even assigned sex at birth, rather than the much broader phenomenon of social exclusion. Women don't have milder autism because of their biology. People who are marginalised have their autism ignored because of their peripheral status in society. It's tea and tails, remember? We'll do the tails later. Tea now. When an autistic person's not given resources or access to self-knowledge, and when they're told their stigmatized traits are just signs that they're a disruptive, overly sensitive, have you been told these things? I have. Or annoying kid, they have no choice but to develop a neurotypical facade. Maintaining that neurotypical mask feels deeply inauthentic and is extremely exhausting to maintain. Source. Yeah, sources are great. The number of men who told me I'm lying about my symptoms is so ridiculously high, Rose. Yeah, that's the case. I've had it from men and women, mind, myself. But, it's my GP is male. I don't know that if he were female, it would have made any difference. What? You're not autistic? You have a job. I've heard that. That was the first thing saying. Oh, you're not autistic. You're a parent. You're dad. Like, oh, you're not autistic. You've got a house. I mean, a car. Autistic people don't have cars. They can't drive. Autistic people can't go to the shops. What are you talking about? You dressed yourself this morning. You can't be autistic. By spending time with other autistic people, I began to see that life didn't have to be all hidden anguish. When I was around other autistics, I was more able to be blunt and direct. I would ask for accommodations, such as dimming the lights or opening a window to dilute the stench of somebody's perfume. The more other people around me relaxed, spoke passionately about their special interests, and rocked in place excitedly, the less shame I felt about who I was and how my brain and body worked. The more other people around me relaxed, info dumped, stimmed, odd words, but I like info dumping, that's right. The less shame I felt about who I was. This, absolutely, it's so on point. I feel like by providing a safer place for autistic people to be yourselves, be an adult version of yourselves, just is so important. Feel free to info dump about your special interests, even if it's not the right time for it or your turn, whatever. Feel free to move your body in ways that feel good and are not dangerous. Trying to no slamming your heads into tables or whatnot. But trolls make me want to do that. I'll be honest. Oh, hang on, I've got a button here to skip ads. I'm going to keep smashing that as much as I can. My cat cue. Oh, we should do cat cue. I've noticed I'm not really cat cued. For years, I've been using my skills as a social psychologist to make sense of the scientific literature on autism and connecting with autistic activists, researchers, coaches, and therapists in order to firm up my understanding of our shared neurotype. I've also worked on unmasking myself, getting in touch with the vulnerable, erratic, odd version of me I've been socially conditioned to hide. I've gotten to know a lot of leading voices in the autistic self-advocacy community and read up on the many resources that autistic therapists, coaches, and activists have developed to help train themselves and others to lower their inhibitions and to drop their masks. Today, I don't hide the fact that I'm pained by loud noises and bright lights. I ask people directly for an explanation when their words or body language don't make sense. Traditional benchmarks of adulthood or owning a car or having children hold no appeal for me, although I've learned that's completely okay. I sleep with a stuffed animal every night and a loud fan blowing to block out my neighbourhood's ambient noise. When I'm excited, I flap my hands and squirm in place. On good days, I don't think any of these things make me childish or cringy or bad. I love myself as I am and I see others and others can see and love the real me. Being more honest about who I am has made me a more effective teacher and writer, and will stave off burnout and meltdowns. So important, honestly. I mean, when I realized the connection, that was kind of my whole mission, really. I was like, what the hell is going on? Would jumping ahead a little bit here, but like in Crystal's case, just talking about an example here, the breaking point took the form of many months of autistic burnout. Autistic burnout is a state of chronic exhaustion where an autistic person's skills begin to degrade. Their tolerance to stress is greatly reduced. Source. It hit Crystal like a Mack truck after she completed her senior thesis in college. College had taken a few years longer for her than for the rest of her friends, although she couldn't explain exactly why. She was always having to drop classes in order to hold her life together. A full course load just wasn't possible. When people asked her about it, she lied and said she worked a full-time job. Blah, 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 blah. Burnout. Eventually, Crystal became so lethargic she never wanted to watch TV or play with the family dog. This was concerning enough for her mother to suggest she go see a therapist. An autism assessment came shortly thereafter. At first, I couldn't believe it, Crystal says. My family still doesn't believe it. They had every indication my whole life, but they don't want to see it. At last, Crystal had an explanation for why she couldn't get as much done as other people, why basic seeming tasks like running to the bank or sitting through a 2-hour lecture left her too tired to think or speak. Regular life actually did require more willpower out of her. Autistic people frequently experience inertia in starting a task, source, and challenges in breaking complex activities down into small steps that follow a logical sequence. Source. This can make everything from basic household chores to applying to jobs and filing taxes incredibly challenging or even impossible without help. Defining autism. Skipping ahead. We are hyperreactive to even small stimuli in our environment. Does that sound like you guys? We have difficulty distinguishing between information or sensory data that should be ignored versus data that should be carefully considered. For me, I like to think of this as my cafe, quiet cafe, meeting friends. I think if we were all in a cafe, just in little groups all dotted around, all info dumping frantically to each other, I think that would work. But when we've got that sort of ambient noise, when the noise rises, it becomes really difficult to focus on the important conversations because you can kind of hear everything. We are highly focused on details rather than big picture concepts. We're deeply and deliberatively analytical. Our decision-making process is methodical rather than efficient. We don't rely on mental shortcuts or gut feelings. I've got a video to upload straight after this live stream. Yes, that's in there. It's a lot of memes, by the way. Processing a situation takes us more time and energy than it does for a neurotypical person. The downsides to these isn't all downsides. Being highly focused on details, thinking things through in an analytical way. These is not, even being like hypersensitive to small stimuli is not necessarily always a bad thing. I mean, I'm just reading it. We will do, cat cues might be a cool one. Here's a good example. A bat and a ball together cost $1.10. The bat costs $1 more than the ball. How much does the ball cost? In experimental studies, over 80% of non-autistic people got this question wrong. They parse the question quickly, go with their gut, and answer that the ball must cost 10 cents. The correct answer is that the ball costs 5 cents, and the bat costs $1 more, so $1.05, which together adds up to $1.10. It takes an extra moment of careful processing to skip the obvious and wrong answer and provide the correct one. For most holistic people, the default way of thinking is to go with the most obvious. But since autistic people do not process information intuitively, we don't tend to see obvious answers to things and have to more carefully break the question down instead. This results in us being far more likely to get the answer right. Some autistic people have no special interests. Others are fanatical about dozens of subjects. Some have skills that we're adept at. Others need help in every facet of our existence. What unites us, generally speaking, is a bottom-up processing style that impacts every aspect of our lives and how we move through the world. The myriad practical and social challenges that come with being different. It's like the masking thing. For me, preview of my video on burnout, which is going to come soon. I had a really good year last year, sort of. I mean, not least the, formal autism, assessment, diagnosis, so to speak. I hate the word diagnosis. Identification is more appropriate. And you don't diagnose someone with being male or female, do you? You don't diagnose heterosexuality. You don't diagnose being queer. It's a weird concept, really. It doesn't really make sense. But with regard to the medical model of disability, it's a diagnosis. Ignoring our needs and masking. And for me, I had some great experiences last year. I got lots of travel, all paid for by different companies. I wasn't being paid, by the way. I got to travel to visit car manufacturers. I got to meet, I met briefly the CEO of Ford. I got to go to wind farms. I got to see wind turbines being built. I got all kinds of stuff, like renewable energy, EVs. It's one of my interests. But spending time masking, heavy masking, it really does take a toll. And for me, I've learned that I can do 2 days. I can do 48 hours if I'm recharged. That's basically what my battery can give me. That's my range. After that, I'm going to burn out, and I'm going to burn out hard, and it will take a month, maybe longer. Last year was burnout year for me, as a direct result of doing things I loved. I was confused as hell. I mean, I was being paid. These big companies were sending me all over the place. I had, ferry rides. I had plane trips. I had all kinds of stuff. And it's like, I'm having such a great time, but why am I being drained? I'm getting to meet people who are like the top of their industries. I got to meet people from the national grid. I got to learn about how the power supplies work and how renewables work. I got to learn about everything. I've been invited to visit a nuclear power station, all kinds of stuff. Super amazing. Petrol refinery as well, and fossil fuel refinery. But I'm like, this is amazing. I'm so happy. But why then was I so burnt out? An autistic shutdown happens when an autistic person gets so overstimulated and stressed that they can no longer process their surroundings. Source. It's the quieter, more interior counterpart to an autistic meltdown, which involves more crying, self-harm, or outward aggression. Shutdowns are essentially a way of disassociating from one's surroundings. It can look like falling asleep very suddenly, becoming unresponsive, or just kind of zoning out, which is how it presented in Crystal's case. Crystal suspects that had she been an autistic boy, her shutdowns would have been viewed differently. Boys are supposed to have agency and confidence, engage actively with the world. By being non-responsive and depressed might have only inspired early interventions rather than morphing into an unspeakable family secret. Instead, Crystal's parents told her to stop being so weird and to sit up and look alive. Why is autism synonymous with white boys who love trains? Nothing wrong with either of those two things, but yes. Suspect you're autistic? Masked autistic people are basically everywhere, though by our very nature, we're socially invisible. You can find us in any number of fields. People might not associate with stereotypical autistic behaviour, or including sales, the service industry, and the arts. Because so many of us mask through inhibition and withdrawal, we might not stand out as socially awkward, at least not in a way anyone can pinpoint. Though many of us experience sensory issues, anxiety meltdowns, and debilitating mental health symptoms, we push as much of that misery into the private realm as possible. Our elaborate veils of coping mechanisms and camouflaging can create the illusion that we don't need help. This often comes at the expense of giving up on areas of life where we often need assistance. We may eschew relationships, drop out of grueling academic programs, avoid working in fields that require networking and socializing, or completely disengage from activities that involve our bodies because we feel so detached and uncoordinated in them. Most of us are haunted by the sense that there's something wrong or missing in our lives, and that we're sacrificing far more of ourselves than other people in order to get by and receiving far less in return. There's your autism tax there, neurodivergent tax. I'd snooker. I feel called out by this book. Yes. Yes. Me too. Section Rising Autism Diagnoses. Children growing up by year. We won't get into the vaccine debate right now. I'll have to make that a separate YouTube video. I know they'll not be happy with it. What have I written here? You want to see my handwriting? I've just read it. That makes sense. All right, here you go. What's this? Not my face. Don't focus on my face. There we go. It says late ID. Okay, so following another person's experiences, I have to click. Hey, Ashoka. No, not at all. You're not late. So this thing happened. I only started like 20 minutes ago because I was talking to myself for nearly an hour. So we're not late. My cat Q is 154. I think I might be autistic. Yeah. There are a number of other reasons. Oh, by the way, take the cat Q regularly. I haven't done so, but this is my advice. Do as I do. If you can do that, you take it regularly, you might find patterns in your behaviors changing over time, and your ability to mask. You might find it much lower when you're burning out. Here you go. Anand went through several breakups and multiple divorces before finally getting diagnosed as autistic. Instead of sharing his feelings with his partners, he'd either run away. There's your elopement. 1 second, sorry. If I can, I'm going to make my captions. Oops. Oh, what have I done? Sorry. What's going on? Oh, sorry. It's my fault. I know what I'm doing. I'm hiding the captions so that you can see the book, because I appreciate they're in the way. Anand went through several breakups and multiple divorces before finally getting diagnosed as autistic. Oh, Yannicka, cat Q. Yep, that's the thing to do. Instead of sharing his feelings with his partners, he'd run away, either physically or into the recesses of his mind. And when his third wife suggested that this might be caused by a disability, Anand was finally put on a path towards self-acceptance. Masking is a sensible survival strategy when you have no other tools at your disposal, but the more you deviate from what society values, the more elaborate your masking must be. Hiding your autism, your cultural blackness, and your queerness or womanhood can be too much. Sometimes the only viable alternative is to shut down and become deeply inhibited. You can't offend anyone if you simply melt into the wallpaper. Does that sound like anyone in here? I mean, I used to just, at school, I didn't speak. That was a big cause for concern. It was like if I talked, get in trouble. Not the same. Why have I made a note saying what not the same? Autists can have intense and bright personalities just as easily as we can seem icy and withdrawn. Many can make strong eye contact, listen actively, and jump in excitedly when somebody brings up a topic that interests us. Outgoing autistics may fumble with social niceties, interrupt too often, seem too enthusiastic, even being accused of histrionics, but the high degree of interest in connecting with others does generally benefit them psychologically and socially. This is kind of me a bit. A couple of my friends, one of my ADHD friends and her boyfriend, they said to me, they thought I was extroverted. And it's like, well, no, not really. But the more uncomfortable I am, the more introverted I get. The more comfortable I am, the more extroverted I get. The less comfortable I am, the more introverted I get. Basically. Hey, Rennie. Electronic switches? Heath Alexander, my research shows for me 2 to 4 hours of recovery alone time per hour of social, depending on location, size of groups. Hey, I like that. Do you know something? Even like knowing something like that can be so useful. We had a conversation earlier about this whole value of self-diagnosis, right? Self-identification. If somebody has a strong hunch that they're autistic and they can reach out and identify with content like this video, this book, this community, this chat, then you can start to take steps to say, hang on, 2 to 4 hours of recovery alone time per hour of social, depending on location, size of groups, etc. Cool. Well, that kind of makes sense, right? I don't know that I could do two days of solid masking, filming interviews, standing in front of people and giving presentations. I don't know that I could do that if it was about something worky and not something I was interested in. Imagine going to like a Lego conference where you got to meet the designers of Lego and they showed you the products that are upcoming. Imagine your excitement. But even so, it's draining. Even so. It's very helpful for the wife. Sorry, sarcasm. I understand what you mean. Although, by the way, if anyone's using sarcasm for humour, it does help to point it out just because we're in chat and we're on the spectrum. Okay. So here's a problem, right? So autistic people can't get sarcasm. Autistic people can't get sarcasm. Autistic people struggle with sarcasm. Okay. So if you're like me, you start to assume that everything is sarcastic. You go to a party, you go to an event, you're around water cooler, whatever. You start to assume... This is in Britain, by the way, so I'm British. British culture is heavily sarcastic. If you assume that everything is sarcastic, you're right, probably 9 out of 10 times. This might not work other places around the world. New Zealand, I'm not sure. How sarcastic are you, New Zealanders? This might not work in America, Canada. Actually, do you know what? America, Canada, I think there's a reasonable amount of sarcasm there. But Brits, we love our sarcasm. It's almost always sarcastic. You might be better off saying when you're not being sarcastic. For Austria at work. All right, cool. I think there's an autistic version of sarcasm. Propping up the mask. That's true for me, Mike, too. It's regional in the US. Yeah, interesting. I would struggle traveling around the US. In fact, it's kind of regional in the UK as well, sort of. Scotland, it's complete sarcasm. It's just a stream of sarcasm. There you go, sarcasm, snooker, cricket, and national pastimes of England, exactly. Tea. Sarcasm is very bad in writing. Yeah. For neurotypicals too. But I was just like, my autistic coping strategy is just, okay, I struggle, I take everything literally. I will just assume in person that you're being sarcastic. In writing, that you're being literal. That's how I fall. Unfortunately, if you're not British, we might occasionally have the Midwestern says Jason's very sarcastic, but it's considered a faux pas in Oregon where I live. Interesting. Which do you prefer, by the way? Not in terms of like taking everything into account, just on this one little attribute, dealing with sarcasm and literalness. Are you, because I prefer sarcasm. I prefer the rudeness, the edge to it. Helen, I mastered all the way through secondary school and right through college, and my working life went to 2 years ago and started researching for our girls and son. I'm now 47. You're amazing. Amanda, I'm very sarcastic myself intentionally, often for anyone else. Me too. Anyone else? Press S for sarcasm in the chat if you're sarcastic. Give us an S. So I do take things literally. But, British culture gives me the S. I'm loving it. Hi, Snooker, Yannicka, TJ, Heath, Ezekiel, Zion 14, good to see you. Amanda Sutton, good to see you. Helen never I always call you that, always S. Jason S. S. Night Rose, the autistic page. Nice to see you, by the way. I don't think we met before. Toria. Amazing. The thing is, people don't always understand my irony. Exactly. Oh, by the way, we're giving away this book. Someone's going to win it. I cannot do sarcasm. It was good about 4 years ago. No, that wasn't sarcastic. Propping up the mask. Right, I'm trying to adjust the lighting so that looks good. The things I do for you guys, honestly, hey? Right, that's kind of a cool light. Propping up the mask. Problematic coping strategies and why masked autistics use them. Problem drinking or substance abuse. Dulls sensory sensitivities. Check. Provides liquid courage for intimidating social situations. Check. Relaxes inhibitions and filters. Check. Provides energy to get through an overly demanding world. Maybe. Stimulates the senses. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. This, even with problem drinking, that can be a sensory seeking thing. For me, it's more of a dulling thing. Entertains an anxious or preoccupied mind. Silences the inner critic. Yep. I think I would be. I'm not, but I think I could fall into that box quite easily. Amelia, my name's Kaz. My daughter calls me sarcasm. Oh, I love it. Love it. Love it. This is make masculine mechanism, often overshare, but develop a dry deadpan style, play it off as a joke. Yeah. TJ, puffs the ganja, check. Eating disorder behaviours. Grounds life in daily goals and rituals. Provides physical stimulation via hunger. Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about the, like for example, denying yourself food, for example, as giving you a sort of like a sensory seeking kind of thing. Distracts from social struggle. I probably wouldn't notice. I just get tired. I have had one incident where after a scuba dive, I couldn't get myself out of the water. And I was like, oh, I'm so embarrassed. So I pretended that I needed to take my kit off in the water. It was a shore dive, and there was like a gully, and it was really slippy, kind of like seaweed. It's egg rack, if any of you know it. It's really slippery. It's got like pocket-filled bladders on the seaweed to make it sort of rise, but it's very slippery. And I just literally couldn't move. I didn't understand why that was. What's going on? I'm racking my brain going, what have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? I hadn't eaten anything. I had 200 calories. I had 200 calorie protein bar. That was it. If I don't do it, if I'm not, because I was working that particular dive, I was actually working. I was filming. I was film crew for a television production, and I didn't do anything. That was the gig, by the way, on my video about special interests, where I say I earn £500 for my special interests. That was a paid gig for that. And because my mind was just, oh my God, I've got this extra stuff to think about. I just couldn't think about food. Now, if I'm sitting here, and I'm feeling lethargic, that's one thing. But if I'm in the sea, and it's a problem. God, yes, I won't eat until I painful stomach gurgles and growls. Ashoka Ventures, yeah, totally right. In fact, we've had some people in the chat that have, I've had YouTube comments. There was a really funny one where somebody said like, oh, my boyfriend, he his stomach gurgles, but he doesn't realise it's him. Heath Exanter, the autistic feeling to be open and honest, but wanting to also fit in. You can utterly fit in here. It would be hard not to fit in. I feel like somebody's managed to do that. But if you're watching this, you're welcome back. Just cool it a little bit. And if you have a problem with me or my content, just talk to me directly. You can email me. We can chat about whatever you're worried about. Audio glitches seems good. I am looking here. Okay, hold on a second. Castle. Helen, have you started building a castle in Minecraft? Oh, wicked. Do some building so I can get into MCs. I was using a shutdown insomnia phase last night to do some building. Be happy, please. No obligations. No obligations. No obligations. So chat, very quickly, small aside here. We have a Minecraft server. It works for Minecraft Java, so PC and Mac. Bedrock, so consoles, Xbox, PlayStation, I believe Nintendo Switch, but I've been on it on my iPad and iPhone. You can hop on. I am doing lots of changes to the server. It has backups, so you shouldn't lose anything, but I'm installing and playing around with plugins. If you have any problems with the server, let me know by email, mike@autisticafter40.com. I've said it quite a bit. It's on the channel page. Put in the subject something about Minecraft. I'll see it. I've never administered a Minecraft server for anything other than me and my kid before. So yeah, let me know. It's a private server, but it's unlimited. It's quite a powerful box. I can spec it up if we need to. But I thought it'd be fun. Oh, for those that don't know, so on the Minecraft server, right? I thought it would be fun if we all kind of build like an autistic land, like an autistic city, you know? But what's happened is everybody's kind of parallel playing and doing their own little thing separately. And I don't know why I expected anything different, to be honest with you. We're all basically playing around the edges of the island, and it's like on our own, but we're all, do you know, it's like being in a playground again, but you're kind of doing your own thing, but happily with each other. And I think a lot has to be said for that. I don't think this is a neurotypical thing. The ability to just sit peacefully. I'm not saying neurotypicals can't do that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's the parallel play thing. It's you're doing your own thing together. Do you know what I mean? Love it. I'll be on it later. Right, okay. Book club. Oh, if you're in this chat, by the way, I'll make you, I'll give you powers so you can do what you want to do. But yeah, I just think that it's, you should be creative mode. You can do what you want. There's no grief protection yet, but we'll do that just in case. But I do backups. We do got backups. But yeah, parallel play is just, It's just so funny. It's just like people are making. I love Hyde Snooker's build. I haven't seen anyone else's builds, partly because you're miles away. Like I haven't seen anything anyone else has built because you're Hyde Snooker's away as well, underwater. I love it. But yeah, parallel play. You know, as adults, we can parallel play. You know, it's so funny. Helen, your castle sounds amazing. I'm looking forward to trying your chain. It's properly autistic choo-choo, but let's get back to the book. Distracts from social struggles by focusing on the body, defines goodness and worthiness in terms of behavior or appearance, gives the autistic person a sense of self-control and discipline, takes away feelings of gender dysphoria or physical dissociation. Detachment and dissociation. We do a lot of this. Silences needs and emotions that others find bothersome, preserves limited energy, allows the autistic person to focus only on what they're naturally good at, prevents rejection by disengaging first. Sound familiar? Adherence to rigid rules and belief systems makes a confusing reality feel more understandable and concrete. I definitely like this. Translates vague social norms into specific expectations, creates an in-group to which the autistic person can belong. You have that here without need to adhere to anything. Just be kind. That's it. Provides daily structure and soothing rituals, soothes self-doubt and fears about being a bad person, promises salvation from the present unjust world. Fawning and compulsive people-pleasing earns the autistic person praise, offers a false promise of acceptance. Simplifies complicated relationship dynamics. Yeah, because you're just constantly giving in. You're constantly cooperating. You're constantly doing what's expected of you, or just giving in, you know, not standing up for yourself. It's hard to change as well. Think about it. You know, you could have a house with someone, you could have a relationship with someone, you could even have like a shared bank account with someone. Think about that, right? Imagine that going on for a few years, yeah? And then you start asserting yourself. It's bizarre. It's tricky, right? It's tricky. Workplaces too. You'll have you might not understand the social hierarchy, but you fit in it, and neurotypicals understand it very, very well, and they know your place in it. Wherever it is, it could be at the top, like Elon Musk, or it could be somewhere near the bottom. It could be in the middle. Who knows? But the neurotypicals know exactly where your place is in the social hierarchy. Flattens social interactions into one-way easy rule. Always say yes. Validates the autistic person's belief that they should ignore their feelings and needs. Minimizes conflict and reduces anger. It goes on. Talks about problem drinking and substance abuse. Detachment, disassociation. All of these things. People-pleasing. Fawning. It doesn't feel like anyone knows the real me. I don't know how to say no to people. I feel responsible for managing other people's feelings and reactions, even when they don't involve me. I sometimes feel like I'm betraying myself by going along with things I don't agree with. I closely monitor social situations to see when conflict is brewing and try and stop it before it starts. The impulse to fawn that Finch describes is very familiar to me. That last one sounded like a moderator, but that's not... You can read it different ways, but you understand where this is going. You're talking about, general. Rethinking autism. Let's start at the beginning. The first step of the unmasking process is realizing that you're autistic. The first step of the unmasking process is realizing that you're autistic. This is kind of where I was going earlier when I was talking to myself. This is where the fight against the whole self-identification is a problem. And the reason is really, really simple. Because if you put blocks in the way of people from exploring and thinking about their neurotypes, their personalities, not like, Scientology kind of thing, but like autism, when you start thinking about it, because you cannot think about unmasking and thinking about who is the real you. What behaviors have you been trained out of from a very early age? Is it something as innocuous as just moving some paper, just flipping paper? Is it this? Have you been taught not to do that? Were you doing this in school and it was a problem? And no, excuse me, autistic page. Yeah, no, you should not be flipping paper like that. No. Go, come see me after school. Have you had that? It's awful. My life is full of that shit. So yours. I mean, everybody has been trained. It's beyond the whole, don't go over there, there's crocodiles, they'll eat you. It's more, I don't like you answering back. I don't like you taking a break. I don't like you walking away. I don't like you reading that thing. It's other people form the mask. That's basically what this is, okay? And I just think let's start at the beginning. The first step of the unmasking process, and the masking is like, I know I made a video and called it Don't Stop Masking. And, it is a survival mechanism. Lying, another thing, that typical trait of autism. I'm not saying no one here can lie. I'm just saying that it's a tool for keeping you safe. It could be simple. It could just be, I'm really sorry. I've just rubbed a marshmallow into the book. So whoever gets this book has got a marshmallow on chapter 4. I'm so sorry. That's not, look, if you get this book, okay, I need everyone to understand this. I am a pretty clean person, okay? This isn't shit on chapter 5 and the end of 4. This is like a bit of this that's been rubbed in. I just need you to know that, okay? Yeah. So it's really important that once you know that you might be autistic and you are allowed to think that way, that's what I want to do with my channel. My goodness me. Earlier on here, we talk about sort of label avoidance, thinking about even, I'm going to say it, parents of potentially autistic children. Label avoidance was common during the parents of potentially autistic children during the 90s because the condition was so poorly understood and demonized. Source. Autistic people were assumed to be intellectually disabled. Intellectually disabled people were not valued or respected. So families did their damnedest to keep the label off the kids. If we take the stigma away, or if you allow yourself in your mind to take the stigma away, you don't stigmatize yourself, that horrible self-talk. My God, I'm constantly punishing myself in my mind. Someone else said it on another live stream. There's a software dev. I sometimes watch some of his lives, and he's like, look, the negative self-talk, it's you. It comes from someone that knows how to kick your ass. It's you. And it's like, yeah. And once you know, hey, hang on a second, I am autistic. The reason why I don't allow myself to fidget, to move, to stim freely, I hate the word stim, but I'm going to use it because people understand what it means, is so good because it kind of like lowers the stress level, the stress that builds up all the way. Kids, it's well known, the Coke bottle thing. Kids at school, Coke bottle shake, and they get home, open it up, meltdown. That's probably a lot of you. I mean, come on, it's me. I get it. It's like, but if you're masking intentionally, if you know how and when to get the opportunities to keep yourself safe, whether it's from very serious things or just in the US, there have been issues. There was a social worker that was shot because of the suspicious movements of the autistic client. There are problems with not doing what is expected of you in terms of your appearance, your behaviors, your vocalizations. Do you echolalia? Do you copy sounds? Good one for me is double duck. We've got 2 Muscovy ducks. They arrived. I've got a lovely video of them arriving. It was a surprise to me, and I'm like, oh, double duck. And I shared it with some other autistic people, and they were like, double duck, double duck, double duck. And like double duck has suddenly become this whole meme of its own. Like an album cover, double duck, 2 white Muscovy ducks. And it's like, you can't go around in public saying double duck, double duck, double duck. People think there's something wrong with you. I have no problem with it. If I see somebody sort of moving shiftily, where I draw the line is when harm is caused or about to be caused to someone else. That's it. Allow people the freedom. I'm so sad. There was a woman on a ferry that I was on when I was on one of these trips. And she was probably in her 60s, maybe 70s. She had a long flowing dress. She looked like she'd been plucked out of 1970. Okay. Her hair was odd, long, sort of a dirty blonde, almost curls, but not. It was hard to describe. I'm trying my best. I mean, nothing, no judgment, just a description. And she was twirling on the outside deck of this boat, like I would expect my 8-year-old niece to twirl, 7-year-old niece to twirl in a dress. And it's like, okay, it was a bit ungainly, a bit dyspraxic maybe. And as I watched her twirling, I thought, what? I don't know, maybe let's say there's 500 people on the boat and one of them is twirling on the outside deck, but then they're an adult. What's the problem? What's the problem, man? I saw people looking at her weird, but it's like, I kind of wanted to say something to her, but I didn't know what. I just wanted to say, I don't want to let her to know how she was being like perceived, do you know what I mean? But I wanted to say, I appreciate your twirling. I don't know what that's. Twirl away. I'm sorry, when I'm doing my info dumping there, I didn't see the chat. I can see it's moving. Let's start at the beginning. The first step of the unmasking process is realizing you're autistic. It might not feel like it's an active step towards self-acceptance or authenticity, but coming to understand yourself as disabled is a pretty dramatic reframing of your life if you didn't already think of yourself in any way as being disabled, as I didn't. Almost every neurodiverse person I've spoken to for this book shared that discovering they're autistic was a powerful aha moment, one that prompted them to rethink I'm going to add my own word in here, every fucking narrative that they believed about who they were. Everything that you told yourself, everything that your parents told you, everything that your siblings and your friends have told you, and strangers and looks and everything, every single thing, every single fucking memory, like a second adolescence. It's like a second puberty. It's like, you know, like the first puberty and then you listen to heavy metal music. I got really into Metallica. My family were very religious at the time. And honestly, it is way more profound than that. Bit of teenage rebellion. It's way more profound. Realizing that you're autistic. I get so excited about this because it's such an important moment. Painful labels they'd carried around inside themselves for years suddenly didn't seem as relevant. It wasn't that they were stupid or clueless or lazy, they were just disabled. It wasn't that their efforts had never been enough or that they were fundamentally wrong or bad. They simply hadn't been treated with the compassion they deserved or given the tools that would have allowed them to flourish. Naming their position in society as a disabled person helped them to externalise that which had long been internalised. It proved that none of their suffering had been their fault. You don't really want to take on a label that has stigma, do you? I mean, twirling in a dress is the best. Twirling is the best. But twirling is the best. Why not twirl? What's wrong with twirling? I get funny looks when I walk around. I pace a lot, and it helps me think. If I'm to work without pacing, I'm working with half of my brain. Self-disclose when it makes sense to. Hey, we talk about this. Self-disclosure. Cultivating autistic relationships. Dressing to... Oh, my God. Look, I'm going to read that. Oh, I didn't even think about this earlier. But that's so good. Divergent design guidelines or questions. What are some textures that ground you or your senses? Do you enjoy a minimalistic spare space or a cozy space filled with familiar objects? What smells do you find relaxing? What smells invigorate you? Do you enjoy dim light, colourful lights, or bright white lights? What objects do you enjoy holding or having near you? Do you need background noise in order to focus? Is there ambient noise in your surroundings that you need to block out? Do you hold on to any objects or furniture out of a sense that you should appreciate them? If you let go of those things, what would you want to put in their place? I like this, dressing to unmask, talking about the twirling. Identify which items of clothing put too much pressure on your body or apply pressure in the wrong places. Replace too tight pants with similar styles made from stretchy fabrics, for example, or swap out structured bras for bralettes. I don't know what a bralette is, ladies, but there you go. There are even neckties that come in soft, more flexible materials. This is true. If you have to wear a tie, I have some really soft, flexible, lovely ties, pretty ones. Identify which types of clothing provide grounding or soothing sensory input. For example, fluffers. I really like my fluffy fluffer trousers. I love my fluffers. Great. For example, some autistic people enjoy the feeling of compression on their wrists and tight watches or bracelets. Others enjoy heavy coats or vests. Find and remove other sources of sensory stress in your wardrobe. Try cutting out all the tags in your clothing and placing inserts in uncomfortable shoes. Many autistic people walk on the balls of their feet, so you may need extra support there. Figure out which patterns and styles feel really joyful to wear. Do you feel you're most yourself when you're all in black, or do you prefer to be a bold rainbow? Incorporate special interests into your daily attire. Wear t-shirts with your favourite anime characters or in more formal environments. Get video game themed cufflinks or lapel pins. Closet cosplay as your favourite characters in subtle ways. Love that. Closet cosplay. I'd love to see somebody rocking up to a business meeting dressed as Link. No. You'd have like a bit of green, wouldn't you? You know, like a green tie or like a belt that's a bit, you know, or boots, shoes. You know, maybe you'd go for like a, you know where I'm going, right? Great. I love that idea. Closet cosplay. Love it. Just a bit, little branding elements in there. Love it. Reminder, autistic AF, not all wear bras. Oh, yes, exactly. I mean, no offense by it. Indeed, Dr. Devon Price is queer. And before we had the call, we talked. I talked to myself, but here's a weird thing. You guys answered, so that's why I thought that you heard me. But we were just talking about how Dr. Devon Price identifies. I was like, is he, she, they? What is, how do we title Dr. Devon Price in the way that they would want to be titled? And you were having the conversation at the same time in the chat, even though you couldn't hear me. TJ, love it. That's great. Dark colours with a fun shirt. Always bring up black trousers, black shoes. Used to be young goth type black when I was young. Ellen, nice. Have you got those like boots, like the ones with the big ringlets, you know, with like the extra laces? Stim in style. Wear jewellery you can fidget with or chew on. It's called jewellery. Cool term. Keep fidget toys in pockets. Cover your phone case with colourful stickers or a pop-up stand you can fiddle with. Oh. That's what's marking it. I shouldn't... Okay, I'm wondering, like, how am I marking the book? It's the underside of this. Many masked autistic people are so divorced from their own bodies and self-presentation, it's hard to imagine how taking real ownership of it might feel. If your clothing has only ever been a neurotypical costume, you might not have any idea what authentic personal style would even look like. If that's the case, start small and focus on alleviating your discomfort. Get rid of the clothing items that cause you pain or distress. Swap out uncomfortable items for more forgiving alternatives. And question ideas about respectability that might be holding you back. You might not need to wear the makeup, pantyhose, or rigid suit jackets a mentor or parent once taught you were compulsory. Maybe you can do the big chop and stop chemically straightening your hair or wearing jewellery or textiles traditional to your home culture. Much of the professional world does place tight restrictions on how a person ought to dress and present themselves, but if you're among the majority of autistics who work outside of a corporate environment, you may have more wiggle room than you think. A growing number of autistic creators are making wearable STEM toys and accessibility tools. Carly Newman, a visual artist and jewellery designer, has made a line of earplug earrings for autistic folks. Love it. Everyday unmasking. I went through this in the video. Disappoint someone. Practice saying, no, I'm not available to do that. I'm uncomfortable with that. I have to go now. Don't give a reason or an apology. Bring a STEM toy with you to a social gathering or public place and use it without shame. Share big emotions with safe people. Find someone you can cry with or vent to a friend about something that fills you with rage. Those damn autistic creators saying that people should be able to self-identify as autistic. How damn them. Wear a fancy outfit or costume you absolutely love, instead of waiting for an event or an excuse to wear it. Ask for something you usually feel too guilty to request. A lot of this is good business advice, you know. It's almost like self-help for business people. One thing, one of the courses I was on, I think I've heard this from a few, to be honest with you, is practice making like unreasonable requests. So I'm not sure who heard this. I remember building a software product for investment banks, small ones, small stockbrokers. And the boss of one of these was called Renato. And he said to me, I want you to redo it all, but this time I want you to call it Tomato because it rhymes with my name. And it was the most stupid request. And, I felt under pressure to say yes, but he'd already paid me. It was a fixed price gig. So it's like, what? He's obviously having me on here. He's having a laugh. And you will often find that sort of high agency business people will do this. They will push your boundaries. They'll pick something. They'll wait their moment and they will push your boundary. My ex-mother-in-law would always do this at restaurants. She would always complain. She was the Karen. She would always seek to get us free desserts. I wouldn't eat them because they'd probably been spat in at that point. But people will wait and then push the boundaries intentionally. Actually, a good skill. It's manipulative, but it's pushing of boundaries. So try it. Ask for something you usually feel too guilty to request. Find it in your own way. I actually approve of that. Now, I do talk about, the whole kind of growth kind of personal development kind of thing and pushing us in, out of our comfort zones. It doesn't work like that. But sometimes it's incredible how good a no is, particularly in business. Re-establishing boundaries and customers will respect them. Petticoats would be nice for twirling. Damn straight. I can wear title loose as long as no labels or polyester threads. I'm reading the chat. Design the 14th. Wearing underwear underneath the lab coat sounds really funny as well. It's not recommendable. Not dangerous when working in a particular lab, doing that particular lab work. Hello, Nat 6 cents Amelia. I get my boots from the same place. Army surplus was excellent for comfy boots. Exactly. It's been built to be worn and used. It's going to probably be comfy. Not all army boots. Anything from the 80s and before, not comfy. They knackered my dad's knees. Self-disclose when it makes sense to. When James explained that he couldn't follow what was being said because he is autistic, he was self-disclosing his disabled status. Research is mixed on whether autistic self-disclosure is beneficial. And as I've already discussed, some experimental work does show that when a neurotypical person realizes that they're speaking with an autistic person, they exhibit less bias and like the person more than if they hadn't known. Realizing that a person's awkwardness is actually just neurodivergence can make it seem more explicable and less creepy. Quotation marks for those just listening. However, psychologists aren't sure this short-term benefit observed in one-on-one conversations translates to large groups or workplaces. My gut feeling, my anecdotal to the evidence there, is that no, I don't know about disclosure. I was yesterday in a 6-hour training course, and the subject of autism was brought up, and a story was given. One person, someone they knew, who was really struggling. They had multiple children, and they were doing their best, and they're not diagnosed, they're undiagnosed. But the children have been diagnosed as autistic, two of them. And this person's really struggling, and that's what it was about. And I didn't want to bring anything up. The conversation was the kids couldn't put cream on their skin because sensation or sensitivities, and couldn't go to school for, other traits, and the mother would probably benefit from adult autism assessment. And it's very difficult for someone like that to get an adult autism assessment. And this was yesterday, and I wanted to interject. I'm autistic too, but why would I say that? I just felt like I wanted to say something, but I hadn't a reason to disclose. So I didn't. I just sat there and went, I know things that you guys don't know. And I just kept it inside my head. One recent study by Ron Wooders and colleagues asked autistic adults about their experiences self-disclosing in professional settings. Source. The authors found that while most autistics came out with the hope of getting workplace accommodations and being treated more patiently, 45% said the decision did not benefit them. Although relatively few people in the sample reported being mistreated, many confessed it didn't change anything and only left them feeling more vulnerable. On the flip side, 40% of respondents said that coming out was a net positive because their superior was open to accommodating them or because co-workers were understanding and appreciative. And it really depends, says Devon, quoting on studies, that the result that you gain from self-disclosure really is all about the other person. It depends how much they know about autism, the autism spectrum, the neurotype, and so on. How much they know. And it's something that I hope to achieve in my own little onion layer, my own personal onion layer. I would like people around me who know of me even to know that I'm autistic and what it means, that it's not contagious, it's not adult autism, something you catch. It's not a superpower per se, although I try desperately to cover up for my deficits and play as hard as I possibly can on the elements of my personality that are my strengths. If we all did that, the world would be a better place, right? I mean, think about those autistics not being picked up, right? Like, make the world a better place. You know, bust some myths. Oh, I put a little heart here. I've got a little heart. Cultivating unmasked friendships. Find your strawberry people. So Samuel Dillon Finch describes about strawberry people. Basically, he made a Google document of people who were too nice to me. He writes, in my phone contacts, I put emojis by their names. I put strawberries next to people who were super loving. I put seedling emojis by folks who taught me things that made me think or grow. Then he reached out to the strawberry people, so the people on his phone that had strawberries by them, he'd put them there because he felt like they were loving, kind people, and told them he wanted to prioritize his friendship with them. Okay, that's a bit of an autistic thing to say. Neurotypicals don't really say, hello, I would like to prioritize my friendship with you. He admitted he'd discouraged their affection in the past because he'd been afraid of disappointing them. And from then on, whenever he got a notification on his phone and saw a strawberry or seedling symbol, he made sure to answer quickly and enthusiastically. He didn't cancel plans with those ones or create artificial distance, and he centered them in his life. By and large, autistic people don't operate by the social intuition the way neurotypicals do. Every notification we receive tends to be given equal weight, no matter how well we know a person or how we feel about them. This is particularly true for maskers who can be so terrified of upsetting anyone. They seek to be equally friendly and responsive to everyone. It can be useful to outsource the social instincts that might come naturally to the average-listic person by labeling certain individuals as high priority or turning off all notifications except for those from a specific group chat or app, instead of having to make manual decisions about who to respond to in which order. The strawberry people system reinforces the idea that certain relationships are more important than others because they help you cultivate a more solid sense of self. And I made a little point about here. Building sensory-friendly public spaces. I agree with Yannick. Mike, what happened? Mike, I think not disclosing at that moment was a good decision. Would not be wrong if you did, but waiting for a moment where it's more suitable is a good strategy. Thank you. Thank you, Renee. I appreciate you all sanity checking me on that one. It's like, you get that upwelling, right? You feel that emotion, the whole kind of, oh my God, they're talking about my special interest. But unlike my special interest in the marine world, where I can enthusiastically talk about marine stuff like I am now, and it's accepted in that particular group. Oh my God, they're all neurodivergent, pretty much. But they're also older people who have pre-formed ideas about what autism means. Even smart people, I'm not saying it's like it's not stupid people type of thing. It's just, what did I know about autism years ago? Nothing. Like what I needed to know, what I knew from someone's autistic cousin, right? That's what I knew about autism. Building sensory-friendly public spaces. Advice from the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. I've never heard of that before, but it sounds good. Visual. Make light. Autism Speaks sounds good too, doesn't it? It's a good brand, right? Make lights dimmable. Use diffused light sources rather than overhead or fluorescent lights. Restrict use of flash photography. Use clear, contrasting colours with presentation slides. Make signage and handouts easy to read and simple. Limit visual noise. Remove distracting graphics, posters, etc. I'm on board with most of those. I don't know, like flash photography. It's like, who's doing flash photography? Like, is it like a museum or something? Oh, it's public space, I guess, like a museum. Maybe. Who does flash photography anymore? Like, even walking around a museum, people aren't using flash. Like, a lot of it is like, hey, don't use flash because this artifact's really old. Mike, I disagree. I think monotropism is a superpower. My first video on the subject on this channel goes into monotropism in detail. Both sides of that coin. And it's good, by the way. This is excellent disagreement. Stare until you can see the glaze in the eyes. I found my best friend. Hey, hi Schnuka. Hey, I'd like to friend. Would you like to friend? He was surprised, but it works. That works for me as well. Being smart is not important. It's the amount of knowledge on the subject, and an open mind helps. Yes, exactly. Yannicka. Helen, I always found that I had to be different for each group of friends, and I could fit in with all of them, but could never got on with all in one group. Life at school was exhausting. Oh, definitely. I avoided that by not having groups of friends for ages. Exactly. We treat people fairly by default. I think that's a superpower. AFK lurking, listening while doing morning chores. Funny farm residents, breakfast time. Well, here's the thing, Amelia. We are happy to body double for you. Or should I say, if you're just listening and not in the chat for a bit, I guess it's just me. So welcome to Autistic AFs. By the way, what do you guys think about being called the Autistic Cats? I just thought like it's like herding cats. You know what I mean? Auditory, remind people to silence phone notifications. Replace applause with sparkle fingers. Oh, the phone notification thing really bugs me because I hate notifications, and I change my notification sound constantly because I get properly triggered by previous. Sure, a lot of you will be the same. You know, like an alarm in the morning, like eventually it becomes too much, or a certain phone notification from someone, you change it every now and again. Ensure speakers use microphones consistently. Yelling is much harder to understand than speaking evenly into a mic. Equip spaces with materials that absorb and dampen echo when possible. Even a large rug can make a big difference. Tactile, make elbow bumping or waving the default greeting, not handshakes or hugs. It's fine. Although, you know, you get autistic people that are very good at hugs. I am quite tactile, but it might just be because I don't... I have been told, by the way, stop touching people. Like that person was a bit shocked that you gave them a hug. I've heard it, like pre-autism. It's like, you know, it's like, oh, I've just found out that I'm autistic, but it's like I've had I've had people go. Actually, I'll use that instead. That's pretty. I've had people go, Mike, you know, so and so was not upset, but like they looked shocked when you hugged them or whatever. And it's like I don't know, like I just seem to not process whether or not someone wants to be hugged or touched or whatever. But I don't do touch. Like I'm not touching people. I have heard people say stop touching people, you know, in a nice way to me, you know. And I'm not an idiot. I'm not assaulting people. It's, you know, it's all sort of context sensitive, but you know, what I don't like is like unexpected touch, right? You know, or like really soft touch. It's just like fire in my and that goes to a piece of my clothing. It's not like a personal thing, or even a cat's bloody whiskers when I'm trying to sleep and I get a little whisker stroke. Oh my God, it drives me nuts. I'm very selective. I hug my people a lot. I don't know if you do. Yep. If I don't know, you don't touch me. Exactly. I'm the same. I'm not talking about like hugging random people. That's not the story I was trying to tell there. Yeah, soft touch hurts. Yeah. It's just like, oh, it just creeps me out. If I like imagine like, don't take offense to this, anyone, please. But imagine like a clown, like a creepy clown, like a feather duster, and then they're like brushing your hand. That's how it feels to me. Adopt a relaxed dress codes so people can dress comfortably. Normalize the use of stress balls, fidget spinners, doodling, etc. Fight the idea that makeup, uncomfortable formal wear, high heels or bras make a person more professional. Space out chairs, provide semi-private seating near corners or barriers. Olfactory and gustatory. For that one, I'm going to have to eat some of these. Ban the use of strong perfumes or colognes at events. Oh my God, yeah. Use physical distance barriers or fans to keep kitchen and bathroom smells out of other areas. Manchester Airport. If you ever go to Manchester Airport, don't. Use sensory-friendly green cleaning supplies. Yeah, Method. There's a brand called Method. I really like them. Like like rhubarb, but like really lightly scented, not like potent. I think of like a lot of like artificial smells as like toilet lozenges. The gents will understand this maybe if you've got urinals. You've got those like little soapy blocks in there, and they're called toilet lozenges, you know. And they flipping stink. It'll be like some horrible pine smell, and that's what like cleaning supply smells like to me. Yeah, ZJAP was awesome for me in giving each app an important content and the unique notification sounds. Oh, cool. I love that. There's a lot of culture difference in how you post such. Yep. Like a spider web in the dark. Yes. It's pretty normal in informal Swedish settings to hug people you just met. Yeah. Yeah. It sort of depends. It's context. You know, I'm not like random hug. I don't want the message that you have taken away that Mike randomly touches people. That's not a thing. That doesn't. Context. Never mind. For catered events, tell attendees the exact menu beforehand. Yes, please. Provide bland foods as a backup. Yes. This book is amazing. Here is Devon Price. Oh, where am I? Here I am. Devon Price, PhD, is a social psychologist, professor, and proud autistic person. His writing has appeared in outlets such as the Financial Times, HuffPost, Slate, Jacobin, Business Society, Literary Hub, and PBS and NPR. Price is also the author of Laziness Does Not Exist, Simon & Schuster. He lives in Chicago, where he serves as assistant professor at Loyola University Chicago School of Continuing and Professional Studies. I didn't realize how much Unmasked, an incredible book. A remarkable work that will stand at the forefront of the neurodiversity movement. I'm sorry that I've made this book appear like an old book, but I promise you this is brand new, purchased from Amazon, and someone is about to win it. Now, if you left me the comment, who's behind the mask, in the YouTube section, you are perceived for this entry. Let me just set it up. I was going to draw you out of a tin. I was going to draw you out of a tin, you know, with like a drum roll and everything, but you're going to have to pretend that your names are in a tin. We're going to draw it from a website so you can see that it's like an honest draw and whatnot. It's an honest draw anyway from here, but I didn't have time to print it out and cut everyone's names out. There are 40 people that entered this. Nathan Crumb, someone's about to win something cool. Right, here we go. Let's do it. Web screen. You have to give me a moment. Sorry. Give me a moment. Everyone stay. We're going to do drum roll. Hang on. I'm going to find me a drum roll. And we're going to do a thing. All right, not now. Random name picker. Here we go. We can do it together. Let me do this. Are you ready? I'm trying my best, guys. I'm trying. Right, let me just pull this over here. Random name picker. Here we go. Amelia. Yeah, I think you're on here. Does it? Here we go. Here's a list of names. Okay. Does anybody feel like they should have entered and haven't entered? You think? Yeah, Amelia, you're at the top. You're at the top of the list. Well, you know, that doesn't make any difference. But here you go. There you go. That's you. That's you, Amelia. All right. Good luck, everyone. This isn't going to happen until... I've got to have a bit of fun with this. Do you know what I mean? I've got to have a bit of fun. Why? Right, come on. Epidemic sounds. Let's do it. Oh, here we go. Hang on. I'll do it to the thing. Right, is everyone ready? Can you give us an F or something? Just let me know that I'm not disconnected because I've messed around with things. Just spam a few Fs for me. Damn, kind of cute, not gonna lie. Good luck all. Are you like really far behind? I want to know. Are we up to date? Thank you. Fs. Thank you for the Fs. No more Fs are required. Thank you very much. Right, let's do it. Here we go. Drum roll, please. Cuccinelli. Whoever user account that is has won. Cuccinelli, I'll be in touch. Congratulations on your copy of Unmasking Autism. We're going to be doing this again. We will be doing this again and again and again. Cuccinelli has won. Congratulations to you. I'm not sure the name, but these are like your user accounts because they were easy for me to well, it wasn't easy, but I could filter by your entries. Thank you very much. Well done. Congratulations. That will get posted out. We'll do more sort of giveaways because giveaways are awesome. Right. I just heard a thing. I think it might be my cat. I say my cat. There are many cats. Come on. Sames. All right. Well, this microphone's wobbly. How is everyone? Did you all enjoy tea and tails? Oh, this is hot tea. Hot tea. Stoneware jug. Very good, very nice. Very warm. I'm going to stretch my legs. How are we all? How is everything? How is everyone? Did you enjoy that? Did you enjoy it? I'm not saying the live stream's over, but I am going to start uploading today's YouTube video so we can get that running in the background. Do you know what I mean? I'll start the upload. Hang on. I don't want to waste time. I kind of wanted to get it done before I did the thing. Hang on. I will be with you in a sec. I'm just doing the upload. It's a fun video today. Right, okay. I talk to myself a lot. Okay. Here we go. We're uploading. Helen, good book by the sounds of it. Yeah, it is a really good book. It's fantastic. It's a good. I spoke before about inclusion, autistic community of a minority that really need it. Acknowledging that is key, and it's process of changing the language. Autistic AF. Not that I take offence and use gender language. It's when it's not about gender but body parts and bras and urines. I'm new to this, so let me tell you my trans stuff, my queer stuff. So it was a queer lady that put me on this path and sort of started the whole thing. I had a lot of time talking to her. We talked about everything from Jordan Peterson to the patriarchy. We debated a lot. It was brilliant. We had a great time. We ate vegan Baby Bells and we chatted about it all. Now, the trans stuff has been something that I'm not that familiar with, and I want to learn more. So I'm going to use the wrong language. Like, I guarantee it. Like, learning language for autism, the autistic community, neurodiversity, stimming, ableism, masking. My brain's going like crazy. I'm trying to pick up more words. There's more words. We have in-group language. And I would accept someone using the wrong language about autism if they don't participate or read any autistic literature, or because they're not from in-group, if that makes sense. So like Autistic AF, Autistic Hats, stuff like that, we have our own language. Does that make sense? Like in this channel, there's language about gender and identity and trans and queer issues and so on. So there's nothing meant just purely to be inclusive. Trying to find the best sense of words. I think Devon Price, obviously, from the trans community, is written beautifully, particularly using things like coming out. There's a very much. Passing as well is another phrase as well that Devon uses to illustrate his points, gender, their points. In fact, in Devon's book, it appears that Devon uses they, them, and he, him. But yeah, whatever. No offense is intended. I'm hard. I'd like to say I'm hard to offend. I am pretty sensitive, and I get upset about things quite easily, but I hide it and I try my best. I sort of wish you saw me earlier when I got derailed for 25 minutes, trying to justify myself to someone who was kind of getting a bit attacky in the chat. And it's like, it's hard. And it's not that I can't do that or I can't argue a position. It's just that I struggle when I'm monotropically in one direction and then get pulled out of it. I think Devon now uses the he, him pronoun. That's cool. The tea was well spilled and quite tasty, as were the tails. Oh, the tails, we haven't tailed. Let me open a door and see if any tails come in. Speaking of which, all the cats are trained to a school bell. We've got an old-fashioned brass school bell. Ring that, they all come. So when we do Catmageddon, and I am waiting for Depop to be available in one of the live streams before we do Catmageddon, since Depop kindly provided the biscuits, we'll do that. Ezekiel, no, that's not what I'm saying. Pardolo has said it for me. This Pardolo's point here. It's like I'm 42 and I'm learning a lot. Like you say, younger family members. It is generational. There is an aspect to that that's quite strong. We humans, we have generational wording, we have generational language, and we learn and adopt to things that are different to what we're used to. So you might hear me say occasionally, oh man, that's so crazy. And that's because like when I was a kid, crazy meant cool. It meant amazing. It's like, here's like sick, right? When I first heard the term sick, oh, that's sick. It's like, that's sick. I'm sorry? What's sick? What's sick? It'd be like, here, like have a marshmallow. Like they're sick. And it's like, what? You've made marshmallows out of sick? Like vom? And it's like, it's just different terms. Every generation has their in terms, every community does too. And if it's something, like you say, Amanda, if it's outside your own experience, it is harder to learn. And this is where I think personally the whole self-disclosure thing comes from. If you heard my story not that long ago, maybe 15 minutes back, if you want to hunt for it, about self-disclosure yesterday, where I chose not to, every bit of my fiber is living, breathing autism community right now. And I desperately wanted to say something, but then I evaluate. What will that do? Do these people know what autism is? Will they understand what I'm saying? How will they perceive what I'm saying? Is it as attention seeking? What do I have to add to this conversation by saying that thing? RMX, yeah, definitely. Do you have a live voice to text thing going on screen? Yeah. Can you see it right here? So this was suggested from a very, very early live stream, and it's proven to be quite good. It's actually quite accurate. I'm reading it now. It's reading me quite well. So if you want to just listen, you can just listen. If you want to read, you can read. Kind of works. It's much better than Google's version. It's using... it is actually using Google Translate, but it's better than YouTube captions. YouTube captions are really bad. Nothing else. Yeah, it's true. And son, but everyone needs to learn. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I still don't like the term sick, or my kids use it, but it's a generational thing. Yeah. So my son Dylan, who's older than your kids, doesn't use sick. Okay. So it's kind of really interesting because you can kind of go, which YouTuber was it? I don't know, like what person kind of, PewDiePie? I don't know, like someone coined that and brought it into modern parlance, and it just went. I mean, I'm 40. When I grew up, the N-word was okay. Ezekiel, I'm sorry. I'm 42, and from the communities that I've lived in, it's never been all right. That's always been problematic. I suppose it depends, right? It depends on like the area you're in and sort of like local experience. Obviously, with the internet, particularly in this live chat, like everyone, I'm loving the fact we've got people from everywhere. So like there's people from the UK, and there's people like even in the UK, right? We've got different languages, different sounds, and different. I mean, even between me and a couple of UK people in this chat, geographically, there's like multiple different accents and different cultures. You know, you call different cakes different things, just in small amounts of distance. And modern parlance, I like words. Yeah. And we used to say gay is a generic bad word in school. That's true. Yeah. Gay was the thing. Gay was like, oh, that's so gay or whatever. Yeah. And it's like, what? It's always really used to like confuse me, because I'm like, it's gay, okay, and gay is homosexual, and why is that gay? I don't get it. Maybe that's autism, right? Like, it's gay, so what makes it gay? I feel like narcissism is a popular term that's spiked again. Google Trends will give you the terms. I did this in a previous video with PDA to show when PDA picked up and how it was adopted in culture on the internet. And we can do very similar things with things like narcissism and things as well. That's not to say that narcissism isn't a thing. It obviously is, and it's not uncommon, right? It's just, but it's like when someone says to me, oh, so-and-so is narcissistic, it's like, well, I don't. It's like I want to say, well, why? What makes them narcissistic to you? What have you seen that lines narcissism? It's just like an insult, right? It's just like a generic insult for somebody. Renee from Canada. Hey, welcome. French Canada, or we've got quite a few people on the channel from French Canada. It's pretty cool. Yes, Ezekiel, but we need to know and be aware. When something's new to your experience, you need to remember it actively and will sometimes make mistakes. Yannicke has said it for me beautifully. I love that you guys using chat are like so eloquent, and I'm just like falling apart, like trying to explain stuff. It's exactly right. I'm trying. Autists are people too. Trans people are people too, or just people. Our local school last year had a bomb threat because there was a drag queen reading story time. I don't understand why drag queens are doing stories, but I don't. So what? Like, so what? I don't. Yeah. And okay, mistakes are okay. Then you own them and work on improving. Yep. Sorry, tone's getting sharper since I'm getting a bit upset and trying to sharpen my mind so I can explain. Ezekiel, honestly, just take a break, dude. Like, grab a cup of tea, stroke a cat, chill. We're all on the same team here. And this is it. Like, we're all neurodivergent, so our communication styles are different. And atypical, you could say. Anne. Welsh, nice. Kimru, Rek, Yun Rexham. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Pardon. That's Welsh. That's cool. Nathaniel Crumb. I'm feeling like Ezekiel. Obviously, your partner. You feel intense loyalty and intense love, and it's like intense emotions, and you've seen and you've no doubt heard some horrible, traumatic stories. I get it. I understand why you have strong feelings, and I would like you to understand that there's nothing in the chat that is that should be rationally upsetting. We're literally all trying, and hopefully you can see from some of the experiences of some of the other participants that we hear you, we see you, we perceive you. Try to keep your tone kind. And understand also that RSD is a thing in our community too, like rejection sensitive dysphoria. Like, of course, it's irrational, but no one ever said that it had to be rational. It's we all can read things differently at different times. But yeah, we are the same team. In fact, we are literally the same team in terms of overlap. I wonder what the overlap between geography and local support teams is versus autism and gender, queer, trans issues is, or trans identification, being trans, right? What is it? There's a huge overlap. I asked my psychologist, could you please give me some info on that? What's the latest? What's the deal? Why is the overlap so large? And yeah, she did. She sent me some stuff. I haven't gone through it yet. Ezekiel, no, nothing directed at you. Just we're talking. You mentioned tone, and I'm like, you just be kind. It's good. Don't worry. Don't stress. We hear you. Is what I'm saying to you. I don't think we have a disagreement. In fact, I was saying just before you popped back on, is that we are literally the same team in terms of the overlap. The intersectionality is very interesting. Definitely a special interest of Devon's. And what does Benjindig mean? If you guys don't know, there's a train station with like a really long Welsh name. Gungangoligok or something. I'm trying to like type in the chat, but like I'm missing. That is a real. This thing coming up now is a real thing. A real thing. Yeah, Ezekiel. I didn't realize that that I didn't understand something, or that you think I didn't misunderstand or something. Happy to. Yep. Thank you, Yannicke. You put things into words very well. Yes, there's a huge overlap, says Ezekiel. That's kind of my point and why I want specifically autistic cis people to understand. Yes. With you on that. I do get the slight feeling here that when I make content on the overlap, like people are going to take it personally. It's been really strange lately with YouTube anyway. YouTube is like, your click-through rate's like 3% now. And realizing I might be autistic was my middle-age crisis. Dr. T, I think possibly me too. And it's like, YouTube's like, we like your videos, like we share to more people now. It's like, all right, thanks for that. I learned that train station by way of song and I sing it when I need to remember it. I think that train station is crazy. What's click-through rate? So basically, YouTube serves up content based on what it thinks people want to see. So for me right now, it's fish tanks, it's aquariums, because I searched YouTube for some videos on putting together a fish tank because I want to beat Nina. I want to make it even better than hers. So I put together a Ezekiel. I think you might be taking it a bit personally. No one's attacking you. On the contrary, we are very aligned. I think. If there's a point of contention. Email me points of view. There we go. Nice to see you. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah. There you go. Ezekiel, drop me an email. Genuinely, I'm always happy to improve, always happy to be better with language, to get the language correct. I would also ask that you share some kindness to me, in that my stream has been running for how many hours now? I think it's like 2 2 hours long. And if you speak for 2 hours without making a mistake, I'd be impressed. But you have to afford me the kindness of speaking deeply on this is not, we're not doing the small talk here. We're going deep into stuff. And I've done 2 hours of talking. And on other live streams, it's like 4 hours, 5 hours straight. Sometimes without a break. Sometimes I've been reminded to take breaks by some folks in here. Dragon Wolf has been brilliant at that. Hey, Mike, take a break. And it's like, okay, I'll take a break. So like, you have to afford that. Just try it. Try talking for 2.5 hours straight. It's tough. But I don't think I did anything wrong. But yeah, I am actually curious. And if you email me, I'll open up a dialogue with you on trans and queer stuff. Because it's not a community I'm in. I do have trans and queer acquaintances, but no one I could call like a friend. You know what I mean? Tracy, yeah, a cup of tea. Do it. I'll offer you some of these lovely marshmallows as well. They're really tiny marshmallows. I think they're meant to go on top of hot chocolate, but I've not done it. RMX, what added to the crisis was no one that cared. You seem to get it. Yeah, well, yeah, sure. I mean, I got asked, hey, why are you looking at that? What's the diagnosis? Why are you looking into it? Why are you doing? Like, what's the point? Blah blah blah. Yeah, for sure. Like, and I think they're all fair questions. Although, I think anybody questioning any fundamental part of their identity, anyone doing a existential exploration of themselves kind of needs to be handled with kid gloves, we would say. Like I don't jump in there and then just autistically Rose, thank you so much. I'd be more than happy to talk to you. My email address is in the chat. Feel free to drop me an email. Just be aware I'm autistic and I need to know about stuff. Not that you have to give me anything. There's no obligation on anyone. None. Zero. No obligations. But yeah, I just, I'm super curious. The intersectionality is statistically relevant. It's an order of magnitude more than the general population. Why is that? Maybe we should do it as a separate live stream because, just in case it's agitatively. Specifically, we kind of got off on a wrong foot with the start of Tia Tales. I didn't even click go live, so none of it's recorded. And here I am, like completely, I know. Typically, though, when somebody wants to be rude to me, they call me a host or him or the presenter or something. It's like, no, my name is Mike. I'm a real person. I'm a real person. I'm a real boy. I'm a real person. I just, I'm real. I make mistakes. I don't mean any harm. I consider myself, agender, but I'm kind of fitting with the idea as identifying as autigender because it also fits. What's autigender, Anne? I've seen it before. But yeah, we'll probably park a lot of these topics just in case they get, people need to know what they're signed up for. And this is a book club. So, and I feel kind of not unarmed, but like unequipped. I don't feel like I know enough to host a discussion on gender issues. But I'm going to make content because a huge number of this community are gender non-binary, gender non-conforming, however you want to call it, just not typical, like general population. Why is that? Is it because we're not less judgmental or? Hi, Chanuka. In my head, I've always been like, no, hi, Chanuka, you're not queer enough to talk about the stuff you just buy. Yes, exactly. Although for me, I'm like, oh, I'm just, as you would call like cis. I'm not white though. Does that matter? Does that change anything? I don't know. I literally don't know. Night Rose, my favorite autism book is probably this one. Unmasking Autism by Dr. Devon Price. Now, I love hearing about people's experiences. But do you know what I love more? I love taking those experiences and tying them into good quality, up-to-date research. And it's a neurodivergent way of experiencing gender, also known as we don't feel a gender. That's my understanding. Yeah, it could be. Pardon, have you heard of gender vague? I love that term. I'm pretty vague about what neurotypicals for gender look like. Okay, can I tell you all a short story from yesterday? Ezekiel, and I appreciate that. I didn't see all the messages, but I was trying to talk to you all and I didn't hear a thing. Yeah, happy to debate. Take it offline, like just in a what's the word? Slow things down. That's what I've learned in my age experience is when things are heated or emotional, slow things down. There's nothing on the line. There's nothing that we have to come to an agreement, we have to fix, we have to resolve right now, lest terrible thing happens. There's nothing like that. We can take all of our time. Nathan, hang on, I'm going back. Sorry, I read messages back to front, upside down, all over the place sometimes. I had gender vague. Yeah, I think I read that earlier. Partly, yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me give you a better example coming from my own experience. I don't have much else to go on, really. I talked about social hierarchies, and it's really difficult. I've just seen TJ's message pop up there. We always do better to slow down and write our thoughts, otherwise we'll perseverate in the moment and work ourselves into meltdown. This is a thing that happens, yeah. Yeah. And not you, Ezekiel, obviously we've had a troll, but like trolls can join any community, and it takes time, I think, to get to learn where someone is coming from, or where each other are coming from. And I'm not going to shy away from topics. My God, I have many examples for you if you want. I've got, but it's Zion 14. Yeah. This is not scientifically irrelevant here. By the way, if you're here for Tea and Tales, I think Tea and Tales is officially, for this episode, done. We'll be moving on next time to Pete Warmby's book, Untypical. It's here. This is the next one we'll be looking at. I listened to the audiobook of this and it's excellent. How the World Isn't Built for Autistic People and What We Should All Do About It, Untypical, by Pete Warmby. He's put on the back, a bit cheeky here, but instructions for functioning in a neurotypical society. Rule 1, never ask for anything directly. You're only allowed to hint. Rule 2, if you like someone and don't know them, you sort of ignore them. But when you're really good friends, you can treat them badly. Expressing friendship to an average adult male requires a mastery of creative swearing and insult that would make a docker blush. It's pretty good. Excellent book. This is, entirely personal. The guy was a secondary school teacher, if it helps. I'll give you so that's where his experiences come from. If it's possible, I'm not. I don't know. I feel like it's a generational thing, but my approach is obviously kindness, honesty, transparency. I think typically neurodiverse, but neurodiverse communities do schism. They do fracture. If you've ever been in a Pokemon group and you've seen them arguing and splitting into pieces, this tends to happen. That's not something that I tolerate. That's not for here. But intellectual curiosity definitely is. I think most people wouldn't do live streams. I think live streams are quite a risky thing to do. But, you know, let's do it. Oh, Yannicka, listen to the audiobook and then purchase the hard copy. Yep, definitely. I will listen to the audiobook. I don't have it on Kindle, which is unlike me. No, I do have it on Kindle. Because I can't make notes on Audible. If I'm driving and I'm listening and I'm like, oh, that's a really good point. Oh, what do I do with it now? I'm going to forget it. 2 minutes later, I'm going to have forgotten it all. 6 Amelia, I like Book Club. Good to listen and read along to. Thank you, Mike and community. Thank you, Amelia. Thank you all. Nathan Crum, what's AuDHD mean? Yeah, that's something I'm not quite familiar with. I'm probably on the ACE spec, so probably above average to avoid. So you see Zion, you see what you've written here. I don't understand it. Jason S. date for next Tea and Tales. It'll be next month. It'll be February. I'm sorry. Maybe not next week, but maybe the week after. I do have a content calendar, but it's a bit vague on live streams and Tea and Tales. The other stuff, I try and mix it up. I try and do something scientific, and then I try and do. You're cutting in and out. Likely snowstorm from farewell, everyone. Thank you for interesting discussion. Thank you for being here, Renee. I appreciate you. Have a lovely evening or day, wherever you are. I think you said Canada, right? So you are in the very early morning or possibly middle of the night. You can't sleep. It's going to be one of those. I'm guessing. I have a little database in my brain of everybody. AuDHD is a really cool term, but I don't know what it is. It sounds good. Cutting in and out shouldn't be me. The stream is looking good. Jason, thank you for being here. Thank you. You can head in and out however you please. And thank you very much for being here for all of the book. Okay, let me give you one that might be interesting. So I heard the term demisexual about 6 months ago. I think that describes me, but I also don't think that it's a useful label outside of dating. Like I think on a dating profile, that would be a really good thing to put on there, if people understand what it means. How does that... Ezekiel, thank you for being here. I hope you feel, much improved. If it gives you any something to relate to, I was completely mushed as well earlier. But while you were busy doing troll stuff, while we were very busy, I was mushed. Unfortunately, it wasn't recorded, but I was here talking like this. Demisexual. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Demi Club. But I also feel like this is all personal. It's not, I'm not speaking to anyone else at all here. It's like I don't feel like personally I don't feel like it helps. I don't think it provides any new information. Like it does provide new information obviously, but like it doesn't. Because I remember having this discussion about it and I'm like, oh my God, yeah, that's me. All right, cool. Nice to know. Nice that other people have thought about this enough to make a category. I can get behind thinking about stuff and making categories. Ezekiel, lots of love to you, honestly. Chill. Have fun. Relax. Eat something that you like the most. Do something you enjoy. And got to go good in time. You too. Have fun. Enjoy dinner. I hope you have something delicious and lovely. There's too many words, Nathan. I chose maths, so I didn't have to remember as much. Yeah, I get it. If it gives you something to laugh at, in fact, I am still here. I'm kind of like I'm still here. I can't put thumbnails on the screen. Oh, I can do it like this. Oh, sorry. There I am, jumping about. I don't know. Right, hang on. Image. You guys okay with the whole talking amongst yourselves thing? There we go. Here's the thumbnail for the boom boom boom. Oops, sorry. There we go. Here's the thumbnail for the new video. What have I done? Broken stuff. Oh, there we go. And then I can do this. And then I can do this. There we go. It's not an advert, it's just letting you know. What did I miss? Amelia. I love those emojis. They're some of my favorite ones. The planet one is cool. Yeah, okay, when I learned about it, I was like, yeah, good to have a name for it, but not like a eureka moment or something. And for me, it's not 100% true because the outside also matters to me, but it's secondary. Yeah, sure. I think you and I are perfectly aligned on that one. In terms of like getting to know someone, right? I would be happy to go, put it this way. Learning I was autistic and everything goes along with that, right? That was life-changing in a huge way for me. A huge, rock my world kind of thing. Whereas something like demisexual is like, okay, or even like agender. All the gender terms don't mean much to me. For example, let me explain. I am into little colourful sea slugs called nudibranchs. And I know loads of them, loads of species. Quadrilensia, lineata, and all the others. That's my favourite one. And it's like, okay, Lamacia calaviera, closely related. And then there's been a big debate in Norway when new species was found and it's different. I don't know. It's just, I like them. And I like talking about them with people that like talking about them. And they're cute, really funny little sea slugs. I'll do an image slideshow at some point and you'll all love them too. I guarantee it. Anyway, just because I know about them and I really love them and it's really good fun and I love learning about the behaviors and everything else, it doesn't I don't know. It's like, that's just something I like, I enjoy. I wouldn't expect you guys to know anything about them unless you were in that world. And the trans stuff I'm interested in. Curiosity, but from a kind perspective. Hopefully you see that. But if you don't, okay, I can't convince you. Dr. T, I have to script and rehearse tomorrow's personal interactions. But I have tea. This one's cold now, but the pot's lukewarm, and no, I don't know if I'll like it. But I hope you have a lovely day tomorrow. Nathan Crumb. I'm in the UK. I was born in Germany. Lived there for 10 years. Parents were in the military. And travelled around a bit. But yeah. No, I'm a Brit. Yeah, just a good looking outside. Yeah, exactly. The packaging, right? It's the thumbnail and title. RMX, anyone have the experience of St. John's wort, sort of making the mace? The experience of having a libido suddenly caged, kind of cool. I have taken St. John's wort sort of experimentally. I do take a lot of nootropics, and no, I can't. I don't know. It was a while ago. Just autistically rose, yes, of course. It's I may be super slow to reply. I will look out for your email, and I do read. I read really fast. I'm hyperlexic. Processing time, I'm slow on, but you know, we're doing our thing. We're trying our best. I have to translate ace to asexual, by the way, in my head. I don't know. I think like libido and sexuality and stuff, there's so many variables that fluctuate with it. I mean, for me, like at times of stress and stuff, it's not, you know, I'm basically ace, right? St. John's wort, I don't know. I know it can make you hypersensitive to UV. You know, it's make sure you've got sunblock on if you're taking St. John's wort and a few other things. Ace is asexual. Did you also learn German? Zion 14. This is really difficult because Gross Ass Baden-Württemberg. No. So I was an army forces brat. So that basically means my dad was in the army. He did 22 years in the military as a medic. My mum was a nurse. She's from Malaysia, and they met in England. And we got posted everywhere. I was born in Rinteln in Germany. Now, the problem with learning German is when you struggle, Germans will immediately speak English, and it becomes a sort of a game where the person who speaks their own language loses. Like the Germans would immediately speak into perfect English. They'd have a slight accent, but they would be very good English. I speak English, don't worry. Like this, straight away. And it's such a problem. And like, you know, mein Deutsch ist nicht so good. But I could get by. I reckon if I went back to Germany, I'd probably fit in quite well. I can understand German better than I can speak it. Pardlo, not St. John's wort, but antidepressants do it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, antidepressants for sure. Yeah. Nathan Crumb, I did not see ace meaning asexual. Yeah, I was even watching it in the chat right now. I'm watching like you're talking about like ace, and I'm like, what's ace? Asexual, of course. Now, you've got to bear in mind that I don't spend time in trans queer communities. I mean, to be fair, I sort of do, only as virtue of being adjacent as autistic. So only. Sign 14. Okay. My misunderstanding. That's what I thought. I didn't really. Yeah. Menopause is big. I'm grateful that that's not something I have to contend with, but those who are going through it in my personal life, and I have immense respect and sympathy for. I love when people out themselves as demisexual in their profile. It's good to know I shouldn't be weird and overly blunt about wanting nookie. It's like autistic as well. But yeah, it's kind of like yeah, I don't know. I'm just my weird authentic sort of, as much as I can be, self. I think I mask too much, but like that's the main sort of package I have to deal with. I had to look out about 20 minutes because I was trying to order some new earplugs and my card got declined and I have to call my bank. Oh my goodness me, that's awful. Does your bank not text you saying, did you make these purchases? Please, press our fraud line, and you can text them back. I hate having to do it as a phone call. Do you ever do like stupid stuff? Like if like if I'm in a restaurant and I'm being served food, they say, you know, enjoy your meal. And I go, yeah, you too. I say it every time. And I just want to sink in embarrassment. You didn't text me until 20 minutes into the phone call. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, bisexuals are not promiscuous, Nathaniel. Okay. I don't know how to join in with this conversation. Helen, perimenopause hit me like a bus a couple of years ago and got worse last year until I had to see the doctors about it. Sorry. I feel like we're kind of like, at least there is some support. Like, there's just, yeah, it's a horrible thing to go through. Just the rapid hormonal changes. You know, it's like completely unpleasant. Hot flushes, just depression as well. Yeah. For postnatal depression is another thing that's can be quite tricky. It's funny you talk having these sort of conversations here, but like, so I'm 14, you're German, especially without being able to prepare yourself. Thank you for appreciating that. I feel seen. Sounded really good. Thank you. I could possibly get into mode. I could possibly. Soft Dragon Wolf, hello. Would you like a marshmallow? No, very little. You can. A pink one or a white one? Would you like one? It's usually then. Anytime I take a seat when I'm in a wheelchair. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's like we run off social scripts, and I don't mean the actual like autistic. You know, I'm on a phone call. These is what I'm going to script. You know, or you rehearsing in your head. I mean, like the you too thing. Just oh yeah, you too. It's like oh shit. I have some examples in my head that just make me want to wince. I don't, you know, especially when the other party, the other person, the other people just refuse to give you grace. Refuse, and they go, oh, you meant to be mean. And it's like, no, I didn't. I'm sorry. What can I possibly do to put this right? I didn't mean it. No malice. Oh, that sounded weird. I have a lemon muffin. That sounded weird. Lemon muffin sounds nice. I like that. I like blueberry muffins as well, but lemon ones are better. Has it got like has it got icing sugar on top? Has it got icing? It's not making my first Milo. Well, Dragon Wolf. Honestly, you could put. Oh, I mentioned you in the stream. By the way, it is not a trick to make you go and watch the whole thing. I can't remember the context, but it would have been kind. So I'm sorry. You can put them on Milo, by the way, marshmallows. That'd be an indulgent Milo. I feel some might not entirely understand what demisexuality is. Can you explain that? Yeah. So I had it was a discussion about labels. And it was my position was, what's the point? I don't care. Like it's quite like we're being like, you know, it's quite easy to say, oh, you're cis, almost like it's an insult, almost like it's like an othering language. And I despise othering language. If I use it myself, I don't like it. I will retract it. But it's like, oh, that's the group over there. You know, it's almost like neurotypicals. But demisexuality means that you're not attracted to someone until you get to know them, basically. It's almost like a personality is the attractive thing. That's my understanding of it. Oh, that's not my understanding of Demi there, Nathaniel. I had a job interview, and they said, lovely to meet you. And so Helen said, icing and lemon curd in the middle of his ice. Helen, Helen, I want to give you a hug, not give you a hug. Just empathize. I get it. Oh. I love the fact that you said, I'll see you soon. Like, like you're monstering the confidence there. But it's like presumptuous. Like, oh. Hi, Chnooka. Context was that Dragon Wolf reminded you to take breaks. Thank you. There you go, Dragon Wolf. See? Line 14. German's quite a tough language to learn for English-speaking people. Probably even more due to the amount of grammar needed. So kudos to anyone wanting and trying to learn it. Definitely. It's this has really annoyed me. I had to take French for GCSE. So I don't know what GCSEs are called. Why do I look odd? It's light. I've got this like little ball of light following me about. No, so I had to take French. Couldn't take German in my school. No, that really annoyed me because I was kind of like, I feel like I was sort of familiar, but French, it's like, starting from the beginning. I'm not gifted with languages, autistic. I don't know. But languages I know is a big thing. Helen. Whoa. You're the boss. When service says enjoy your meal, and I say you too. Yeah, me too. I always say that. I'm sure they hear it all the time, so they don't get fazed by it, but I'm starting to get hungry and seek the motivation to come and fix some noodles. It's cringy. Demisexuality means you need a relationship to feel sexual connection. That's how I take it, Rose. Yeah, what is your favorite? What kind of noodles do you like? Spice, right? Sorry, give me a sec. I'm just reading. Autistically Rose, thank you. I read your email like 5 times. Okay. So let me give you a hot take. I always get in trouble for hot takes. So red flashing lights. But, oh, sorry, my video. I haven't posted it. I need to post the video. I'll do the hot take first and then I'll post the video. The difficulty, people say, right, they'd happily, have sex, but they need the other person to wear a bag on their head. Okay? Well, for me, it's like, you need a bag on your head, but not your head, your personality. Like, I find some people have, to me, ugly personalities or, pretty personalities. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's about personality. It's about not the beliefs and traits. It's like, hard to explain. Some people are like, I wouldn't kiss a smoker, for example. It's just, I believe the term is preference. Nathaniel, too many words? I agree. So anyway, I found out about this label and I had a conversation with someone that was queer and, it was good to learn stuff directly, I'd go to chat, hours and hours and hours. But it was, okay, nice label. Oh, cool, someone's named that thing. Cool. And I just moved on with my life. For me, it didn't mean anything at the time in my life. I can appreciate it's a handy label, like a dating site, right? A checkbox sort of thing. It helps for like matching. It's good. But for me, I don't think it would help. If I said to you all, hi, my name's Mike. I'm a late diagnosed autistic adult. And on this channel, we talk about autism and stuff. And I'm demisexual. Does that add value? Would that make you want to watch? Maybe out of curiosity at that point. But like, would is that like would that? I don't think it would add anything. I don't think it would add any value to what I'm saying. Does that help? Does that make sense? What I just said? Yeah, okay, yeah, me too. Zone 14. French, a special kind of pain in that. The difficulty for me, of course, is that I'm not that fond of a lot of people, right? So I will do, February the 14th is coming up, whatever. Maybe I'll do some relationship content. Who would want to hear from a 32-year-old late diagnosed autistic guy with oversharing problems? Could you let me know? Oh, by the way, if you're talking to me in the chat or someone else, if you're talking to me, would you tag me? So I understand. I'm not like injecting myself into someone else's conversation. Rose, yeah, their insides are gross. Yeah, basically, that's what. Yeah. Human common decency. Oh, we're talking about languages as well. Cool. It's all about personality for me. Yeah, too. And that applies, by the way. Let me put it another way, like a hierarchy. So you wouldn't want to spend time with someone that was vehemently racist, right? There are lots of gender non-conforming people in the autistic community, and indeed on this channel's community. You wouldn't want to hang around with some, I don't want to bring politics into it. Help me with what I'm trying to say, please. Give me some wiggle room here, some leeway. You want to hang around like some crazy like right winger, that's a trad wife type person, that despises you. You'd never get to the point of dating them and having sex with them, would you? You would never get there. It would never happen because you're so diametrically opposed on the inside. And the same goes with friends. I'm not going to hang around people that are misogynistic. It's quite funny, actually, even online, when I've sort of joined conversations and people have accused me of being like, oh, I bet you're like all the other men. And it's like, well, actually, and other people will jump in and go, yeah, no, I know Mike. He won't. And I'm not saying I'm not like other guys, but like, I'm autistic. That's the difference. Like, you're not saying all autistic people are the same, but you can understand my trait profile if you think autistic AF. You can understand my Heath Alexander, I only bring up Demi. Not Demi team. Sweet. Rose, you are correct. Has no value unless you want to start dating again. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't matter to me what your sexuality. It doesn't matter to me what any of your sexualities are. However, big elephant in the room is this intersectionality. I just need to know about, like, why? And I think we know, unmasked autistics, we may dress differently, we may move our bodies in a atypical fashion, we may say things at the wrong time in a conversation. We may not follow a conversation if we are hypersensitive to some other stimuli in the environment. The so-called, I can't hear you, the lights are too bright, right? Okay. How does that map with... I'm still playing the game. Demi Ace was depressed. I'm sorry, Zion. Mike, I get what you mean. Yannick, Mike, no, you're injecting yourself into a conversation chat. Yeah. Can we go? No pun intended. That's why I don't bristle at the term cisgender. If you're going to label one thing, but not the perceived default that creates a framework of othering the smaller group. TJ, okay. Okay. I am changing my... I'm changing my view a little bit. You've changed my viewpoint there. I think that cisgender in that respect is fine, eh? I mean, it's like, here's the typical. I say only in terms of the distribution, the mathematical distribution of the same name, the normal distribution, the bell curve. Right, this bit in the middle, right, that is the largest. the largest section of the population that you're looking at. And then, yeah, I think it's probably fine. You know, typical heterosexual. Helen and Mike understand what you mean. I get what you mean. I think so. Thank you. I didn't know that. I didn't know that's what it meant. You're the first person to point that out to me. I had no idea. I thought it was like heterosexual, homosexual, in that it's just like a comes from like a Greek term or something. I don't know. I haven't been so interested that I've wanted to find out. Zine 14, good night, folks. If I hum it, it won't get copyright strikes. There you go. How's that? Oh, actually, good TJ, that's not what it means. RMX. Mike, I warn that there's no malice, high probability of unintentional offence, and then reading things between the lines. I didn't want to put out there. I don't know what this is. Okay. I feel like not taking misunderstandings as malice is something that we as autistic neurodiverse groups need to explicitly say to each other. Look, you're a valuable human being. Your opinions are valid to you. But if we're going to do debate, if we're going to do discussion where there might be a disagreement, you want to charge those spoons. You know what I mean? You want to go to the cutlery drawer, get some more spoons, come back another day, do it slow. There's no rush. We don't need there's no panic. We don't have to hammer a position into someone immediately or else the sky is going to fall in. It's slow. We can take our time. We can be considered. Nathaniel, me too. That makes me feel better. I didn't know it was an acronym either. Actually, that's not what it means. Okay. Time for bed. Good night. Good chat. Good night, everyone. Good night, Shnuka. Good night, everybody. By the way, Shnuka, I love your Minecraft work. Holy crap. You are gifted. Good night, son. Take care, everyone. Puff the magic dragon for the pain. Oh, I haven't posted the video. Booker, do you see that thing there saying it's going live in 5 minutes? We autistics have a problem with non-verbal communication, and other people have a problem with saying what they mean. Yeah, Nathaniel, you're right. Sorry, one sec. I'm still here. The chat is working. Night, Helen. I'm going to go check out your castle soon, by the way. I should be able to find it, right? Big stone building. Oh, this is Sabes, by the way. This is Saber. Look. Oh, Yannicka, multitasking. The video hasn't gone live. Although YouTube have said it's fine. So it should. Look. 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 Hello. Welcome to the Autisticats channel. My name is Saber. Have you brought the dreamies? I need the cat biscuits. This is important because cats don't work without biscuits. Off. Oh, sorry. Don't distract me. I've got to do my thing. I got to post a video. It's like it's on YouTube now. I just have to write the description stuff. So I'm going to copy, and then I'm going to go to the video, and I'm going to paste. That can't work. We're not. I'm just doing a description of my video. Oh, Amelia, you're heading off. Sorry, I'm just going to check the chat. Saves to Shiny. He's a ghoul. Stuff for night. Amelia. GTSY all. What does that mean? See ya, Amelia. Thank you so much for being here, etc. TJ Isom. I'm struggling to keep up with the chat. Let me just. Right, I'm getting distracted again. I want to post a video. Right, hang on. Right, let me read. What have you written? What's going on? What you all saying? Let me go to the live stream. Okay, all right. Let me read it now. Let me go back up. Here we go. Okay, wasn't confirmed a mistake. Actual origin of the term cis is even cooler. Isomerism. I'm looking back even further. At Mike, self-labeling as demisexual is potentially helpful. It influences the type of humor you might use, the type of jokes in this chat you might be receptive to. It says things about you personally. Yeah. Okay. It's a chemistry term, cis. Last input from me. Cis is Latin and means same side. Trans is also Latin and means other side. Cool. I didn't know that either. I'm learning so much. Helen, yes, I'm saying night to everyone going off. We're going to stay and listen while folding 4 massive baskets of laundry. Oh dear. Mike. Also, self-labeling validates people like you when they see or hear it. That has a value that's hard to measure, but it's big. Yeah. Helen, my house, as it is, you can take a minecart. Yeah, I'll take a minecart. The train sounds good. Or follow the path. Amazing. I want to build that path, by the way. So my thought was build the paths. I want like another house. I just want loads of houses. But anyway, whatever. I'd want to do like, build all the stuff. And it could be quite a nice little town square type of thing. Let's see how we do. Trans also translates as change. Yeah, it does. Yeah, true. That's where you get your transvestite, changes clothes. I haven't heard the term transvestite in a long time. Transgender, changes gender. Transsexuals change their sexual characteristics. I hadn't considered the difference between transgender and transsexuals. Labels are helpful because the more vocabulary, the better. We're trying to articulate our own experiences. Having a label of autism changed my life. You're right. I hadn't really considered that labels were so important. And I mean, during this particular tea and tales, we're talking about that specifically. Talking about either avoidance of the label because of the stigma or indeed the adoption of it, the self-acceptance and the predictive potential. You know, I know kind of what I can do and what that leads to and why I burn out. I now know why. I can now avoid things or accommodate myself differently. It changes everything. So important. No, but for me, saying Demi doesn't really change much. But I'll be honest, if I had to do a dating profile, I probably would put Demi on it. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. Right. Video is going live in a sec. Helen, I've got lots of houses thinking village and market and a shop library. That's so ambitious. I mean, well, yes. Saves a forbidden from learning to read because it limited their vocabulary, being able to articulate experience is massively important. Helen, I'll make your server up as well. But I'll do all of that later. Right now, I don't know what to write in the description. It'll be just angled brackets aren't allowed, so I can't do a love heart. Okay. I can do emojis. Okay. Autism and meme time. I put self-diagnosis is valid on every single video because it's so important. No, it's not made for kids. Recording date today. people and blogs. Next. Sorry, I'm posting a YouTube video. Next. Add suitability. Is there any inappropriate language, adult content, violence, shocking content, harmful or acts of unreliable claims, recreational drugs, enabling dishonest behaviour, hateful or derogatory content, firearms-related content, sensitive events or controversial issues? No. Submit. Next. Next. Make it public. Okay. I could do an instant premiere, but nah. There we go. New video. New video's dropped. Bum, 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 bum. The video's just for fun, by the way. It's just fun. No science, no claims. Just, I do give you some personal stories in it, but there's DD. I'm sorry. What have I missed? I'm going back to the chat. Okay. TG labels are helpful because more vocabulary. Yes, and I think you're right. You know, I think it's really important for. I don't know. Does the huge deluge of new labels cause confusion or not? And I'm not really talking about trans here. I mean, like, I guess autism, ADHD, AuDHD is fine. I just wonder. Helen, I built lots of houses. I was thinking village and a market and a shop. Yeah, I saw that comment. That was amazing. Slaves are forbidden from learning to read because it limited their vocabulary. Yes, the same applies to reading the Bible in the medieval era. It was in Latin and the priest faced away from the people. Being able to articulate experiences is massively important. I have loads of ideas for Minecraft buildings, but I'll let you know when I built them. I'll probably never get that far. Too many other passions. Yeah, okay. No stress. Just enjoy. Nathaniel Crum, yes, DJ, but you're cherry picking things. I've met incredibly intelligent people with large vocabularies who can talk as good, and a less educated person. I don't understand. RMX510, like with cis and trans, I think there should be a term for the opposite of demisexual, where a variety of emotional needs get shunted into your libido. Yeah, possibly is helpful. I think for me, less about language, but then again, I'm not a language person, right? And more about modeling. Draw me a picture. Draw me a diagram. No, I don't mean like birds and the bees. I mean, just draw me a picture. Like, how do all of these things fit? Dwarf Dragon Ball. I'm so sorry, dude. Sorry, not dude. It's a coin of phrase, and I've been talking for hours. And you were right about breaks, and I'll take one in a second to get a cup of tea, and then. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I know what it's like to have pain, sort of temporary. I've got some issues going on at the minute, but like nothing like people have to suffer. Dorsikova, welcome. I do think Dwarf Dragon Wolf is a cool name. It's pretty cool. TJ Zambodi Swartz, please don't try and read more into my words than's actually there. Yep. Reasons why more vocabulary is better. Yep. Right, better 5 minutes, exactly. I'm so sorry to hear that much pain. Me too. Trying to defend people's right to use labels of choice without being questioned easily. Yep. TJ, I hope you don't see what I'm saying as questioning, although offence is taken, not given, as in there's a need. I can understand people being sensitive to it, though, to talking about these things. Rose, I appreciate you contacting me directly. Thank you. Nathaniel Crumb's actually looking forward to it back, and that's why labels can be important. I think I was just leaning into my side when we went arguing. I tried to promote the nuance of things. Yep, that's fine. I think I'm thinking from a different level of how do we have discussions without people getting upset, and how do we do it? TJ, you've been very reasonable and very decent, and so have you, Nathaniel. You're good people. Although Lost in Translation happens, I think it's different when you both saw it, didn't you? I wasn't live. I hadn't clicked the red button to actually allow you to see and hear what I'm showing you. RMX agree. And I think it's important to I need to put my words into a video, so I'm stumbling over my terms. Balance. Calmness. It's okay to step away, by the way. I don't know. How do you all feel about these streams? I see a lot of the same names all the time, which is great. I mean, I really like it. But like, what do you guys think? Are you feeling like you have to be on all of the streams because you'll miss out? Is there something I can do to make it more comfortable? Neither can I. I don't think there's any false, accusations or accusations really. It's just it's YouTube chat. It's like there's limits to what we can do here. No, certainly, Nathaniel. I'm not reading it in any. If my unkindness radar goes off, I'll contact people directly. Oh, I can't really, but there's a timeout button. just chill. It's fine. I think streams are good to just talk. Okay, thanks, Nathaniel. Is it good to continue? Is there something I can do? Tracy K, I love it apart from the sound glitching because I have to keep reopening YouTube to get rid of it. I'm sorry. This has been reported in every stream that people say there's a glitch. I'll try lowering the quality. If I can make it more comfortable. I note that, Dragon Wolf. I intended to feed them in intentionally, such that because I need to go and make myself a fresh cup of tea. I'm sitting here with cold tea. Is there a feeling? Does anyone feel like they're a bit of housekeeping here, if you wouldn't mind? Does anyone feel like they'd be missing out on anything if I'm running a stream and you're not in it, or we're doing something new? Thanks, TJ. As long as the chat's live, let's keep going. I've never had this on any other channel. Okay. I can see drop frames. I can see 1% of frames have dropped. I will try lowering the... Because I'm using Starlink, which is quite good. Okay, I do. Okay. Tracy, yes. Oh, okay. I think the only streams that are like the important ones, and I think I probably should have stopped this one and started a new one to keep tea and tails neat for people then. I think what we'll do is... Rose, go get fresh tea. 100%. Can I just quickly finish the thought? You can give up a heads up and go like, okay, thank you. I did think about doing that. I just didn't. I was rushing around setting up cameras. I've got one here and you know what I mean? I was doing that. But yeah, I was not, I don't feel fully in control at the minute. What's weird is the glitches at different points. I'm not having some issues on the channels. Thank you, TJ. I'll look into it. I think it could be a Starlink thing. I will drop Nathaniel. I know where you're going with this. Have you ever heard a UDP joke? And you're just going to ignore it now, aren't you? You're just going to leave it. I think I know where that's going. This is, I don't know if this is a UDP stream. I think it probably is, to be honest. I will drop the quality such that it is more stable. I think, TJ, your solution is good. I'll try 720p and see how we do. I think you're right. I think I'm probably pushing it. I tried the first ones in like 4K. I think I'm... I'm definitely diurnal. I mean, you've heard of the biphasic sleeping, yeah? Have you heard of that? Biphasic sleeping? It means that you sleep then you get up. It's a medieval thing, and then you go back to sleep again. Pardon, I'll take time to process. It's okay. Don't feel like you have to. I really appreciate your feedback, by the way, Pardlo. And I know I haven't shown the parrots and things, and there's cool stuff to do. Yeah. I will be slowing down at some point because it's unsustainable. I can't be a full-time content creator. I have a job and a family. But I mean, like I'm Yannicke, some of glitches and other people complain too, but not always. I will drop the quality and I'll do it as soon as this stream stops, such that I can then see if it works. I love Nathaniel. I do like the UDP joke. That's quite good. TJ, I appreciate the feedback. TJ, biphasic, yeah. How's rock pool? Yeah, so yesterday wasn't rock pooling. Yesterday I was training. The rock pooling is on the 14th of February. If you're around, you're welcome to come along. It's going to be well. It should be good. It's before work for me, so it's really early in the morning, and I'm showing around some theatre directors, I think, that are looking to make a little play or a show about wildlife. They're going to go and talk to other people later on in the day, but I'm the marine one, so I'm going to take them rock pooling. So it's all been arranged. I'll rock up and there'll be kit there and banners, I'm sure, and I'll just do my special interest. I'm just like you with astronomy and stuff. I'll just be like, hey, everyone, look at this pool and blah, 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 blah. And people will be like, oh, you're so cool. But I'm not so cool, am I? And then if they say, oh, do you want to go and get a drink afterwards? I'll be like, By the way, I love lychees. I love lychees so much. My mother is Malaysian. I was raised on lychees. I have lychees running in my bloodstream. TJ, I'll see what I can do. Buddy. I've got I got this, right? It's a little tiny little camera. I'll stick this like somewhere and I'll go get some rock pooling footage. And I'm going to talk about special interests, and people have asked me about cats and how I manage the pets, and it's not just me managing them, obviously. And it's but beds with temperature control would be amazing. Oh, it needs to happen. I've seen. I listened to the Marcus Brownlee MKBHD Waveform tech YouTuber podcast, and the team have got these beds, and they're thousands of dollars. It's like, that's way out of reach. You know what I mean? Can I get mango and lychee black tea? Oh my god, that would be amazing. Rose, I'm on. Okay, I'll leave this screen up. I won't put the Be Right Back on. Oh, ow. Thank you, everybody. How are we all today? I'm so sorry. I was just talking about business closure auction sales. So maybe it was better that I was muted because Mike, you're on mute. Can't hear you. Nancy, plant fan, lovely to see you. Nathaniel, you were using lowercase, so I didn't see it. It was Dwarf Dragon Wolf and TJ. I only see the thing. He'll look at your chat eventually and figure it out. So I feel so bad. What was I saying? Oh, you can't. If I'm muted, you can't even read the text, can you? Because that's funny. Okay. Okay, Hydra and Saber down here having a little fight. I wish you could see him. It's super cute. Hydra's on her back like and Saber's like ha ha ha. He's only got one front leg. But Saber's basically like the uncle cat to all the cats. I was just replying to everybody's comments. I was like talking about thermoregulation and saying how cold I was, but like I open the window, make it colder, but fresh air is good. And then obviously I've got an underdesk heater, but it's low wattage and so on and so on. Mike, turn your sound on. It is on, isn't it? You can hear. I'm not muted now. You can definitely hear me. I think you can hear me, right? Yeah, after 45 minutes. Oh my God, yeah, it was 45 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, it was, oh, you could hear, yeah, sound now. Oh my God. So the beginning of this stream, I want to stop the recording just so we can chat. What I'll probably do is make this live, well, the live stream will be public because it's part of the book club. But I might just edit out the all of the ending stuff so that we can just have a chat now, but it's not a video, if that makes sense. Right, I'm going to go through everyone's chat again, and I'm going to say what I think I said before, but it will be slightly different. A bit like the Book of Mormon. A lot of us have thermoregulation issue with beds and temperature control, but good extra for us. Yeah, definitely. Might go make tea. Oh, that wasn't what made me go make tea. Make tea. Mike, make a cuppa, Dragon Wolf. Thank you. Mike, yes, please do some Mike's Special Interest streams someday. One interest at a time, and then drum roll, info dump time. Yeah, totally. I share some special interests with some of you. So marine stuff, definitely. What was her name? Quen. She used to work intern at an aquarium. So it'd be good for her to be on the chat because I'd love to go blah some marine stuff. You didn't ask for it. I mean, you joined for something interesting, and you got me talking about sea cucumber bottoms, which are also their mouths. I'm laughing so hard. So the other day I accidentally spelled hyperfixation with you in the middle, so it's always going to be hyperfuxation because it's funnier that way. Hyperfuxation. I love it. I love it. Mike, using the term deluge of new labels worries me. Nobody asks if we should be worried about huge deluge of new plants. Discovered about you, sir. We learn that they exist and just accept. Yes. On that subject, we have scientific nomenclature. We have the genus, we have the species, we have the family. Well, I'm saying it like in the wrong way around, genus, species, family. But basically, they all are agreed, ratified, and put into place. And if I need to know about something, I can go look it up. And I can't do that with trans stuff or queer stuff. Like, I'm saying trans, I don't know what I'm talking about. And I want to know what I'm talking about. And I hope to find out. I'm intelligent and I'm kind and I will figure it out. I will talk to people. Rose, thank you very much. I'll return the favor, by the way. Do you want to, we can talk about YouTube or we can talk about like any of our special interests. I can listen to any of yours. But yeah, it's about just trying to find out. It's so interesting. Sea cucumber bottoms, by the way, are beautiful. They're like peacock worms. So basically they stick this thing out and go, this beautiful, beautiful fan. It's absolutely pretty. I've got so many pictures. It's really funny to tell people that are like new to diving and starting to take pictures. You've just taken a picture of sea cucumber's arsehole. But they're so pretty. Glitches, blah, blah, blah. Glitches should be resolved. I'll work on it. Yeah, on the cat stream we could hear the rooster waking up. Amazing. That's actually pretty early, by the way. The roosters are up pretty early nowadays. Like 4 a.m. or something. You know, they get up pretty early. The chat delay is on minimum. I'm pushing this stream's performance like a finely tuned automobile. This is ultra low latency. I'm clicking on everything to just get the interaction, you know, at the risk of stream issues. I could slow it right down. I could give you a 4K broadcast, but I'd only see your messages after like 5 minutes. That is possible, but I don't think... Oh, what's the point of that? I mean, for you guys, you can still chat with each other, and that's all good. I could join the chat actually, and chat with you in text, but I couldn't present anything. So yeah. It's like you teleported back. I was busy folding washing. I can hear you now. Oh yeah, yeah. So you wouldn't have been able to hear me, Helen, because cats. Yeah, on the cat stream. Yeah. Must be lagging. Book of Mormon. Oh, Book of Mormon was transcribed to Pokemon. Book of Mormon. Book of Pokemon. Pokemon of Mormon. Wonderful. That's cool, isn't it? It's so good. Fountain pens. Yeah. I can't even remember what the Book of Mormon was about. I'm sorry. I cannot remember what I said. I pray it wasn't. I trust Mike. I trust him that he wasn't obnoxiously offensive. I trust him that... and we have a recording, Your Honour, for the evidence. I would like to commit the recording. Words are not planets. Like so badly. How's the internet work? You know, I love learning about basically everything. Rose, me too. I would love to learn Linux from you. I tried joining the live stream from my car. And it's like no webcam connected, obviously, no webcam connected. But it was like I got a message from Google telling me that I logged in on the IP address on Linux, and it's like, holy crap! So I can find out what version of Linux the car's running via the browser. TJ, when words don't exist yet for our experiences, the onus is on us to invent those words. That's how language and lexicography works. Just ask Samuel L. Jackson and Shakespeare. Or Samuel Johnson, sorry. I thought I read Samuel L. Jackson because we were talking about... It's perfectly cromulent process. I don't think we need you in 4K though, Mike. I prefer that you don't, if I'm honest. And it's not about like, oh God, you're going to read something. I show stuff to the camera all the time, but it's like, you know, white hairs, you know what I'm saying? You can't say, it all just blurs. It's quite nice. Like my face looks like a puffer fish, but like it works, don't you think? It's the lower resolution is very it makes me feel better about being on camera. 4 a.m. Usually 3 a.m. to go to sleep. Oh, bless you, Helen. Honestly, sometimes I'll get up really early and I'll be making a cup of tea and I'll just sit downstairs. Nina will do the same, and we're a bit weird like that. So I might get up at like 5. I sit downstairs, have a cup of tea, play on my phone, and then just go straight back to bed again. She'll get up at 6, come downstairs and do the same thing. Gotta catch him, wives all, Sarah. I'm so sorry. We have to laugh at ourselves. If somebody makes an autistic joke, I won't take offense. If somebody makes I don't know, if somebody teases me, I'm not going to take offense, okay? It'd be a very short-lived stream if I was offended by everything. And do you know what? I might be offended. This is the thing. I get offended by a lot of things. A lot of things upset me and offend me. But yeah, say fucking what. I'm still a bit sort of, I know I'm saying like, oh, you know, it's good to be resilient, but I'm still a bit upset about like the trolling. I mean, I don't know if the person thought that they were like trolling. They may have been thinking that they were genuine, you know, genuinely asking questions as fast as it's possible to type, slamming them into the YouTube chat, which I've put no delays on. You can delay people so you can't type too much, and there's all these controls. I've turned them off. We're adults here. It's off. Everything's off. There's no like controls on like speech. Just be kind. And I felt like that person wasn't being that kind, and I did get upset. And I suppose the thing that pissed me off is that I put a lot of work in to kind of creating the channel stuff, and it's like, oh God, you're ruining it. And it's not like saying something wrong or getting upset. It's just like, oh, fuck off. Like, and it's kind of like, it is a bit upsetting, isn't it? And I know some of you got a bit upset, and I'm not trying to dwell on it, but like, we're talking about taking offense, right? That's what sent me off. I'm sorry. I talk too much. Nathan, words identify things but require identification. What's this? Questioning need for a label is the same as questioning existence and need for recognition. No, it is not. I think we're misunderstanding each other. We'll have a chat another time. Rose, I might take it out with you at some point offline, basically, just in a calm manner. So like, we have a label for something, and we find that thing changes. So for example, male autism, male brain, extreme male brain was what, that's what I have. I would have been diagnosed with Asperger's. Nothing wrong. If you have an Asperger's diagnosis and it resonates with you, that's great. There's no problem. Tony, what's his name? Tony, he wrote a book on autism, super knowledgeable. He's literally written the book. We say someone's written the book, right? Tony, right, it'll come to me. You guys know who I'm talking about. Atwood. See, everyone's saying Atwood. There we go. We can say Atwood instead of F. Anyway, when he diagnoses people, and I've met somebody that had Tony Atwood as their clinician, their diagnostic clinician, he still writes Asperger's in brackets. Autism spectrum disorder, level 1, 2, 3. Well, if it's 1, right? Or 2, Asperger's. So that people understand, right? But terms change, terms move on, basically. We change labels. And what about high functioning, right? So many people think of high functioning. And it's like, it's not like that. It's different. I don't need to go into it now. I've got a video on it. And you all know. You all know. You all know. You're all smart, neurodiverse people. You all know, or you all know. Nathan, don't believe that's true, but I don't want to wish for feathers. I can't see the message you were talking about there. I can see what you can see unless I look over here and scroll a bit, but it takes energy and it distracts me. Sometimes they wasn't your question. Yeah. It's like when people try to reduce autism to just being quirky, or groups of people actually exist, and I feel it's due to recognise them, even though it's social kind of bit. I agree with you. Look, kindness, I'm with you. 100%. We can have a kind off if you want and talk about the things that we do to be kind. It's like, but it's almost not useful. But I know what you mean. I get it. I get it. I looking from the outside, I wonder if the trans rights, trans activist movement will be known as the one that gave us the labels, Like looking at the gay rights movement, they gave us the whole... I'm being sucked into this topic again. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to upset people. Helen Atwood. Awesome. And Nancy Mello, I love being here. I'm kind of a sit on the sidelines kind of person. I sit back and enjoy the conversation. It's nice that you popped out and said hi. Perfectly welcome to. There's like probably 6 people actively involved in this current conversation, and there's 3 times that in the chat. So yeah, it's perfectly fine to lurk. No problem at all. Trying to create safe space. But, not the Eric Cartman safe space where everyone has to agree with me and no one can question me and everybody validates me. But this is where it's not about me. It's like, and I feel kind of uncomfortable a little bit talking about trans and queer stuff because I'm interested. I'm super interested. I've had hours and hours of conversation about queer and trans topics. But that that's not the same as lived experience, obviously. It's like holistics talking to autistics. Right. I've got a message on YouTube saying ads inserted. Please hang about. Use the ad break as an opportunity to go get a cup of tea. don't. I'm not saying you have to watch ads, goodness knows. Whatever ads you get is an indication of what Google thinks about you, by the way. Plan fan here, but not here today. And my both girls were identified in November 2023 and were told, yes, they're autistic, Asperger's, high functioning. Almost like could be offended that they're autistic. I was surprised at the old term. That's really, really interesting. So for me, it was very much, RMX, I'm sorry. I haven't changed anything. It should be working okay. But future streams are not going to be 1080p full HD. They're going to be 720. I'm going to drop it for the live streams just so that hopefully we can avoid these issues. I might change the latency from being like super fast to a tiny bit of time. That should make it more stable. TJ, 100% agree. Partlo, good luck at work. I hope it's a peaceful, straightforward day for you. Kia ora, I think. I'm not entirely sure about that, but yeah, because of timing zones, right? I'm trying to figure it out. Take care, Padlo. Thanks for being here. Helen, that's super interesting. So they were told they're autistic, Asperger's, high functioning. It's like, that would be the Tony Attwood approach. And Tony Attwood wouldn't use high functioning as a label, but it's like giving people terms that they might understand, but that could be harmful to them. I don't think Asperger's is harmful. I mean, let me know that we can debate it. I think it's a topic for a video. But high functioning is definitely harmful. You wouldn't have gotten this live stream out of me any time earlier than when I started it. I couldn't do it. Yesterday was full on. So the label avoidance thing is clearly still in use, right? We still get autistic. Well, autistic, obviously you have to use that because that's a clinical term. But then I haven't seen it. I haven't seen his video on it. I saw his video on PDA after I posted my video on PDA. I said to Nina, okay, right, hear me out, please. I feel like you guys need to hear this from me today. When I made my video on PDA, I said to Nina, this video might go down really badly. People might get really upset with me because of this video, but I've tried my best. And our response is, you can't please everyone. That's true. But generally speaking, the vast majority of people were in sync with what I was saying. And then there were a couple that weren't, and they gave their reasons, but I believe they're wrong, but whatever. Okay. They missed the point of the video. Maybe they reacted without watching it all. That's fine. Well, it's not fine, but whatever. And I thought what the video I made on PDA was contrary to everyone else on YouTube. I felt like PDA is being used as a bit of a label of, we're all a bit PDA, whatever. And it could well be true, by the way. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the video was contrarian. And then I watched Autistomatics video on PDA, and it's like, holy crap, it's basically like my video. I wish I didn't post my video now because your video is better than mine. So that's what I thought. I don't know Autistomatics personally, but I would shake his hand on that video because it's very, very brave to put yourself out there. You put your face out there and say, look, this is my position on a topic, because people get like that cartoon, like Aladdin, right? Aladdin, the Disney version where he's like, one jump ahead of the lot men, one, and he's like, running through the market with Monkey, Abu, I think his name is Monkey. Anyway, not the monkey, and a monkey stealing stuff, and he's stealing bread because he's got to live, whatever. And then like there's this little scene where all the guards are like holding up swords. And then there's another one from Ryder. What's his name? Will Ryder or something like that from Tangled. Similar kind of scene that they recreated for that. I kind of like Disney. I don't know if you noticed that. Not that I like everything about Disney, but I like some of the films. And I don't know. I don't know why I'm venting to you all about this. It's like, oh, poor me. But no, take a contrary opinion, I think is brave. I'm not saying I'm brave, but like I personally would like to see more well-argued conversations that are contrary. But as you've noticed from this chat, it can upset people. And not in any invalidating way, in as kind a way as someone could make, with the willingness that they could be wrong and will change their opinions. I mean, I no doubt change my opinions on things. Rose, I don't get irritated with autistic people using Asperger's. It's what they were diagnosed with or whatever. I do get annoyed with individuals in healthcare using it on me. Me too. That's my feels as well. It's like, I think for me, it's like, you should know better. Like what training have you had in the last, what are we talking now? 20 years? If they're like, no offense, but like if they're like really old, like healthcare professionals, I don't know, my age and older, right? That may have trained sufficiently long ago that it was just Asperger's. I have a bit more understanding. Not everyone likes to keep up to date with CPD. Rose, yes, that's right. Yes, exactly. Gosh, I say things in a rambly way, and then someone from chat writes a sentence which is better than my 2-minute ramble, my rant. Crumb, apologize. We need chats. We need to kind of go fast to get ideas in a one-on-one conversation. It gives more time to express a point. I sum things often extreme ways sometimes. I think we're tempted to. I think that's modern culture. Modern culture is to catastrophize and go to extremes. It's the British way now as well. It's really sad. It's like British culture from, you have to go back about 2 decades now, was a lot more measured, whereas now it's very sensational. Just a whole culture. Facebook, I mean, goodness me. I hardly use Facebook. I post on it like at events. Like at Christmas, I posted the picture of the cats, if you remember that from this channel. It's on the community posts on the page, Cat Mageddon. I posted that. And, wished everyone Happy New Year and whatnot. But then I just kind of like try and keep out of it. I will look on Facebook for pictures of events I've been in, though. People take pictures of me. Well, partway through your PDA video, I was ready to be fairly upset with you until I got wrapped up into it nicely. Okay, Rose, thank you. I appreciate that you haven't perhaps been exposed to my philosophy or my thoughts. Maybe I need to be more clear on my value proposition early on in the videos. But there are people that are upset with me. Yes, this is true. There are people that are saying I'm taking away from some autists, that I don't speak for everyone. When did I ever say that I did? There are people saying all kinds of stuff about me. I've had quite a lot of pretty horrid comments. All of them in the last week or so. Like up until like 3K subs, it's been like really peaceful. And now it's starting to get a little bit, okay. So Yannicka is correct there, and Nathaniel, you're right too. Oh, by the way, Rose, I appreciate your honesty. It's also an interesting point, by the way, when you're making, I know you're thinking of doing content, right? Well, if you make a 20-minute case on something and you wrap it up, and you're making the various points throughout, you're also trying to like keep people interested and entertained. Well, it's a lot to ask of someone, like to say, hey, I would like you at some point soon to watch this 20-minute video of me, and I'm going to be talking about this thing. And you only get the full picture if you watch the whole thing. Well, the vast majority of people quit by halfway. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, My retention's really good, by the way. Most people watch like 60, 70% of my videos. Quite a lot of people watch all the way to the end. My retention curve is really, really, really good. I don't think it's because of me. I think it's because of the community. We're a decent community, neurodivergents. We like to understand things. I think we're less, squirrel about things. Even us AuDHDers and ADHDers. Well, I can see here, average view duration of this live stream is 27 minutes. If you came in the very first 27 minutes or somewhere near 2/3 in, you might have got a completely different impression of what the community here is like. Do you know what I mean? It's hard. Nathaniel, your PDA video was the first I saw on your viewpoint, and it was very helpful. The contrariness was extremely helpful. Thanks. It's not my intention to be contrary. It's just no one was talking about the clinical stuff. And I'm not saying that that means that it doesn't exist. It's just, I'm just like, here, this is the whole thing on PDA. Here's the science and here's my opinion. It does move on quite fast, and I think it's going to move on quicker. I think as more people join, the peak viewers has reached like 40 on this session, which is an all-time high. And I think it will the peak will be higher. The noisiest bit will be the noisier. And I don't know how to manage that just yet, but I'm having some things. Okay. I wish the people in the chat now could have seen me for the first 45 minutes of what I thought was a stream. You would have seen my response under pressure. And my executive functioning failing in real time. And I sort of want some of you to see that. Do you know what I mean? The names I recognize in this chat, I would like you to see that, but then I don't want anyone else to see it. I always take people's videos on a topic as their take on it. That's mature of you. That's not common. Move on to a new topic. What's this? Right on, again, we move so fast, we move on to a new topic. Yeah, then sometimes there's like two topics, It's a really strange one to follow a fast-paced conversation on trans rights and foreign languages. That's a fun, that's hard to follow. And, RMX 512. Mike, Dr. Romani, I don't know that channel name, but I can find it. Recently posted a video about fucked up resilience in survivors of narcissistic abuse. Maybe our resilience to being offended could be considered fucked up too. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I want to have more thinks on that, but I can speak for myself, right? From an inch behind my eyeballs. For me, that's very much the case. Like, I have a resilience, but it's kind of fucked up. There are holes in the wall. Nathaniel Crum, you're a fresh voice in this space. Please keep it up and don't change. Thank you. I've worked out I can't really change. This is who I am. Helen, I watched you all the way to the end. Thank you so much. I actually appreciate that. As YouTuber Mike, to you, thank you so much. I actually really appreciate that. Keeps me concentrating on doing stuff I need to get done too while learning and chatting. Cool. Dwarf Dragon Wolf, I enjoy having a mature autistic space. Thank you. I think I said thank you earlier. I can't remember if I said thank you or not. I think I did. Yeah, I did say thank you. Just Autistically Rose, you're right on the community. When I search for videos, I sort out the short ones. I want more detailed info on topics, more than I'm going to get in 5 minutes. That's you. And I've had the opposite as well. I've had people say 5 minutes is about right. 10 minutes is way too long. I can't do it. I've actually had people say, like, literally my ADHD, I can't do it. Could you please summarize in chat? And it's like, okay, sometimes you can't do 5 minutes. I mean, come on. I mean, we've had like a really good conversation about like trans issues. Could you do that in 5 minutes? Like, if you had the floor, you're on a stage, go for it. 5 minutes, like, you know, and make sure you don't offend anyone and cover every topic. You can't miss anything. It's really tricky. It's tough. So I think videos need to be as long as they need to be, no longer. Definitely not too long. Like, cut the fluff. My last video is just I don't know if you're going to like it. It's a different style for me. We'll see how it goes. Nathaniel Crumb to opposite, yeah. Exo Toast, joining from Japan. It's 8 a.m. right now and I'm on the train to work. I'm super excited, but not that you're going to work. I think that sucks. Are you able to say what you do? Are you willing? Is that comfortable? No boundaries? No boundaries. Have boundaries. Please have boundaries. Allow me to overshare for everybody. There's more than enough oversharing here for everyone. Sorry. I just love the idea that you're on like a train in Japan. Like, I think it's just so cool. Dwarf Dragon Wolf. Hi, Toast. I'm in Australia. It's 9 a.m. here. Oh, welcome. Kawaii Jeff. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome to the comms community. I haven't I call you all kinds of things. Autistic AF. I call you autistic afters. I've also started calling you, I in my conversation with Nina, I'm having a cup of tea and she'd be like, oh, you're going to go talk to all your autistic friends now? And I'd be like, yeah. The autistic cats. And then she laughed. So yeah, maybe that might fit. I'm going to call you all autistic cats now. Authentistic. I like that one. Nancy, lovely community. I get things done around the home while I listen. Looking forward to more books. Reading more books. Yeah. Or hearing more books, yeah. In fact, talking about hearing, this one has been one already. It's going to go out in the post. One of these days, someone's going to win who's in the chat. Maybe we should do just chat giveaways as well. I'm up for that. The last two have been won by people who are not live. Not that that's a problem. It's perfectly cool. But this one's the next one, which is how the world isn't built for autistic people and what we should all do about it. Untypical by Pete Warmby. I mentioned Pete Warmby on the channel and got a comment that Pete Warmby's not autistic. He's not really. He's not genuine. And it's like, oh, can we not do the whole talking about people's diagnosis? They don't owe you anything. I am more than happy. Does anyone know this account name? There we go. Pete Warmby. Oh, you're an English preschool teacher. Pete Warmby is or was a English teacher as well. And I started my company with a guy from university who left to teach English to children in Japan. He has a Japanese wife and Japanese kids now. Check that out. It sounds grand. It's not grand at all. It's all very little. Right. Sorry, I'm going back to the chat now. I have to, because what will happen is I'm reading someone's message in the chat and then I'll talk about it. If it's made me do a bit info dumpy or think, I am not even. Eye contact with you guys is more about reading the chat. So this is eye contact as far as I'm concerned. And I'm reading your text and then it'd be like, oh, I've missed the train of thought. And then I'll read somebody's message because it'll catch my eye. And then I've lost the pool of thought. The pool of thought? The train of thought. The autistic train of thought. Anyway, welcome, Authentistic. Just to check out live. Yeah, welcome. Welcome. This is the tail end of the Tea and Tales book club, where we have done tea and this book. Details. There's no obligation here. That's my way of saying to the PDAers, my little dog whistle there, you got to be here. No, I'm joking. I'm really joking. I always look out for long vids because I'm usually doing stuff at the same time. Interesting. I will do the same. So if I really want to know something, so I've been looking for aquarium stuff because we set up an aquarium on chat and I was watching, I just needed to know about this. How do I plant this? How do I do this? I've had aquariums before, but over 10 years ago, how do I do this? What's the best way to put plants? How far apart should they be? All this stuff. Into YouTube, I want videos that are less than 4 minutes. I just need to know. I need to know now. But when I'm doing something, I even put YouTube on when I'm driving. I don't watch, obviously, but I listen. I put Bluetooth on in my car, and I'll have a video running, and I'll listen to it like a short form audiobook almost. I'm with you on that. TJ, I hear medium functioning autism, and oh shit, one of us finally got the psychic powers working. That's dope. And did I miss a good trans chat? Yeah, it's tricky, I think, the trans chat. Or authenticity. Did I miss a long form content argument? Sort of. It's all been contained within the chat. Yeah. Nathaniel, autistic cats is great, and I'm more of a dog guy. Got 3 dogs. I am more of a cat guy. I have a cat tattoo, looking through a telescope at my favourite star constellation. Yeah, I've always done cats, you know. I might make a cat video at some point, maybe a few pet videos. I'll get the dog stuff in there too. I think most people on this channel tend to be dog people, but autistics really like animals. I've noticed autists really seem to resonate with animals, you know, especially over people. If I'm at a party, I'll go find an animal. Oh, last night, I was sat in a dog bed. I spent an hour sitting in a dog bed. Long blinks and chat prizes. Yeah. I definitely feel like an autistic cat. Yeah, me too. We both have Emmas, don't we? So I'll read you a proper comment now. I'm an English preschool teacher, so I have about 22 kids for 4 hours. It's super part-time, 4 times a month. I love the kids so much. I'm excited to see them today. That's amazing. I love that. I like the idea of chat prizes. Yeah, I think we should do that. I think we should do just prize for live chats. Do you know what I mean? Can't think of what yet, but leave it with me. I refuse to diagnose other people or decide if the diagnosis is true or false. I'm not a doctor. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, look, we don't know about... This is why we end up going in circles, by the way. I just figured out. So I start responding, and then I'm talking for like 5 minutes, and then meanwhile, the chat's moved on. And then because you're hearing what I'm saying, we come back to the topic again, and we just do that loop. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's not just about being a professional, but you don't know about people's inner life. You don't know about people's background, their detail, the details of their struggles. It's also worth pointing out, by the way, that even if you are the most revered, life's work is understanding the autistic experience, you still have to follow guidelines, and those guidelines will change, have changed, and are a bit weird in places, I'll be honest with you. Those guidelines result in best practice, and best practice is tell me a story about flying frogs, basically, play with this car in a match, and observational tests like the ADHD. That's seen as best practice. So, we're not there yet. Even if you are omniscient, we're still not there yet. I suppose where I'm going with it is, there were a couple of trolls just sort of saying, who diagnosed you? When did you diagnose? What clinically significant features did you have from your childhood? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, fuck off. So here's the deal. I'm not just like a performing monkey. I'm a real human being. My name's Mike. I'm 42. I'm a late diagnosed autistic adult. I make content on YouTube quite a bit now, it seems. I've had this my whole life. My whole entire life. When I was born, I was in an incubator with this. I have pictures. This is my duck. The duck called Duck because obviously, I was a newborn and then I became a duck. This is my duck. Okay. I don't owe anyone an this isn't about autism. It's like an aspect from my childhood previously unmentioned. I don't owe anyone an explanation, but I am oversharing. Stick around. You'll get many stories. You'll get a lot of stuff because I intend to do it to help people out. It's as simple as that. And I've made a load of autistic friends. Holy crap. Doesn't. Where are we at? Like the idea of chat prizes, diagnose other people. Yep. Mm-hmm. I could never follow chat and my own thoughts at once. Monotropism, I guess. Thanks for the greeting. Authentic. I started the live stream on time at 7 p.m. There was some drama. No one in here. It's cool. But there was some drama. There was some, quite rude stuff. And then I was responding to that, but no one could hear me because I wasn't live. I was streaming, but on a scheduled stream, you have to explicitly click a button to make the live happen. And I didn't do it. I've never scheduled streams before. I've just pressed a button and then the been gone. So yeah, YouTube, a bit finicky. They need to work on the creator experience a bit better, I think. Especially for like newbies, like if you don't know, you don't know. You've got no chance of figuring it out. Well, initially, like 10 streams later, you might figure it out. But anyway. So yeah, I figure where I'm going with it. Yeah, that's right. So I get people like questioning me, and not even questioning me. Like if you have a concern or you want to talk about something, I'm pretty open, by the way, a very open personality trait. We can talk about stuff, we can do stuff, but it's like, right, if we just met, I don't owe you like people are like hitting me with like 10 questions in like under a minute. And it's like, right, I don't know who you are. I don't know what spirit this is asked in. Was there a problem with something I said, or is it me? You don't like autistic people on YouTube? What is it that's upsetting you? So that is a real thing, and there's a bit more of that happening at the moment. And it's okay. I mean, I sort of haven't really figured out in my head how to manage that exactly, but yeah, it's a real thing. There's like internalized ableism amongst the autistic community. There's a little bit of self-loathing there, to put it politely. Talked about in Devon Price's book. It's well read. Yeah, where am I at? I'm sorry, got a little bit. Nathaniel, don't lose the pool of thought. That's where all your thoughts are. Yes, the pool of thought. Yes, the pools. You've all got little pools of thoughts in your head, and then that's where all the thoughts are like bubbling around, like a magical energy of thoughts. The train of thought has left the harbour, straight into the sea. I'm all too familiar with the train of thought crashing like that, Mike. I've said to people that they might be a form of NDE, but like good friends. Yeah. Excellent. Nice. It's surprising how many people have connections to Japan. Yeah. Nathaniel Crum, my boat of thought is lost at sea. Bedtime for you. Good night. Good night, Yannicka. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your help and your assistance throughout. That's it. Algorithm likes cats. Yes, I've shown it on streams, but not for very long, just because it's uncomfortable for me to lift my leg up because it's on my ankle. I've got tattoos on both my ankles. I've got paw prints on one side, and I've got the cat telescope stars on the other side. And yeah, just interesting stories on the colours, but I'll get into it another time. Temple Grandin, revolutionised cattle care because we have a close connection with animals. Oh gosh. Helen, we found the range has really good fish tank decks. We get them for the spiders and reptiles. All right, cool. I'll check it out. Yeah, cool. Cool. We have something to talk about there. Mike, are you going furry? No, but I'd try it out sometime. I mean, do you know something? I couldn't abide being in a fursuit. It's just hot, and they have conventions, those things where they put the heads on like ventilators, to like dry them out, to cool them down. Yeah, no. Each to their own. I like dogs and cats and reptiles and pretty much everything. I just remember now. The local furries had a problem because the news, I can't remember what the deal was, right? I think it was the news, local news or something. I can't remember the detail. I can remember the gist, right? The gist is local news reports that children are using litter trays in school, something to do with furries, something to do with trans. Right, that was the story gist, okay? And it was often repeated national papers, repeated locally, etc. It's not true, but it never let that get in the way of a good story. And the local furries got really upset because they're like, it's not us. It's not us. You know, and it's like every culture, every subculture. I don't want to say autism is a subculture. It's not, but there clearly is a subculture attached to it. We're not, yeah, I don't know. I guess I've got a label that is misunderstood by the public when it comes to talking about autism. I showed a scuba magazine a couple of days ago talking about, you know, autistic children going scuba diving, and I thought they read that really, really well. You know, broadly speaking, they planned and explained to the kids what they were going to be doing, so they fully understood what was going to happen. It's great. It's not all bad. Anyway, I like dogs and cats and reptiles and pretty much everything else. Yeah, animals are life. Yeah, Helen. And I went to social media improvement class once, and they said dogs are good for content. And so are GoPros, especially putting a GoPro on a dog. Dogs are good. GoPros are good. Dog plus GoPro is good. I manage... I don't manage it. Right, okay, I don't. I've been given the keys to a big wildlife trust's social media page. And they said, post what you want. And I'm like, what about if I post something about vegans? And they were like, post whatever you want. But I'm like, okay, I'm not going to do that though, but I'll upset them. But... yeah, posting seals is really good. People love seals. I've got loads of seal pictures and seal videos. Yeah, dogs are cool. I've put a GoPro on Maisie and watched her run with it. And it's shaky, 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 shaky. Ears, 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 ears. Tongue, 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 tongue. Shaky, 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 shaky. It will give you motion sickness if you watch it. I hate spiders though. Uh-oh, Nathaniel. Helen's got a lot of spiders. She got a lot of spiders. Helen likes the spiders. Let me go to book club mode. Come here. Psst, psst, psst. It's Sabes. Look. I just tell people I live in a zoo. We have dogs, cats, rats, snakes, and dragon. Oh, and aquariums in the house. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We have... Can I do it? Here. I mean, this isn't all of them. It's all the... It's not all of them. There you go. It's just a few there. That's for you, Rose. And most bugs. TJ, Temple Grandin personally set back myself to... Yes, you said that. I'm sorry. I'm genuinely sorry to hear that, and I feel crap about you having had that experience. It's not like a meeting of heroes as much as like, you know, you should know better. Like, that's how I feel about that. TJ, yep. Oh yeah, she's an older duck. Does that mean you met her personally? Yep, back in the 2000s. Helen, just autistically raised. We have a zoo too. Tarantulas, scorpions, snakes, various bugs, and we did have dogs and gerbil. RMX, that's funny. Helen, I was born in an incubator too. I was 8.5 weeks early. Oh, I was actually a bit late. But they thought I had jaundice. Turns out I didn't have jaundice. I'm half Malaysian, and the lights, the fluorescent lights, were yellow. Ever since then, fluorescent lights have been a bit of a nemesis for me. Incubator, baby's incubator. Dragon 2, and Rankin. Ooh. When you got a PhD, we're amazing autistic and get a PhD. Now we see a lot of people with PhDs who are autistic. Oh, great many. I'm going to skip a lot of the chat now. I'm sorry, people. I want to get up to date. I don't want to be talking to you about stuff that you said to me a long time ago. There was something about kids losing litter trays. Oh, yes, here we go. I'll come back a bit in case anyone mentioned that. Gwen X, hello, welcome. She's stuck at night. Okay, I've missed a huge chunk of the chat. I really like to respond to comments. Helen, I remember something about kids using the lit trays, but I couldn't be bothered to watch any news for a while, so I had no idea what was going on. It was a big kind of like social contagion almost. I mean, do you know what? You know what high school kids are like, Helen? You know high school kids, right? Would it surprise you if some of them jumped on the bandwagon and were like, yeah, we're going to just be, kids are going to be kids. Kids are, high school kids particularly, eh? The sort of ones we see on TikTok bullying Chloe Hayden, eh? But no, I've not seen any evidence of litter trays at schools, but it was a big thing in news. It's a really interesting topic. A lot of stuff you see in news is just personal opinions of editors. I mean, to be fair, on this YouTube channel, you see a lot of my personal opinions. I mean, differences are... TJ, I think with the PhDs in the sciences, here's an interesting one. There's so many autistic researchers, so many, such a great many. I would argue the majority, but that's just anecdotal. But they're not researching autism, are they? So many autistic researchers are holistic. How? Look, I don't have the numbers. I can't offer that to you, but I can offer you my hot take. Well, it's not really a hot take. It's just a what the hell. Can we please have autistic researchers researching autism and ADHD and other stuff, please? Thank you very much. I do know that I know a lot of autistic researchers, but in we would call it actual science rather than soft science, like psychology. I say that as somebody who dropped out of a psychology degree in later life with the OU, if you know the Open University. But I may be starting a master's later. This is my plan. It's a finance thing, right? The only thing that would stop me is time and finance. Yeah, my theory is the first person ever your words in stone are probably autistic. Yeah. There are some pretty convincing hypotheses that hunters are autistic. You know, the spotting the detail rather than the big picture. It's a combination of ability with neurodiversity, right? With neurotypicals. Plant fan, I think the sound is okay. If you can read this, plant fan, restart the stream. Taking along to hubby and my middle daughter's fault she was 4 and obsessed with spiders. We agreed we could have a tarantula. Nice. I did have jaundice in my first child. That's rough, man. Prayers out for you. I was explaining to someone else. Okay. Helen, we're not surprised me at all. Did hear about a lot of older kids and nappies around the same time. It is quite possible. It is well within the realms of, likelihood that a teenager will go in a nappy and make a big fuss about it. I can see that happening. That does not make a social movement, and certainly doesn't need moral outrage from right-wing press, for example. On my science papers, my GCSE, one of the papers at the very last big long question, I just wrote, I am a fish. I wrote, I am a fish. 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 I just wrote, I am a fish all the way down. I still got AA. But it's not a humble brag, I promise. It's just, kids are weird, dude. And I don't mean weird like autistic weird. I just mean kids are weird. My autism was the same back then as it is now, but well, masking and whatnot, slightly different. But where am I at? My dog cares about me. My film account relates to me much better. Yeah, authentic. The ones I know are not getting funding and that affects their research topic. Yes, good point. Nathaniel Cram, what, you don't have a lot of computer money? Well, here's the problem, right? So if I were to study my master's, which is what I want to do, and I want to do it in psychology, I want to do what's called a conversion. It would be 2 years full-time MSc, but I wouldn't probably do full-time. I'd probably start full-time and then burn out and then do the rest of it over 3 years or something like that. That's probably what will happen for me. I then have to take time off work. But I'm taking time off work to do YouTube. And I wouldn't stop YouTube to do that. That's for sure. I almost certainly. Never say never, but it's like I have to blend it in somehow. 2 hands to do. 2 hands. Same amount of time as anyone else. I'm just glad I don't have any young kids now because it allows me to do that sort of stuff. But I'd love to have a psychology degree. I would love to look into autism and ADHD if I could. It's a special interest of mine, has been since I was a little kid. Gwen. Amazing. TJ, there's more to it than just hunting. One neurotype would be selective hunting agriculture once responsible for food. Maybe, yeah. We don't actually know, no. But I mean, the hypothesis seems reasonable to me. It's not like I need a high standard. The burden of proof is so high because it's going to affect how something works. You know what I mean? We can kind of like have fun with it. I want to do a video speculating who was autistic from history. I don't mean, we're going to just diagnose things. I'm going to have to do this really lengthy disclaimer at the beginning because you just know people will get upset with me. But you know what I mean? The ones who had to get home from new territory, yep. Fish, yep, Ellen, yep, fish. It was my nickname in school because apparently I had the memory of a goldfish, which at the time was thought to be 5 seconds. I dropped out of psych degree too. I think I had to do with not knowing I was autistic and got leveled when a teacher said he thought I was more interested in my own brain and not the brain. Yeah. It's fair. I mean, it's a fair point to say, but don't be rude. You know what I mean? But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, had you known that you were autistic and had you known how your brain works? Now, I'll be perfectly frank. A lot of this stuff is a maturity thing, and you kind of learn through experience in your 20s, your 30s. Do you know where I'm going with it, right? Some people will learn this stuff faster than others. I was very late to the party in learning about myself. Holy crap. So if I went back into the past, I would tell myself I was autistic and point myself in the direction of good sources for the time. And go, hey, by the way, I'm a time traveler, so I'm a source. I don't know what to say. I don't get ads. YouTube Premium fam. You can pay for YouTube Premium using a VPN. It costs me like $3 a month, YouTube Premium. I pay in rupees, I think, using Revolut. It's worth it. Like $3 a month. Something like, maybe it's $4 a month, but yeah. My son wrote, every day I'm shuffling on his physics paper. At least that's funny. You know, the every day I'm shuffling. Whatever happened to them? LMFAO, innit? Plant fan, I struggle to finish anything. Plant fan, I've got a lot of dead plants. I need bulbs for plants because I'm just really bad. I've got plants outside in the garden that are still in the plant pots, you know, the plastic plant pots that you get them in. I got them from a farm sale thing outdoors, and they were some really lovely plants, really weird and wonderful ones I've never seen before, like ones like reeds, that like spiral reeds and things. I thought, oh, these are really pretty plants. They're still outside. They are either dead or dying or on their side, and they'll probably spring back to life. Maybe some of them might live. I don't know. I spent like $50 or something on these plants because I really liked them. They're really pretty. It was for my birthday. Holy crap. In July, August, September, October, November, December, January, 7 months. These plants are just sat outside in storms. There was a tornado warning last week. 7 months. The plants, the pots. I can take pictures for you. Still got the little plastic tags in, you know, the little gravestones for plants. I should finish anything. RMX, Mike, you're doing a public good. Don't worry too much about replying to anything interesting in chat as thoroughly as you like. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hearing such things helps me psychologically. Do you know what? I can have 10 people tell me I'm doing something helpful, and then one person go, oh, you're awful, you're harming people. And it's like, fuck. That, by the way, is actually a thing. That's a scientific term. A thing. I mean, look, if psychology is a soft science, social science is a soft science, then we can call it a thing, can't we? It's a thing. That's what we do. We focus on negative. We're pain avoidance machines. Everything alive is pain avoidance. How do I start? Thank you, RMX. I appreciate your kind words. I do. How do I start things and don't start again? The amount of things I would do but don't bother anymore because I know I won't do it for very long. Yeah, I relate. TJ Zamboni, Schwartz, Emily Dickinson should be in the historical autism video. Oh, interesting. I don't know Emily Dickinson, or maybe I do know of Emily Dickinson, but I don't. National Crime. I have the idea of diagnosing historical figures with autism, but I feel Newton is a safe bet. I think you hate the idea. Yes. Look, I agree. Look, in principle, this is not right, but we can still have fun with it. Dragon Wolf, I agree with you. What about people that have died, that are in the public? They're in the public mind share zeitgeist. I don't know, like historical figures. I mean, my goodness. Genghis Khan, autistic or not? Let's have a conversation. I think that's a fair one to have. But I don't. We can talk about the traits for sure. But we're never going to get a report on his childhood from a third party, are we? Sorry, excuse me. But I agree with you. I mean, specifically the other way around. I've had a couple of people say, who are you? Do you have? They're kind of asking me for my autism certificate. Am I from the autism party? Can I speak for autism? Oh, come on, what are you talking about? You're being silly now. That's like saying speak for demisexuals, or speak for maleness, or speak for YouTubers. Come on. How does that work? I mean, if we're going to throw a paintbrush so wide, then we can say and talk about things like kindness. We can talk about ethics, but that's kind of boring for a YouTube channel. I'm not going to do like a ethics of kindness argumentation like video. I'm not that interested. Like, I'm bored. Do you know what I mean? Who's that person with Corkscrew Rush? I know someone came up to me and said, do you think I'm autistic? I'd answer as honestly as I could. I know you would. You're decent, Dwarf. I think there's anything wrong with identifying clear signs of autism in historical record. I think there could be a lot of value in the exercise. I think so. It's just it's academic. I think when you start going at people in like living memory, for example, it's like, but historical record, I think it's completely open. A bit like Mickey Mouse and the original Steamboat Willie cartoons, the black and white ones, being public domain, like that. It's in the public zeitgeist. You don't even need fair use. I don't even need copyright unless I'm using, obviously someone else's content. I think those marshmallows did me a bad. I think digestively, I haven't had these before. I thought, these could be a new safe thing. I don't think I should have eaten them all. I'm having some mild digestive discomfort. They are vegan. It's not lactose. I'm lactose intolerant now, but yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with identifying. Yeah, like it. You can get a family plan for YouTube Premium, so if more people using it a lot, it might be nice not to have ads you can spare the money. Gwenex, that sounds like a really good idea. And by the way, note I don't know if YouTube's going to penalise me for this, but yeah, you can use YouTube Premium from a different country with better exchange rate. Top tip. I might do that. Chuck an extra quid in and get Dylan and Nina some like ad-free YouTube. Speaking of ads, the channel now makes a bit, like a little bit, like less than I spent on the books to give away to people, and definitely less than the postage of income, which is great. It's actually brilliant. I can see how that could enable the channel to grow. That's pretty cool. It splits it, by the way, on the report, like from ads and YouTube Premium. There's like a little bit for YouTube Premium, which is cool. I'm not a fan of ads either. Dragon Wolf, sorry. Scratch my nose. Oh, scratch. If someone I know came to me and asked you, yes, yeah, I read that. Scorchy Rush sounds like authentic. If I was that person with many autistic and ND friends who would gently suggest I was one of them, but I was too mired in internalized ableism to see it in myself until much later. But it was good that they were gentle with you. And I think it should be. We talked about this quite a bit on this live stream about being gentle with people that are exploring, and that the way that people act and ask questions may be different, could be unpalatable. We don't know. It's like a lot of people when they're searching, they're in a lot of pain. I remember when I was in like the middle of burnout, and I practically lost for a short while of, let's say 3-4 weeks perhaps. My skills were, I could barely do anything. Not depression. I was kind of exhilarated. I think Nina would have described me as depressed maybe, but I was exhilarated. This thought, I'm reading all these books. I'm like, oh my God, I really, really relate to these. The first one I ever read was, I think it's called I Think I'm Autistic. I'm not sure what it is, but it's by Cynthia Kim. A female autistic writer. I don't know how many books she's done. I read both of her books. I've read 2 of her books. I think that's possibly all she's done. And I just hard related to nearly everything in there. It was unbelievable. It was like someone had written a book about me. It was weird, very weird. Being brought up as the whole sort of Jesus wants you for a sunbeam and you're all unique, and it finds out you're not actually all that unique. There's like aspects of, I kind of borrowed from it in a way with my YouTube videos. I think it's the second one, where I wrote down a bunch of traits on a dartboard and just hurled a load of darts at it. It's like a randomized Dungeons and Dragons character sheet. That's what you get. Okay. Pain avoidance machines. I'm sorry, Dragon Wolf. I know you're doing your best. You have to. You will be. You'll be driven to find ways to sit, to be, to types of foods. I'm sorry. That sucks. Authenticity, they couldn't have brought it out more gently or better. I just had a head full of negative stereotypes. I feel you. I mean, look, how else would you know? I mean, how many videos have I made? I know I'm waffly, but is it possible to capture the wide breadth? Unmasking Autism, the book by Dr. Devon Price, doesn't even do that. Yeah. I didn't really hard relate to stuff in that book. I found it super fascinating, super interesting. But if I could go back, I'd give the Cynthia Kim book to myself. I got lucky, I think. The Pete Warmby book has got some really good stuff in it, but I didn't. It's his story, but Cynthia Kim's story was just like a female version of me. It was unbelievable. Aspergirls is on my list to read as well. I have plants in pots. They came in 2. So then I've not mowed the grass in 2 years. I got interested in it again. By the way, this last year, we didn't mow the grass. It got really, really tall. We got chickens though, okay? And they kind of trample stuff. But eventually the grass gets pecked or seeds or falls down to a really, really low level. I've got a mild concern about ticks. I hate them so much. I don't think we have any in the garden, but long grass is a breeding ground for ticks, so it's good for wildlife though. The cats love it too. Mary Oliver, Skylar and Starlight are lactose intolerant. We found out the hard way. Mary Oliver might be. Your stream's skipping a bit, but then I find it a minute and a half behind live. That's okay. My brain is a few minutes behind where we're at anyway. T.S. Eliot, Oscar Wilde. Yes, Oscar Wilde. T.S. Eliot, yeah. William Faulkner, probably. Charles Darwin is absolute. It's broadly accepted Albert Einstein is probably almost certainly autistic, yeah. Sorry, one sec. Oh, my jaw's clicking. Kurt Gödel? I don't know who that is. Maybe someone wants to achieve something obviously monumental. Maybe high monotropism is necessary. That doesn't mean good though. It's like high monotropism. Yes. Does it mean autistic? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think monotropism and the way it's explained is so succinct. It's like I think, and I think it is widely understood as a really good, like, facsimile, like ruler for autism. Not for everyone, but it's pretty good and it's quite succinct. And you can read the original research paper. It's really short. It's like really good. Written by autistics too. Good night. Good night, Plan Fan. Good night. I'm staying up for a little bit longer. TJ, Ankylosaurus. You're pretty good at language, dude. My lady, I have to go to work, but probably can't get right now. I probably shouldn't have opened this up. Oh, sorry. Hello, welcome. I don't think we've spoken before. If we have, you have to work with me on this. The stream is how many hours old? I started at 7, so 4 hours. 5 hours old. I put in lots of clover seeds, so I'm hoping now our garden's half clover, half grass, and that the clover will spread and then won't have to happen as much at all in the future. Cool. Can I recommend to you, it's a bit late now, September, October time really, is to plant yellow rattle. You can get seeds for free from wildlife trusts and things, packets of seeds. And yellow rattle is a beautiful yellow flower, a wildflower. The yellow rattle is this beautiful little yellow wildflower that parasitizes it lives off its host. It's a parasite flower. Parasitizes. Okay. All right. Look. Let's go. Helen. If you get yellow rattle seeds, it flowers and seeds at the end of the summer. It grows beautiful. It parasitizes. It grows off the grass. And it doesn't sort of like if you've got like healthy grass, you're not going to notice a much difference, but it will sort of reduce the grass a bit. It'll allow the flowers to grow. It looks really pretty and allows other stuff like your clover and stuff to take over. Red clover is great too. That's quite good. TJ's condition to put me in a wheelchair at the age of 33 for the rest of my life. I'm really sorry. That's pretty bad. Parasitites. I'm not going to say it again. I have big problems on some of my YouTube videos. You can say. Okay, thanks. It sounds wrong in my head. Say paralyzed parasites portray proper parlance. Easy. Even the auto captions got that right. Engages in parasitic relations with. Thank you very much. It's not symbiotic. Like the words I struggle with too. Sometimes dragon wolf is normal words. Sometimes I struggle with the word autistic. And it's really annoying because on my videos, I'll say what I want to say, but then I F the word up. And you can't just say the word because then it sounds like you have $5 of credit remaining. So you have to actually say the whole damn thing again and I'll forget what I was saying. Sometimes I actually write it out verbatim for me to read. If it's like this study from 2003 by blah, 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 and blah, called blah, 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 found that, and I will actually write that out and just read it. But sometimes I just have a thing to say. I've got no script for this. So it's all just off the cuff and I just can't get it back. It hasn't been recorded. And I can't go for a break because I'm sitting in a position, and my last video, this video here that dropped now, that video, the camera battery died halfway through. My fault. I should have charged the damn thing, but so I'm trying to change the battery, but then I'm trying to like make the camera not move too much because you'll notice and it'll look bad. Authenticity. I love ethics video essays, but others make them. Yeah, exactly. Hey, do you know, if someone else does something better than me, I'm not going to, I'm not looking to like reinvent the wheel or just say what they're doing or just do a wish version of somebody else's really good content. I don't need to do that. I've got processing. Sorry. Glasses wearers? Mike. That ain't furries leading to literature music school. That's way too much pup placement at the house. My feelings are... Yes, no, RMX. What I was saying is very much what you're saying. It's that our local furries were like, no, that's not us. What the hell? Why are you reporting that? And it's because the media think furries equals sex play. It can be done, I suppose, but that's not all of it. I mean, I'm sure there's autistic porn somewhere. I mean, I don't even know what would that look like. What would autistic porn look like? Like, I'm sure you think of it exists, but you can't go around and sort of blame an entire group of people for something that actually has nothing to do with them, but it's just that you heard a funny furry joke one day and now you think it's them and you just write it in a bloody news article. It's very, very annoying. And I'm not a furry, but it just pisses me off. Authentic. I'm reading the comments kind of backwards. I've got YouTube comments like you have, and you scroll right there. And then I've got the stream chat like there. That's the stream. I can see the stream. When I'm moving my hands around, I can see what I'm doing. I can see I look weird, but it's fine. Authentic. Again, thankful for content like Mike. Slowly came around to being okay with being one of them, one of us. Welcome. This is where the party's at. This is the VIP lounge. And yeah, welcome. And I have so much to say, but one of us, fan. Awesome. I was the first dominator for all of my friend group, and the diagnosis radiated outwards as I realised literally all my friends were autistic. It's very common. It's contagious, don't you know? Did you get them vaccinated, TJ? Was that it? Were they copying you with the vaccinations? Sarcasm. Authentic. That's monotrophism, 100%. Haha, suddenly furries. My lady, you have been... Sorry, did you say you were watching my content? Don't be sorry. I just couldn't resist because I was watching some of your videos recently. I don't want to say like what videos. It's helpful from like... I'm not saying I'm like two people or whatever, but like YouTube Mike would quite like to know how you came in. So TJ arrived after the last Tea and Tails video on Fern Brady's strong female character because he's binging Fern Brady content and then found the channel. It's actually quite helpful for me to know how you found the videos because I can kind of target new content around that a little bit. It just helps. Authentic. Join more autism discords is all I got to say. Do you have any in mind? I have comments I should be able to put about YouTube about autism. Oh, by the way, Authentic. You weren't here a couple of days ago so I started a live stream and Nina said, you shouldn't wear those trousers, pants in American, because they're not smart. You should wear something, that you're happy with, that you look good, whatever. And I'm like, okay. And I didn't do that. I just wore the pants, the trousers. They are my fluffy trousers. I call them my fluffers. I always have. In fact, when my son was born, I was like, oh, I'm going to go and buy him some fluffers. And then he had fluffers to wear, and he called them fluffers too for a long, long time. One day, he stopped calling them fluffers and didn't tell me why. Do you know how I found out about fluffers? I found out from this community 48 hours ago. I will not be recommending NSFW discords on here. That's fine. That's okay. Everything has been set for 18 plus. This is an adult's place. If people are uncomfortable, then that is, we'll try and accommodate. Hey, we don't need to do that. I thought you were going to recommend another autistic YouTuber's Discord. Is what I thought you were going to do. My real point is that you have enough autism communities and people are very creative. They are. Yes. I call them trachydax. Yeah, I liked that, by the way. Dwarf trachydax. I like that. That works. That's nice. I need another word, basically. I might fall on yours for a bit. Authentic is fine. You can do that. You can type as much as you want. Neurodivergent communication styles. Some people want to write a point, a paragraph, whatever, and post it. That's me. That's what I prefer to do. If I'm in text chat, I tend to send the words one word at a time. This is kind of in the middle of those two things. My lady, you can ask what videos. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It was your videos on autism. Yep. Specifically masking and monotropism. Okay, cool. I would guys recommend them because I've been obsessively watching videos on autism. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was me, by the way. I was also obsessively watching videos on autism, and still do really to some degree. A lot less than starting my own channel. But yes, thank you. No, that's great. Thank you. The general gist is good. I know the videos, so I can kind of have an idea. I appreciate that. If there's anything you thought I didn't quite... Feedback is great, by the way. I don't have RSD. But I do feel sad sometimes. Some people are like, you're bad for autistic community, and I'm like, okay. Okay, no, I'm gonna cry. How is that? I want to make content on because I'm interested in and I want to learn about what the whole negative bias is about with us, why we remember the bad. Why is it that our brains record embarrassing incidents in 4K 10-bit HDR, and yet all the lovely things that have happened in our lives are all grainy black and white images? Why is that? I'd love to know. If it's possible to hack, that would be great. I'd change that around in a heartbeat. Authentic. As far as appropriate general autism community, my favorite channel to recommend is AuDHD. I've never heard of that. That's cool. Thank you very much. It's now in my brain. They do more than videos, but their videos are my favorite content. Cool. AuDHD. I will look it up right now. Cool. The big website. Loads of articles, recent posts, fairly up to date. Last one was in the end of November. Live streams. They've got events, training, and webinars. Educators of autistic experience. Okay, I guess that's what I'm doing. Do they have any cats, though? I don't see any cats on their website. Where are the cats? I mean, hell, at this point, I'll take a dog. Where are the dogs? I'm looking for the dogs. 60 quid for a consultation? That's actually cheaper than the therapists I was using to ask them all kinds of questions about autistic language and where to find community. Academy does Zoom socializing with camera and voice option. Yeah, cool. That's cool. I don't think I'll do that, but you're all welcome to share details with each other if you want to take things off. Sorry, I've got to go back to the stream here. I need to make the font. The font, by the way, this font here is getting smaller and smaller all the time. It started off being really, really big, and it's because it's hard to follow the chat because it's as far as appropriate general autism. Yeah, I read that one. I really like the space, Mike, Dwarf Dragon Wolf. Thank you. It's a pleasure having you here, honestly. Nathaniel Crown, great space. Thank you. My lady. I hear that's quite common. This might be why people journal, but my handwriting is bad. My handwriting is shit. So at school, none of us were allowed to use biro or pencil. We all had to use a fountain pen. And the fountain pen's really nice. I mean, you know what? My colleagues, my students, the other students in the class, have beautiful handwriting. Beautiful handwriting. Some of them absolutely gorgeous. Like, how the hell? I even asked them, how the hell do you do this? That's why I joined first thing in the morning when I wake up. Oh, sorry, thank you, Dragon Wolf. I'll try and do as much good content as I can and as many streams. I've always got one eye open to how I can make a better, more semi-permanent. I mean, hence the Minecraft, trying to do something, but then, you didn't see what happened earlier. My goodness. But there was a thing. So, trying to keep that. Ain't no such thing as a safe space in this cat world. Yeah, well, I mean, depends on your definition of safe space. I mean, we all need a place where we aren't going to be challenged. I don't want to be challenged all the damn time. I want to sit down. I want to cuddle cats. I want to eat some porridge, or I want to go diving. And I want to just be surrounded by the sea. I want everyone to fuck off. I just want to stare and watch the movement of the particles in the water. And it's a big visual stim for me. I feel competent. I feel in control of my body, my fucking body, where I'm tripping over my big fucking feet all the time, banging into things. I'm covered in bruises, and I'm in the sea, and I'm doing all right. The pressure of the water around you, I know where I'm at. Dyspraxia stays on the shore. I've made friends with one person from another autistic YouTuber's channel who does diving, and we've struck up a conversation. And it's been brilliant to be able to share and have some relatable content around something like that. Because this isn't shit that you would talk to publicly with other divers. I mean, they kind of get it maybe, but there's a big risk that they'll infantilize and tease you constantly. And whilst it's nice sometimes, the teasing, the back and forth, the horseplay, whatever, it can get too much, right? So it's about balance and kindness. TJ, I think the reason bullies are so determined to invalidate our diagnosis is because we're right means admitting that they're bullying disabled people. Oh shit. I never thought about that. That's a good thought. Thank you for sharing them with me. By the way, I get a lot, not just the camaraderie of the community, but scratch my nose. Ugh. I don't know if it's Sabre or... Do you know what? All the cats are molting right now. It's the molting season. Twice a year, they generally shed coats. I think the reason bullies are so determined is to validate it. Yes, because it's like if you allow yourself to think this through, you're being pretty mean to a bunch of people with neurodevelopmental struggles and challenges. Not cool. Now, you may also have struggles and challenges, but just because you're autistic doesn't mean, all right, that means you're a virtuous, good person. You can be a right asshole. You can be an asshat, as they say, I've heard said in America. And be autistic. You can be an autistic ass. Of course you can. Yeah. I've seen some stuff online. It's like, oh, come on, don't do that. There is a general overriding thing where we kind of need to, I say we, my face they're throwing the arrows at, but that's fine. But it's like, we all need to kind of, this is a we, royal we. This is a royal we. This isn't a, you know, PDA doesn't need to fire off right now. This is a royal we. Need to create this autism acceptance movement, basically. Advocacy, not just self-advocacy, but community advocacy. I owe a lot to those before me who wrote books, made YouTube videos. That was a big one for me. It just made me feel like I wasn't alone and I wasn't broken. And I'm not a melodramatic person, but this is a big thing in my life and in yours too. It's big. And hey, if I can just make that net a little bit bigger, I'll do it 100%. Gwen, I also found your monotropism video and was watching 2 or 3 other female autistic creators and your video was recommended. I think monotropism was mentioned in the vid I was watching as I got curious. Cool. Thank you. My monotropism video was my first one. It's my worst one, but people seem to really like it. So maybe like less thought of edited videos are preferred. I don't know. I did a lot more editing, like B-roll and sound effects and things. My last video basically was just one giant take with just a few cuts where I was, you know, sneezed or coughed or something. I don't know if that resonates with folks. I don't know. I'm experimenting a bit. Tracy, I'm a little bit behind. I'm just reading. I forgot about the snails. They have land snails? Oh, nice. Our academy is great. They've all got burnt out lately, though. I'm sorry to hear that. I've got a Facebook community. Cool. Sorry, I'm scrolling back behind in the chat again. Was watching 2 or 3 other female autistic creators. We need those female autistic creators. I feel like their voices are more important because of that discrepancy, you know? I don't know. I don't know. I've got nothing to base this off. It's my own wishful thinking. But I would wonder if my diagnostician, met me over 3 days, wasn't kind of hoping I was a woman, because it's like that's an area that's really underserved. People non-white as well is also massively underserved. So, yeah, but I guess I have stereotypical traits. It wasn't a surprise. Some people that I disclosed to were like, oh yeah, and like, no shit. I just didn't want to say anything. I think it's because of survival mechanism. We don't remember the good things so much because it was okay. The bad things we remember to keep us safe in the future. Tracy, I think you're right. RMX, Mike, I'll steer more neurodivergence here now. I've had such a good time. Don't worry, we'll look out for your revenue stream, homie. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Thanks. I appreciate it. I would, I don't know if you know this, but I prefer doing this to my day job. It's much more fun. I'm much more engaged. I have a very wide monotropic focus for all of this. Dr. Chloe has 2 cats. Amateur numbers, authentic. Economy's great. Yep. You have to join Facebook for the Zooms. I know you'll go to Facebook because I'm done. Facebook is awful. There was a really funny joke I heard from the chat a couple of days ago, which is something like, how many neurotypicals does it take to change a light bulb? One to change the light bulb and 19 to post about it on Facebook. I'm still learning. I still don't know if they have any helpful feedback. I think you presented very clearly and I find specific examples from people's experience easier to understand and compare. My lady, thank you. It's great so many people authentic are putting out so much these days. I wish it was like this when I was young. Me too, 100%. The best time, 20 years ago. Second best time, right now, 100%. I try to give personal experience. I'm finding it easier to do. I'm feeling a bit more comfortable with it. But in the very beginning, I think you can see from my presentation that I was kind of shit scared. But I have good handwriting. I do calligraphy. Dwarf, nice. I'm kind of jealous. My dexterity is really bad. It's not so bad like I can't get by in life, and I can type incredibly fast on the keyboard. Blah 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 blah. But I just wish, like, for doing simple things like gluing stuff together, I feel like I'm using an Xbox controller. There's a sketch on a YouTube channel called Viva La Dirt League. They mostly make videos parodying games and things, but they're a very funny troupe, a comedy sort of troupe. Comedy troupe. By the way, this is incredible. This voice thing. This has got that perfect. Anyway, and one of them is like it's called like crossplay or something, and they're playing an RPG game. They're acting it out, and it's called PC versus Xbox or whatever. And Rowan, one of the main guys, this thing is like I'm playing on the mighty Xbox, and he's trying to aim an arrow. But if you've ever tried aiming an arrow in something like Skyrim on a console, it's like, whoa, I just can't. Because keyboard and mouse work better in that way. But yeah. This is Hydra. Hydra is the ender of streams, destroyer of chats. I write weird but always legible. Awesome. Good manual dexterity, very good at my hands when they aren't Aiken. I get in trouble for having the paper sideways to me for the elbow rim. My handwriting grades were my only bad grades. You got upgraded on handwriting? Oh my God, I'd have failed. Maybe comfort space is a better expression. I like comfort show. Like comfort show or comfort food, yes. Yeah, well, we say safe foods, don't we? But I think that's from autistic culture research around children. This is their safe food. This is, And it makes me feel a little bit icky, but it's okay. I'm happy to use the word phrase, safe food. Fantastic. I think I have dyspraxia. I'm good with very fine motor skills. Cuddle cats and chill with a big cup of defo. It's the best. Grenex, good night, everyone. Good night. Oh, sorry, good night, everyone. Good night, Grenex. Oh, amazing. 1:15. I mean, look, it's a school night for me too, but it's 20 past 12, which for me is not that late. I watched the second monotropism video. The first one I haven't found my way to yet. It's on the list, but my second monotropism video. What have you got? She's got like half a bush with her. My second monotropism video is just me doing the new monotropism quiz. A new one drops. And it's a bit weird, actually. It's giving people quite high answers. My name's Hydra. My name's Hydra and I'm so big. I'm so big and fluffy. I'm so annoying. So fluffy. Watch this. You can't scream. Watch. You can't talk through a cat. Should make a good gun silencer. Second one troubles video. I'm just doing a questionnaire. Do it along with me. It's a crap video. But yeah, I mean, people seem to like it. But like, I just mean like, it's just me doing a questionnaire. I mean, there's nothing special about me, and I'm just doing a questionnaire. So, don't know that I'm adding. I mean, I'm giving you stories, but it was from the early days. TJ agreed. You can tell. My ladies, she's strange. Not at all. Sorry. Sounds very Game of Thrones. I only had one cat. No. I put Hydra's not here now. I have to be careful with my chair in case she's lying down on the floor. I don't want to roll over. Emma is behind me. Because when I recorded my last YouTube video, there was a freaking tornado. I mean, there was a tornado warning. I didn't see a twister, but tornado. It was really windy. There's a fireplace behind me. It was howling, and I thought, oh, this video is going to be rubbish. But I used a noise reduction filter just very lightly to just kind of take the edge off, and it sort of worked mostly. Anyway, Emma's behind me now. She's sitting on a load of blankets that I put over the fireplace to kind of muffle the sound. My lady. So basically, yeah, that might help then. I kind of prevaricate quite a bit on each question because some of it's a bit ambiguous. Like Dragon Wolf, I was sort of suggesting that we had a timer to blow up the stream at the end. A random, it's over. Halfway through a sentence, halfway through a chat. Well, actually, your chat still come through for a bit after the stream ends. But I don't want Hydra to just press buttons. That's bad. For those that don't know, Hydra, Emma, one of the two, started an unattended 7.5 hour live stream that people actually watched. I don't know. I mean, I just MC. What's MC? Oh, Minecraft. Yes, I haven't looked on Minecraft yet. I'm gonna. I've had to do a few reboots of Minecraft recently. Sorry, for me, the high gloss coat feels great and covers the texture of what's underneath. I've done nail polish once when I was at college, just to try it out. I didn't do it myself. I can't remember what the colour was. I think it was probably pink or red, or it was a bright colour, that's for sure. And I just always wondered, what, like the gender thing. I don't want to do a big gender argument again, right? But like I just like gender, colours. The Victorians had pink for boys and pastel blue for girls. Like what? It's just complete made up stuff. Social hierarchies, again, complete made up stuff. And do what feels good for you. Guy Helen, I am rocking up to Minecraft short. I cannot go to bed. I cannot do my next transition to some other activity or none without checking out the Minecraft, because I have to see the train and the house and FOMO. I got to see what's on the Minecraft server. Written communication accommodations, yeah. In terms of authority figures, if we're talking about like cops, like the police, then there can be problems. It doesn't take a genius to work it out, particularly in the US, possibly even in London. Hopefully national or statewide or whatever, autistic strategies and education, compulsory education for emergency services and things, to give them a little clue up about what to see when you see an autistic person. Undiagnosed, unidentified autistic people, might be responding or behaving in slightly unusual way. Dragon Wolf, I'm thinking of doing the same. Going for a cup of tea rather than Milo, though. I used to be a big Milo fanboy. Throughout my childhood, Milo was like, I think I can call it a safe food. You know, a safe, I would have Milo twice a day, maybe a little bit more. Definitely one before bed. That was always my treat. Milo, maybe a biscuit before bed. TJ, I wasn't even thinking about that. The eye contact thing and the posture thing and the responses, the verbal responses. I wasn't even thinking about that, but that, it's a problem. If you're dealing with, if you're suspected of a crime or profiled for a crime, it really does help to be high masking in that situation. It's tricky. Is everyone okay? I feel like hopefully you're all right. I did used to play a little bit of background music on the live streams, but it seemed to make everyone melancholy, so that's gone. No, I'm sorry. I'm just messing. I didn't really. There was a moment when we had some kind of melancholy kind of background music, and everyone's got really, really, really upset. Don't apologise. I've experienced as a homeless autistic person, the masking was different between advanced and not. It's true and it's dark. I am really, wow. I can only imagine the sensation, the different types of people. My brain is struggling to understand. Let's all figure out how to help Mike transition off live and to rest. Well, Authentic. Do me a favour at some point and have a look at the ending. I don't know. You can scrub quickly, just the last portion of all of the live streams on the channel. Just have a little look and see what happens. It's a challenge. I'll be honest with you. On the last one, I said, I'm going to go make a cup of tea. When I come back, I want to see 0 viewers on the stream. Half people left, and it was still like, up to 10-ish people on the stream. Matt, friendly reminder for this one, I want to go drink and watch stretching. But I am actually going to get a cup of tea. I'm happy to continue to entertain for a short while, but it's half an hour max, let's say. I'm going to grab a cuppa, tidy this up. I'm going to bring my milk jug with me. It's tea and tales after all, or was. Helen, that's why I was silent at school. Authentic. It's okay. It's okay. Also, do note these are recorded live streams. Like I can just leave. I was going to chop the ending off, and by the ending I meant like 3 hours worth. So it was just the book club. But you're welcome to. No. You guys can chill. I'm going to go make a cup of tea. I'll come back. I'm happy to chat for another 10, 15. I'm not back for real. I'm just moving some stuff to the kitchen. I don't know if you heard Hydra going, burp, burp. I got a little orange. Can you hear that? Burp. She goes, burp. Look. Come on. Hydra. Come on, sing. Come on. She's got the cutest meow. Burp. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Yeah, come on. She's like, I see no biscuits. Come on. And that's because Depop hasn't popped on. Hey, come on. Oh. Can you please stand up? Use your legs. Thank you very much. Find whoever says, yeah, I read that. Yep, it's true. Yep, me too. Thanks for putting your tail literally in the way. It's hard for me to get off stream chat to you. It's okay. No, hang about. I'm not going to act like I always have the bandwidth for someone else's trauma dumping, but I do know the power of disclosing and being heard. So sometimes I just fake the bandwidth. I do the same, not going to lie. Authenticity. Just grab like a bits of endings of other live streams. You'll see transition problems. Mike, what time do you have to get up in the morning? A really good question. This is a school night, so I'm going to say I can push 8:30. So 8 hours from now, that's it's okay. I mean, sometimes I get more sleep, sometimes I get less sleep. Yeah. I probably need to sleep more, to be honest. But honestly, yeah, a combination of I'm really enjoying myself and then, difficulties transitioning. Hydra wants me to transition to cat biscuits. Oh, no. So my son's now 17, so he's in college. Or 16, 17 later. That year. So he's in college now, so he's got strange hours all over the place. So that's not really a thing. I just used to saying school night. I've had 16 years of saying school night, so it's school night. What do you want to talk about? Hey, talk about anything? Hello. I don't know how to say your name in blue here. Could you tell me how you would like to be addressed, please? If you can. You don't have to. It's completely optional. I can just go, that comment about that. Hello, I'm new to your channel. Saw all your videos so far. All of them? Wow. I don't even think I would watch all of them. Actually, this is a lie. There are a few autistic creators. Well, actually, very few. Like 2. I've watched like the whole back catalogue. I'm like, holy crap, this is great. I want to say thank you so much for being a space where people like us who don't have a lot of resources talk about ADHD in adults. Yeah. I heard it getting called adult autism yesterday. It's like, well, I know what you mean, but I didn't say anything. I'm not going to disclose being autistic. People can just know my personality and they can infer what they want from that. But now I want a little orange. Oh, you can all have little oranges. Math, you are welcome to a little orange. I'm trying to peel it. I'm just making dents in the little orange. I've got big oranges too. Trying to figure out what virtual RAM mean the metaphor of my brain. I thought it was Mike, and then I thought Mike was the cat. That's a good imitation. Yes! She goes. Hydra. Hydra. Turn your sound up. Hydra. Hydra. Paw. Paw. Hydra. Paw. Yes. Shake. Sing. Hydra. Oh, cats, man. Honestly. We were looking for a... After playing Ramps Up, I'm torn between playing Katamari Damacy. Don't know that one. Super Smash Brothers. I know that one. I play what I know, I'll be honest with you. I have over 2,000 hours in DayZ. Don't know if you'd expect me to play DayZ, but yeah. I just know everything. I just want to know everything about it. There's a YouTuber that I'm damn sure is autistic because every time there's a game update, he posts all of the stats about everything and graphs and all sorts of stuff. I just like zombies. I don't know. I don't know what that's about. You don't get to choose your interests, do you? Hi, Kuro. Kuro. Nice. Hello, Kuro. I'm putting the bread machines on. Oh, the bread machines. Bread machines. Plural. Bread machines. What bread machine do you have? Oh my God, I love bread. Oh, I love bread so much. What kind of bread are you making? Tell me about your bread. Talk bread to me. I really want some nice crusty bread with some butter. Just on its own. I just sounds like one of our childhood cats, Suki. What a great name. It is nice to meet you, Kuru. I'm back at the keyboard with hot gourmet Milo and icy cold pineapple juice. Oh, yeah, that's great. I had a little bit of orange juice when I was in the kitchen, but orange, Dragon Wolf, and another cup of tea. What newbies to the channel, to this chat, need to know is that I was talking for 45 minutes on my own, on time, I have to add. No one could see me or hear me because the YouTube hadn't gone public because there was an additional step which I didn't follow. That's because there isn't an additional step when I normally stream. This was a scheduled stream, and scheduled streams have an additional step. Maybe that's to stop you from auto streaming or something. Who knows? I don't know. Anyway, I had a whole cup of tea, reading a book, talking to chat. Didn't notice for 45 minutes exactly. Oh, honestly. Kuro, no biscuits, no paw, is exactly. That is what that is. I was just thinking it when I had my hand out, but then if I get biscuits out, 12 cats are going to come charging in here. They're going to go running over everything, and it's going to be Catmageddon, basically. That's what I call it, Catmageddon. They're all trained to a bell. So we can ring a bell and they'll all come running. I will do this on live stream. I promise. I'm actually waiting for the first one to kind of surprise everybody. There's a viewer called Depop, which some of you will know. And I will want her to be on the stream before I do Catmageddon. Because I promised. So. Grilled cheese, yum. I get up in 4 hours. I can get stuff done. And walk my youngest to school. Ah. Helen, I feel like you kind of we understand each other a bit. It's a cultural thing, isn't it? It's the British thing. Elizabeth Corkins, hello from Minnesota. Hi, the Twin Cities. Dwarf Dragon Wolf. It's amazing when I make it on time. TJ, when I realised you weren't streaming, I laughed so hard I literally fainted. I am sorry. I'll be honest. I don't want to keep reflecting on this, okay? But it happened now. It happened today. It happened at the start of the stream. And I was kind of upset, right? I mean, Yannicka mentioned, Mike's executive functioning, must be failing. And she said that in reference to me and not starting the stream. Whereas I thought she was talking about me going, processing circle, Mac, beach ball, snail circle, Windows, hourglass, And my brain was just broken for 25 minutes. I could read your comments, DJ. I couldn't read all of them. I was pretty struggling. I was trying to read a book to you all. I was reading for 45 minutes to you all. I was talking, I was telling you stories. It was all great. And I didn't realize it wasn't live. It was only when people were like, what's wrong with Mike? Where is he? What's going on? What? And I'm like, oh, sugar, I haven't been doing the thing. Perfectly capturing the poor, loud and clear, perk. Excellent. But she didn't sing though. She sings. You will hear it. I will film it in glorious 4K. I promise you the sound. I will. If I can't get the sound right, I'll get someone to help me get the sound right. I will attach a microphone to a collar. I will make it happen because it's really fun. And you'll get some footage of her running. You'll like it. My cat only purrs when I'm talking and I can't record it. Yes, exactly. A cat punched me in the face once. What did you say? Helen, we used to call that chirruping. Yes, I call it chirruping too. Panasonic machines. One's dying a slow death. I'm making a flatbread, cheating, making pizza dough, and I'm going to make a loaf for kids' size tomorrow. I make half and half with ground. Wonderful. I also have a Panasonic bread machine that's pretty old now. I use the pizza dough cycle, which is 45 minutes. And it's quite warm in there and it proves really fast. But we've got a Ninja air fryer, which is really good at proving dough. And I haven't made pizza in so long. I'm going to have to do a pizza live stream. I'm sorry. I need a body double too sometimes. That's what you guys. Seeds and chia too. Wonderful. Dwarf Dragon Wolf. Starlight almost starved. She's young. She's obsessed with it. I'm so sorry. She looks healthy now. I haven't shown her to the chat yet. I will. I promise. We'll sort it out. And to give you an idea, today I literally filmed. Like the camera's right here. I'm touching it right now. I filmed, and then I edited really badly, really quickly to get it up before the live stream. I couldn't upload during the live stream because I didn't want to like ruin the, compete with the bandwidth. Basically, I didn't know how well that would work. And YouTube video and a live stream on the same day. There's a lot going on, really. And yesterday was hell. Yesterday has given me a lot less energy today to do stuff. Let's have a look. Oh, it's 25 minutes. Oh my God. What's wrong with my face? I need to get the lighting right. I look weird in this video. I haven't proof watched it at all. The lighting is completely wrong. Oh, it looks awful. The white balance is completely off. Oh my God. Have you seen my face on the last video? The white balance is totally off. I've just had to write an apology in the video, and I'm going to pin it because there's something not right about my video. I'm afraid I just look weird. It's me now. I recorded it. I look weird. Oh my God, I look like I'm in drag, like a bit. The lighting and everything. Oh my God. Okay. That link is a link to today's video. That's today's video. I am the one up here, the one I'm showing here. I look weird. Oh dear, never mind. Spent my life being weird. It's like there's a bloom effect. There is a black mist filter on the camera. Then there's a ND filter. And then there's up here, right above my head, there's a light. And I think it's because I filmed it sitting here. I wanted to get the computer in. So I'm filming here like this. And I think it must be the light above me here. Like this light, this one, the one above me. My other light is like over there. Really far away. And it just looks weird. I'm sorry. I look like I'm... The problem is I'll tell you what the issue was. I was rushing to get ready for Tea and Tales. And I hadn't done the prize thing and I hadn't written down everyone's names. And what I did a weird thing. I looked really shiny. Can you see that I'm like shiny now? I'm a bit... Can you see the... I'm sorry. I don't like being perceived, you know what I mean? But like I'm a bit... There's a bit of shine, right? From this light above my head. You can see it on my hair. On my hair, it looks okay. On my hair, it looks all right. You know, there's a mist filter. No, there's no mist filter on this. There's no filter. It's just a webcam, an Insta360 webcam. So it's just straight out of the webcam, no filter. But anyway, this is a... Yeah. Anyway, so I looked a bit shiny and I just went into color grading and I just jiggled it about a little bit. I jiggled it about. So the background looks really nice and, you know, the lighting and everything, it looks pleasurable. I just, you know, wanted to make something that looked nice for people. If I'm asking you to look at something, I want to make it look... If I can make it look nice, if it's within my power, I will. But, you know, whatever. Anyway, I don't know why I'm waffling. I guess I just didn't want to be perceived as shiny. Nathan Crumb, I don't like being perceived as shiny either. I feel your pain. Exactly. So I just pulled some of the sliders. I normally take time to make it look pretty, but nope. This is why I like live streams, because there's no edit. It's just raw. Can't critique me for not being honest. So anyway, I just messed with the colors and I've just looked at the video now to go and get you a link. And I'm there's something wrong with there's something. I look a bit like Michael Jackson. Like my lips, I just turned the color up and it's a dwarf dragon. It's difficult. Like stuff people don't even tell you about. The colors, getting the sound right. This is how I look. I literally went from filming it. Nina made me a spaghetti bolognese. I went out, ate the spaghetti bolognese, came back in, and I'm filming a live stream. And I look completely different because I went with the sliders and damn it, I became shiny. So I unshined myself and I look like I'm a drag act. Nothing against drag acts, but it was like unexpected drag act in the unexpected drag in the Autistic AF YouTube. Do you think so? I don't look like that in real life. Like, it's a bit weird. I didn't proofread it. I would have noticed if I didn't have this live, like if Tea and Tales wasn't like, oh my God, I want to get this done before Tea and Tales. I must. I didn't even proof watch it or anything. I don't really proof watch anyway, but I normally check to make sure that I haven't really ruined something. In one of my videos, the lights went out. It went like this. And I just carried on. And one of my videos is like this. It's just like, no lights. Didn't even notice because I'm just monotropic. Hello, distinguished gentleman. Thank you very much. I think I look better in this than I did before. But TJ, I haven't become shiny, destroyer of matte. Well, on the video, I am matte now because I just took anything, you know, punched down the highlights. I've got a nice camera, so it's like I can do that, but I could have done it nicely and I didn't. I'm also camera shy. Skipped my school photos. Yep, Dragonwolf, I feel you. We couldn't skip the camera, the school photos, but I was incredibly shy. I didn't speak to anyone. I was... Okay, well, never mind. I always wondered what I looked like as a drag artist. Thank you for letting me know that you're not too bothered by it. TJ, I think it's partially flat. Yeah, we are answering that. Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is. Pleasurable, I'm sorry. But, oh, Helen, I just seen a message. I started making pizza every Friday for dinner after school. I cook for the 4 kids and the hubby in the air fryer, and we partially cook the bases in the evening. Kids love pizza night. That's amazing. Mum's Pizza Bar. Love it. Do they get to like pick their toppings and stuff? I love it, love it, love it, love it. I started making pizzas because it was during a time of life when I couldn't afford to eat like a takeout pizza. So it's like, right, I've got to figure this out. There's a solution to this problem, and it's making my own pizza. So I love homemade pizza and stuff. I love it. Love, 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 love. I'm just reading the comments on my video. Yeah, homemade pizza is really tricky to get right. The thing is getting a hot oven, basically. That kind of like makes a lot of problems go away. A lot of the problems are because ovens are just not hot enough. If you can get a hot enough oven, I refuse to go in them, Mike. They would try to get my friends to talk me to go into it, and I still refuse. That's good. My lady, very quickly, I started doing this because, well, I found out I was autistic. It came not as a surprise to me, but a bit of an upheaval. And I wanted to explain myself, talk to friends. I wanted to talk to, well, I suppose myself, and I wanted to make a video for Nina as well. I wanted to talk about stuff, which is why my first video was on monotropism, because that resonated so hard with me. I thought, this is a nice, easy thing that I can get people to understand. So I made it originally with the intention that this was just going to be private sort of thing, unlisted, and I sent it to some people. That was it. And it just grew from there. I made it public. I went and cried, and yeah, took off from there. Thank you for asking. So as for streaming, can't remember now. I think I just pressed stream one day. All of this is like, takes a while to like get it set up, but yeah, you can check out the first stream. It's a lot of my streams are just a hot mess, honestly. The last one descended into NSFW land. Nathaniel Crumb, pizza, yeah. Modernist Break came out with a lot of amazing hacks for pizza. Pizza steel is better than a stone, they found. Oh, right, cool. I didn't know that. I've got like a little mini, I got it for my birthday many years ago now. It's a pizza oven. It's just an electric thing. It just sits on the kitchen side, and it sits away, and then pull it out when we want to use it. But basically, it's just really hot. It's got a heating element on top, it's got a heating element underneath, and it's got a stone. Hopefully the stone never breaks, because if it does, I don't think it's easily replaceable. But in a nutshell, you preheat the thing for 10 minutes, it's 400 C. It's just crazy hot. And, it'll make a pizza in like 2 minutes or something, 2-3 minutes. And it's brilliant, because that's kind of key, because the extra heat gives that yeast the sort of air in the dough. It kind of gives it like a second rise. So it goes in like super flat, and it comes out with like the crust just the big bubbles and things. It just gets that instant rise as the CO2 just expands from the heat, and then it bakes. Whereas if you cook it really slowly, it just kind of goes all sludgy and then just sort of hardens. If I ever have my own house, I'm building an outdoor brick pizza oven. That would be amazing, TJ. And cooking cast iron pot upside down if you haven't get hot enough. Well, what I used to do is use a barbecue and just a cheap stone from a place called TK Maxx. You've got TJ Maxx, haven't you, in the US? But like TK Maxx, just a stone, a piece of stone, and then just in the barbecue, and then it gets hot enough, and then you can cook really nice pizza. That was the winner for me. I remember reading online, like the cheapest way to do it is just get it hot, get the stone really hot. And it's like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is the answer to everything. This has solved my mystery. And then I started making pizza. Oh, and using, it's a bit of a Domino's thing, but I use bugger. What's it called? It's obviously not flour. It's the yellow tiny balls of flour. It's called semolina. Semolina. So put some semolina down and then cook on top. And the semolina kind of bakes in it. Oh, it's really nice. Dwarf, yes, that is a problem. Does anyone else feel that I have an awkward smile in every photo? Yep. I don't think I knew I had smile like it. Yes, yeah, absolutely. I'm unhappy with nearly every single one of my photographs. And the ones I take for YouTube, oh my gosh. I prop my camera up, I prop my phone up because the phone is kind of more, it's kinder a camera. And I put a 3-second timer on and I just hit play, do a silly face and hit play, do a silly face, hit play. And I just keep doing that for, I don't know, 5-10 minutes maybe. And then I just pick the one I like the most. But yeah, it's difficult. I'm usually the person behind the camera, so so photos of me is relatively rare. I've got lots of childhood photographs. I'm looking for a photo of me and duck because there should be quite a few throughout the ages of the duck, this one, and me. That'll be quite good for a video on plushies I want to make. But generally speaking, there's not much. When in my teenage years, there's a few photographs, but you got to remember I'm old. So film cameras, they're expensive. You know, even like disposable ones. You had like 12 pictures or something. That was it. That was your lot. Once you've taken them, you've taken them. No delete. 2002, I got my first digital camera. A couple of megapixels. Took it on holiday. Yeah, and then obviously, you know, everything's digital now pretty much. People want film, don't they? Let's order pizza. I'd love to order pizza. I can't get pizza delivery here. Too rural. I can get Domino's though. Oh, I want Papa John's. I want to. Oh. Hawaiian with jalapenos is nice. Yeah, pineapple and pizza is fine with me. I'm happy with it. With or without pepperoni anchovies. Oh, TJ, did you get a resolution to your pizza drama? Did you get a refund and presumably a replacement pizza? Especially for you know, it's not a preference, is it? They really messed up with your pizza order. Nathaniel Crum, I'm big in fermenting. Actually, I was a professional for a while, making kombucha and sauerkraut for a while. Nina loves that. Kombucha, sauerkraut, kimchi type stuff. I do not like it at all. We've got some in the fridge, but I will eat like the tiniest amount. It's not. I'm not good with that. I think when we put some rules in, we need a rule which is like, if you break any rules, you'll be forced to eat sauerkraut or something. Yes, the pizza drama was resolved. I'm glad. Dwarf, I read that I smothered all my baby when I was young. Was shocked for a moment. What? What did I read? I didn't read anything. I can't. I haven't got the page with the rest of the chat, so I've lost the train of thought there, Dragon Wolf. Good homemade fermented sauerkraut is one of my favourite foods. Okay, right. We need to find out what food people hate the most. Oh, Tura76, welcome. I mean, how long have you got? This was an eventful live stream. It started with a load of people on it on their own for 45 minutes because I didn't realise that I was talking to myself. How about that? You got to convince me about sauerkraut. It's actually really good for you. Fermented stuff is fantastic for your gut bacteria, but I just can't. I'm sorry. I like a lot of weird divisive foods. Helen, oh my goodness, plushies. My middle child's obsessed, more than obsessed. I think I got my first digital camera in 2002 as well. Sweet. we have a similar similar background, eh? TJ, I'm not a picky dwarf. Mike, smother. Lost all my baby photos when I was young. Smother. Oh, I get it. Play on words, as in not good, right? Okay, sorry. Sorry about that. I think part of the issue here, right, is that... Okay. So there's another autistic creator, and she's got some fantastic footage of her childhood. And it's like, hell, I've got bugger all. I've got photographs from family albums when I was like very little, and then nothing. So it's like, you know what I mean? I don't feel like sad, but it's like I would want to illustrate videos with it. Why didn't they realise back in the early 80s that I would want to illustrate future YouTube video content in colour? Sometimes too much colour. Oh my God, my last video. I need to put another video out soon to get over that one. People are going to unsub when they see my face. I was busy watching the memes above the bedroom sinkhole. Bedroom sinkhole? What's happened? Duck is so cute. Thank you, my lady. Thank you. Sweet potatoes are great. I want to make great sweet potato gnocchi. Oh, lovely. Oh, that'd be lovely. That'd be good. That'd be good. My lady, Miss Mike, weirdly fascinated with zombies here because I think because the first socialising felt as a young child alone in a sea of zombies. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to high school for me. My very first day, I got tons of stories from my first day, but I was on my own. Like big school, 2,500 kids. And I just remember like walking around the playground, rubbing my hand on the texture of the chain link fence. Just, like, fuck me. What's going to happen to me now? I had a bad time at school. When the psychologist interviewed my parents, that was fantastic. I wasn't going to do that, by the way. So I dropped my autism assessment on my parents. Like, oh, can I have a chat with you all, please? Briefly, can you fill in a form? Can we do it together? And they were like, what? And my mum just kept repeating over and over and over and over again that I was perfect and there's nothing wrong with me. Which was kind of funny after a while because it's like, thanks, Mum, for the vote of confidence. Also, no, I'm not. This isn't there's something wrong. She just couldn't get over the fact that autism diagnosis was like, you know, the end of everything. TGB is how it is, yeah. That's okay. Mike got a bit lost. I did. When did that happen? When did it not happen? Try kimchi without the fish stuff in it and you'll warm up to it, but you might take offense to that. To me, the fishy component of kimchi is one of the best parts. I've never had an objection to fishy flavours. I'm getting food from this sort of talk. I don't know what to eat. I'm probably going to go and have a piece of toast because toast and tea works really well, and I'm getting a bit peckish now. You're Korean, aren't you? Oh, cool. Some say kimchi, eating kimchi without the fish stuff. All right, cool. I did... Chinese for me has been a challenge since going plant-based vegan. Because there's so much like oyster sauce. So you could argue oysters are vegan in an alternative universe. Kind of like, you know, fish sauce. There's a lot in Chinese cooking, Asian cooking. I don't have my parents to help me self-diagnose. You don't need your parents to help you self-diagnose. No, not at all. I was utterly convinced I was autistic. They're very, very straightforward, not too complicated. I've got a light on my nose from my... It's weird when there you go, like there, it's like a little dot and I'm like, oh, there's something there. Okay. I don't have my parents help. Yeah. The parents thing was kind of weird because it was like almost like a done deal when I went to talk to them. I didn't get them involved early on. I didn't get Nina involved early on. I was like, hey, surprise! Time to get you involved in something. She just thought I was like really depressed. It wasn't depression, it was burnout. It was so clear cut for me as well. I mean, obviously I've had meltdowns. Obviously I've had loads of burnout. Obviously I've had struggles and challenges, but the crucial thing for me was I got burnt out doing stuff I liked. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it should have been recharging, but it wasn't. Not that the recharging with the other people, I knew that was going to be difficult. I don't mind doing meetings, but I want to travel on my own. Although usually that means I then have to pay, because no one's going to pay for me to have like, oh, you can travel to New, but everyone else has to go coach. Oh, fuck's sake, do a Dragon Wolf. God, that's hard. Yeah, that sucks. Someone sent me some scientific papers, and one's looking interesting. I'm going to have a read of that later. Menopausal transitions isn't something I can speak of direct experience of. But life transitions, I can. What's a barbecue with a sauna? I could do a barbecue with a sauna. That works with me for some reason. I reckon I could cope with that. I mean, I'd want like a cold plunge as well. I like water. So if it's like a steam room, I'm probably more likely steam with like some minty menthol type stuff in it. I haven't been to many saunas, but a few. Helen, I don't know if you're listening to this, but if you are, there's some fantastic ones in Bath. So named because the Romans founded it as, public bath. There's the set of Vikings. It was used in Vikings. Nina is going to be delighted when I tell her that you've all been talking about fermented stuff. I could go get kimchi and sauerkraut right now in the fridge, fresh stuff. But it ain't for me. I'm not going to eat it on camera. I kind of draw a line at olive pickle juice. Do you know what I mean? My lady, yeah, we it's vegan what we've got, without the fish sauce. I think it's white cabbage kimchi. I'm not 100%, but I can go get it if you really want to know. But I don't. I would like to have a teeny bit. I might get used to it, but I don't think so. I take supplements of all kinds of things, and I get like make sure my gut microbiome is good, etc. But I might have to try different sauerkrauts or something. I tried a kombucha once and it made me sick. It's like, yeah, tea. British tea. I'm getting school night vibes, so I'm going to have to leave soon. Go check out the latest video where I look weird in it. I look really weird in it. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I was trying to make the background. I'm trying to swing the camera around so you can see the computer screens. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll go back. $12 a jar. Wowzers. That's a lot. Kombuchas are all different. Okay, I didn't know that. Try different brands. You may like some. Okay. Is it really that different? I suppose like beers, right, can be all different. So it would be possible to find something that you might detest and like from like the same brewery. So yeah, it's possible. Maybe. Is it like that? My lady, this is true. So with respect to parents and thinking of like normality, whatever, this is also one of the reasons why children of autistic parents, once they are identified or picked up in school or doctors or whatever professionally, that's what gets parents thinking. That's what gets parents going, this sounds familiar. I thought that was just us. So yeah, I mean, a good psychologist will pry that out, but usually they'll give you a questionnaire or something. Like they can do it that way as well. They can take some stuff in from them. I sat with my parents and we filled in this questionnaire online, quite a big one with lots of big boxes in it. And it was fascinating, really. I got to learn a few things about myself. That I was a little late to speak, for example. I didn't realize that. So I'm glad I invited them in. I'm glad it was optional having them, but it helps support diagnosis. And I thought, well, if I don't do it, I'm lucky enough to be able to do it. Computers living, so even though it's the same brand, it's different times. Home for me, Dragon Wolf, was mostly just look after yourself kind of thing. I had something interesting in my childhood generally, throughout. And that was because I was in a military family in Germany. We got bombed a few times. We got shot at and bombed, drive-bys and so on. A downtown LA experience. So, it's different, right? But that was Germany in the 80s. You're right, Dragon Wolf, and I don't have them for long. I suspect I won't have them for much longer. I hate saying it like that. I guess I'd tell you all as a support thing. If any problems, my parents are battling some bad health conditions. So, yeah, it's tricky, but they were really good for a while. I mean, not to say we didn't have issues. I mean, I do speak about it freely. My dad wanted me to go into a boarding school. So, we moved around a lot. So every 3 months, every 6 months, every 9 months, you'd have different length postings. So sometimes my dad would get posted off. He'd go away for 3 months, 6 months, unaccompanied postings, they're called. So that's where the military, they go to war basically, or they go to a conflict zone or something where families can't go. Then you have accompanied postings where families do go. And you're constantly moving. You put all your life in a little box and off you go. That duck traveled with me everywhere. Yeah. But then there was there was something called the Troubles in Ireland. And, freedom fighters if you're on one side, terrorists if you're on the other. But I think compared to my upbringing in England, which was much more steady, in terms of like governance, right? Like I didn't get shot at in England. There was one incident in the 80s. I was Nathaniel. I was German in the 80s. I wasn't German, but I was born in Germany and I lived there for a decade. The first decade, really. Bounced around a lot. Sometimes I came back to England for a few months, but then we were back in Germany, you know what I mean? By the time I was sort of 11, 12, we were permanently in the UK. I haven't been back to Germany since, actually. I've been to France, but I've never been to Germany. I'd love to go back. And yeah. I've got really good memories of it, of Germany. And some interesting bad ones too. There's one I will touch on at some point. I'll touch on it now, but I won't tell you the full story. But I had a 7th birthday party, and one of my whole school class was invited. That was the done thing back then, because we had an English-speaking military school, for military families. So everything was done inside that one school. We had a German-speaking kid with us, because the parents negotiated to kind of get him in so he could learn English from native English speakers. And on my way to my 7th birthday party, the father went ahead to start the car and blew up. The car just exploded into a billion pieces, killed him. And, never saw the kid again. He was, obviously alive, unharmed, but a little way away from the bomb. So we had that sort of thing. That's the worst moment, really. One of the places where they were manufacturing the bombs, I could see from my bedroom window. There was like a small tower block. I don't know, maybe a dozen flights, dozen stories, and they were manufacturing bombs in there and targeting Brits. So yeah, I tried not to speak English. I tried to speak German, but you know what I mean? It wasn't the Germans, it was the IRA. Can't believe I'm saying this late at night, really, but it's the person that made the bombs was found by journalists in Australia some years later. There is a video on YouTube, which I couldn't believe I was watching. It was the time of Margaret Thatcher. If you guys have heard of her or seen her, that was around, it was in Thatcher's time. I spent the 80s in Sydney. Yes. Do you know what? The 80s were rough pretty much everywhere. I asked Dad the other day if he remembered my missing school bus one day. I was missing for 4 hours because I was wandering the street afraid to go home. My dad said it was okay because I only missed one day of school, no big deal. I asked if he wasn't worried. I was lost. He said he found out after I was found, so it didn't matter. Well, it's nice of him to kind of support you in that. My parents were really keen on me going to school. There was one day that I didn't go to school. And it was a brilliant day. My parents were like, oh, you're not going to school today. And then went around a lake with my grandparents and it was great. I had ice cream. I remember it. It was blue ice cream. It smelled of petrol, but it tasted great. Oh, I do a cold plunge, no problem. But only if I'm hot first. I wouldn't do a plunge now. I'd be freezing. But then I'm used to jumping into freezing cold water, so that's what I do for fun. TJ, my mum was in London in the late 70s and witnessed an IRA bombing. She has PTSD from it. I can understand that. I can relate. We'd find there was a spate where German kids kind of cottoned onto this, and they thought it'd be funny to make fake bombs. So, tin foil, some wires, you know what I mean? Like, Counter-Strike type bombs, just some fake thing. And they just stick it to bins or they'd stick them to cars. And that was awful. So yeah, we'd get evacuated. We'd have to spend a night on the base. It was really bad. I mean, sometimes I'd be just like wearing... I remember one night I was in my pajama bottoms. I was so tired. I just had trousers on, pants. No top. And, we were just dragged out into a car. I can't remember what kind of car it was, but we were just dragged out into a car, taken to this base, just a big hangar where all the families were, because it was a big threat. And we all had to live in that bloody hangar for like a day or two. It was awful. My sympathies to those in conflict zones, because that's their normal. They have that 24/7, 365 times how many years. My refugee experience. Nancy, I can relate. I jump into the ocean sometimes. Quite often, really. Some people go in on New Year's Day, like in the morning of New Year's Day. You know, it's like start the year off, you know, by wading into the sea and just your skinnies in your pants, your underpants. That's not my idea of fun. I don't do that. RMX, oh my god, pancakes. I haven't triggered that. That's the chat. I didn't start that. Dragon Wolf, I'm sorry to do with that shit growing up, mate. It's not okay. I appreciate your sentiment. I know you wouldn't wish it on anyone. It's really bizarre. It was really weird as a kid, you know, coming from Germany, really modern, clean, beautiful cities, you know. I guess they were brand new after the war, right? They're only about 30-odd cities. But anyway, the dark humour. But anyway, you know, coming to England, you know, which is kind of grimy and grey and miserable and litter everywhere, but wasn't getting shot at, so that was great. So yeah, we had drive-bys. They'd shoot at the windows and things.
I found this on the web.
Oh, Siri found drive-by shooting on Wikipedia for me. Thanks, Siri. Hey, Mike, you probably need to go to bed. You said 21 minutes almost an hour ago. Yeah, you're right. It's 1:26. It is actually pushing it now. Good night, everybody. I don't know what funnel cakes are, Nathaniel, but I actually need to eat. So I'm going to have a banana and a crumpet, maybe some toast. Dragon Wolf. We've got nearby a publicly accessible beach wheelchair. I tried to get my mum out in it, but she doesn't want to. But really big tyres, amazing. It crosses the sand and stones and pebble and gravel with just ease, no problem at all. Good night, everybody. Honestly, if you wished to, you know, and you were nearby, I'd very, very happily take you out somewhere. There are groups, there are organisations. Yeah, it's great therapy, honestly. Especially for soldiers and things. You need to sleep, Mike. Say good night, everyone. Crumpets are an amazing word. It's kind of like your second name there, Nathaniel Crumb. Bet. I think I will. I think I'll have crumpet. I think I'll have 2 with jam. Yeah, that'd be good. Good night, everyone. Dragon Wolf, crumpets, toast, or a beach wheelchair. I don't know. Executive function hack. You can freeze crumpets and you can freeze bread and makes for fantastic toast straight from the freezer. Crumpet is a juicy verbal stem. It used to mean in the UK, it was slang for young girl in the 80s. Crumpet was kind of like a rude slang, a sexualized slang. What is funnel cake? Good night, Nancy. Buenos noches from MIA, Minneapolis. Beach wheelchair one. Oh, it'd be amazing. It's like super inflated. It's like they look great. And the restraints and the capacity, yeah, it's great. There's manual ones, there's electric ones. Even the manual ones are pretty damn good. I guess the only reason why they're not brilliant everywhere is that they're quite big. Like, I mean, the tyres are massive. If you've seen beach mountain bikes, you can see some people have got mountain bikes with like really like tyres that are like that wide, you know. For the beach, it's kind of like that. I've never been to a carnival in the States. Never had funnel cake. Please, can you remind me? Crumpet probably is a bastardization of strumpet. Yeah. Yeah. That is almost certainly. I mean, it might not be. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, that seems likely, doesn't it? Can you guys remind me about funnel cake on the next stream, please? I want to look up funnel cake and see what this is. Ah, Florida. Yes, the caves. Yes, I remember now. Thank you, my lady. No. Dragon Wolf, I'll eat your food. He's a nice chat. It's always good chat. Sinkhole Cave's bad. I think it's a 6-hour live stream. I'm kind of like building up tolerance for a 24-hour stream. That is happening, by the way. There will be a 24-hour stream. I don't know. Maybe like a charity event or something. I don't know. But we'll do a live stream. Sinkhole Cave's bad. I am going to go. Let you guys say goodbye to each other. I will be switching off immediately. Emma is here, by the way. Emma's here right now. See? I haven't eaten the orange because I couldn't open it. I need a knife. Emma? Say goodbye. Good night. Emma says good night. Oh, I am actually, while I'm getting ready for bed and making crumpet, I'm going to pop on Minecraft. I'm going to have a little look. But anyway, I need to leave the stream. Thanks, Nathaniel. I do too. It's really nice. I like keyboards. Something that's fun. Right. This isn't quite right for me because I don't like the keypad. I don't need it. I don't want a keypad. But this is as wide as my 10 keyless, which didn't have a keypad. So I'm okay with it. I'll show you my typing speed. I'm pretty quick. Bye, Tracy. Thank you so much for being here. Helen, thank you so much for being here as well. I'm going to check out your castle. I can't sleep with that. I might check it out from bed. I'll tell you what, I'll do that. I'll go to bed and I'll sleep. Does anyone ever fall asleep with their phone and then actually hit their face with your phone or a tablet? Do you ever do that? Sometimes I'll be like this and then I'll just literally be so tired it will just go clonk onto my face and I'll scream. So many songs for girls are rude and sexualized. Yes. We can be better than we have been. Team Minecraft. Yes, but I won't be on stream. I will do this so that you can all say good night to each other. Good night, everyone. I just want to say thank you so much for your support, for being here, for encouraging me. It means a lot. It might come as no surprise that I'm putting a hell of a lot of time into this. I'll do the best that I can, as much as I can. We'll see. Thank you so much for all your help. And community. It's a great group. Honest to God. Best group on the internet.
Appalachian sunrise meets my skin. Even with my eyes still closed, I can feel it coming in. Golden, golden, I'll follow only golden, 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 golden things. Mountain laurel high fives for miles in spring. Rainbow trout and a hummingbird wing. Golden, I'll follow only golden, golden, golden things. Gold hair, gold rings, gold leaves, gold anything. Feet step over splinters of the moon. Golden, I follow only golden, golden, golden things. Gold birds, gold string, gold words, gold anything, golden. I follow only golden, golden, golden things, golden. I follow only golden, golden, golden things. Appalachian sunrise meets my skin. Even with my eyes still closed, I can feel it coming in. Golden, golden, I'll follow only golden, 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 golden things. Mountain laurel high fives for miles in spring. Rainbow trout and a hummingbird wing. Golden, I follow only golden, golden, golden things. Gold hair, gold ring,